crept in, forcing me to recall my mother. She had dark hair, something our oldest sister had inherited from her, and Shane got her dark brown eyes. I'd always remembered that blue was her favorite color. Everything was blue for Mom. Dishes, decor, everything. She always wore blue, but this sapphire blue cashmere sweater was burned into my memory. I could remember how soft it was when I wrapped my arms around her and pressed my cheek against it, and how her Chanel perfume clung to the fabric. After she died, I snuck the sweater out of her closet and kept it under my pillow. At night, I'd spread it out and lay my head against it so I could smell her and pretend I was lying against her chest. Once Shane saw me with the sweater, he would sneak into my room every night because he wanted to feel close to her too. Every family grieves differently, and I knew that even then. We mourned our own way, the only way we knew how, by clinging to everything that was Mom. It's all we knew to do to keep her close and her memories alive. Of course, it didn't take long for Dad to fuck it all up. I'll never forget when that son of a bitch stormed into my room and demanded to know what I'd stolen. He threw a raging fucking fit, like the nightmare he was. It was then that I stopped thinking of my father as merely cold. I'd realized instead he was like Iceland, icy on the surface for 65% of the time, but with enough volcanoes under the surface to make you nervous about an inevitable eruption. "Okay," I finally said to Shane, swallowing back my feelings at the thought of those days and how much I'd struggled. "So, you got high and thought that you'd go back for the sweater. What happened after that?"
"I was going to take it straight back to my apartment, but I ended up looking around the house. Did you know the old man has kept the whole house the same? He hasn't updated a single thing since we moved out. The pictures, the furniture, all of it."
"Not surprising," I murmured. "He's always been bad at moving forward, as we know too well."
"Yeah,"
he said, his voice slowing.
"Anyway, I went into my room and I just wanted to sit on my bed for a minute."
"I'm guessing you weren't just there for a minute." He shook his head. "Did you fall asleep?" He nodded, biting down on his lip again.
"The next thing I knew, I felt something yanking on my hair, and then something hard hit the back of my head, so I must have hit the floor. Everything was super foggy for a minute, and then I felt the pain all over my face, and it kept going and going. My ears were ringing so loudly that I could hardly think, not to mention the pain in my ribs, so I knew he was kicking me. I don't know if he punched my face or kicked it. I have no idea how it happened or in what order. It's all kind of jumbled."
I didn't say anything, holding my breath slightly as I waited for the rest.
"The pain cleared up the rest of the fog pretty quickly, and I managed to get Dad's feet out from under him, so that was how I got away. I ran out of the room, but the K was still working on me, so I couldn't run as fast as I usually do. I didn't even realize I was still holding the sweater until I was almost at the door. Dad grabbed my arm on our way out, and he managed to drag me down again."
He bit down on his lip and barely seemed to notice that he'd opened his cut once again. He took the tissue I handed him and held it to his mouth, still not looking at me.
"I was able to get out and away from him, and I managed to get down the street while he was still yelling after me. I ended up getting an Uber to your place, and that was when I booked the flight out here."
I sat back and looked hard at my brother, contemplating his ragged face, and thought about how far apart we'd grown in the last few months. Years, actually. Despite my limited capabilities as a kid, I always did my best to make sure he was as happy as possible, but he'd been extending the distance between us throughout the last 5 years. I wasn't sure I'd ever realized how deep the distance between us went, though. He'd confided in me that he started doing drugs in college, which wasn't surprising. So many people experimented with drugs and partying at that age, and I was no exception. But I never messed around with some of the things he did. At first, he'd been open about what he was doing and how much, calling me after every Saturday night and letting me know how much he regretted the decisions of the night before. He'd always say,
I'm never doing that shit again. Nat, I need you to hold me to that.
I'd always responded the same way, knowing that it was never a permanent shift he was making. Sounds good. Can't wait to hear about how good you feel next Sunday morning. Then, Saturday night festivities started early on Friday. Then Thursday through Sunday. Taco Tuesday also couldn't be missed. Rinse and repeat. It didn't take long before it went from 1 day a week to all 7 days. Eventually, he stopped telling me about it, especially after a nasty argument we had. He blew up at me, saying how sick he was about me always being so passive-aggressive and how annoyed he was with my lack of sympathy. We made up the same way we always did, but there was a new gulf between us that had never been there before, and I'd felt sick over the idea that I'd lost the confidence of my little brother. It was one of the reasons why I'd been so insistent on the weekly dinners, understanding that he needed some semblance of consistency in his life. The bitter pill to swallow was that no matter how hard I'd worked as a kid, or how much I did now, there might not be anything I could do to make up for what he'd missed out on during his formative years. I honestly had no idea how to respond to this, and now, the only thing that came out of my mouth was something I couldn't possibly have predicted. What happened to the sweater, then? Did you leave it at the house? He gave me a grin that bordered on savage before pulling his backpack toward him and unzipping it.
See for yourself.
He pulled out the cloudy, soft fabric, which was remarkably the same color it had always been, and he handed it to me. I took it, running the royal blue fabric through my hands, and brought it up to my nose, shutting my eyes as I breathed deeply. Under the stale smell of unworn clothes, cedarwood, and a faint lingering of cigar smoke, either from the times she'd spent with my father or the times he would come back from his networking events covered in smoke, there was the smell of her Chanel perfume. God, I miss you, I thought, choking back the sob that was gathering in my throat.
You should have it,
Shane said.
She would have wanted you to wear it.
You know Dad will probably call the police, right? I said. He's going to try to make your life hell, even if all you took was a sweater. He shrugged.
Even if he does, at least there's company in jail.
Whatever had been left of my heart before he said that was decimated in the space of that sentence, and I turned away. Shane had always hated the sight of my tears, often shutting down and backtracking what he had to tell me if it meant his feelings might sadden me. I didn't want him shutting down again now. I'll go check with Spencer about the food, I said, getting up. Everything you need is in the shower. Get changed if you want.
I'm sorry I messed up your time with your boyfriend,
he said, his morose voice coming in from behind me.
I didn't mean to.
You didn't mess anything up, I said, turning back to give him a brief smile. I'm happy you're here, Shane. We're going to find a way to get through all of this. One day soon, I hope. Once I was just outside the room, I saw Spencer standing in the hallway. The look on his face was unreadable, so I did my best to smile, but it felt wooden. Hey, is the food here yet?
In the kitchen,
he said, not smiling back.
You know, if your brother needs help with your dad, we can always get him a lawyer. No matter what kind of standing your dad has, I can get a lawyer to bury his ass.
I stared at him, feeling the inside of my chest going metallically cold. I don't know what you think you heard, but whatever it was, it must stay between us. Fuck. The last thing I needed was Spencer Monroe pushing back on me because of my brother's drug addiction. I could fall out of love as quickly as I thought I'd fallen in love with the man, if he wanted to pull rank about this. I wouldn't be an absolute bitch about it, but I didn't need him or anyone telling me how to deal with my brother when they didn't live my fucking life. Or Shane's. Spencer eyed me with that businessman, billionaire bastard look, examining me as if he were about to say something to educate me on everything he overheard. But Instead of saying anything, he simply nodded and turned, heading up the stairs to the room we shared. I had no idea where this would go, or what Spencer thought about it. All I knew was that if we did have some form of a relationship, this part might be a bit of a challenge. Chapter 24. Nat. Things were sufficiently tense downstairs in the kitchen as we focused heavily on our Chinese food. I could tell Spencer was keeping something on a slow-burning smolder, clearly waiting patiently for us to get back upstairs so he could voice his opinion on the subject when we were alone. I zoned out for most of the conversation while we ate. Spencer and Shane sat together, eating and riffing off each other for what felt like forever, even though it had most likely been only 15 minutes. I played with my food, unable to stomach anything else. Despite the voracious hunger I felt when we got back home, despite the seductive smell of garlic, ginger, and noodles, I couldn't bring myself to swallow more than a few bites of food here or there. Both Spencer and my brother kept looking at me with concern, which I had to admit was valid. I took my plate to the sink, keeping my back to the two men behind me, who continued chatting as I stepped away. I finished cleaning my plate and turned back to the men. I'm beat, so I'm headed to bed. I walked toward my brother, wrapping my arms around his shoulders and running my fingers through his hair. I'm glad the shit is over, and I'm happy you're here. He stiffened for a second in my arms, but only a second. It passed quickly, and then he was reaching up to wrap his fingers around my arm, relaxing into me the way he had as a little boy.
Love you, sis. Thank you for letting me stay with you guys.
Where else in the world should you be? I did my best to ignore Spencer's stare over Shane's head. I kissed his head, his hair smelling less like dried blood and more like Spencer's preferred brand of sandalwood shampoo. Letting go, I turned away from the both of them and started heading for the door. Once I got outside of the kitchen, I heard Spencer speaking softly to my little brother.
Really though, Shane, do you need anything? Is there anything else that I can grab for you? No, man. I should be good with the food.
The two of them were quiet for a second, save for the sound of chewing.
I am sorry I just butted in on you guys. It seems you two were having a good time before I got here. Trust me, nothing can stop me from having a good time with your sister.
I heard Spencer respond with a cocky yet humorous tone.
Ah, shit. Are you trying to get me to kick myself out of your house? Perhaps, Spencer said with a chuckle. The two of them laughed, and I smiled as I listened to them teasing each other. Well, make yourself at home,
Spencer said.
If the jet lag starts getting to you, the fridge is full of whatever you need to make yourself comfortable. You've got a place here as long as you need it, okay?
The two of them fell silent once more before Shane spoke quietly.
Thank you. Seriously, you're a good man. I know,
Spencer answered.
But it's no problem. I also want you to know I will help you in any way possible. There's nothing worse than a parent who's out to destroy the health and happiness of their child. It's fucked up, and I know that game all too well.
I stepped away from the kitchen door, feeling those raw emotions rising in my throat as I headed for the stairs. When I got to the room, I lay on the bed, gathered the silken comforter into my hands, shut my eyes tightly, and tried to fight the helplessness creeping in. As a kid, the inability to wrestle my life into compliance felt crushing. The beautiful, wealthy home projected to the outside world, worthy of compassion because of its widowed father and motherless children, was a hollow facade, held together by the efforts of a girl who was barely managing to get her little brother to eat enough to put on weight. The beauty and grandeur of this room suddenly felt overwhelming, and I brought one of the pillows over my head to shut out the world. The noise in my head was starting to grow, building to a massive crescendo, and I didn't know how to cut through it. A familiar, sturdy grip on my arm jolted me back into my body, and I lifted the pillow off my head to look at the man who'd been destroying all the safeguards I'd spent the last decade and a half firmly putting into place. Spencer's handsome face was creased in concern, and he dragged his finger down my cheek as he looked me over.
"He's okay,"
Spence said, lying beside me and wrapping his arm around me.
"Shane went to bed a little bit after you did. It seemed like he was pretty beaten to shit in more ways than one."
I gave him a tight smile before looking up at the ceiling. "Thanks for being so understanding with him."
"How else would I treat him?"
he asked, running his knuckle down my arm. I shrugged, and his fingers fell away. "Not entirely sure. I couldn't have predicted he'd fly out here, so I definitely couldn't predict how you'd treat him." I sat up, pulling my knees into my chest. "My brother has been through a lot of shit. I wouldn't even know where to start."
"Uh-huh,"
he said.
"About that."
His voice trailed off, and I turned to look at him. His face didn't have the quiet, loving concern it had when he lifted the pillow from my face. Instead, I saw the indifference I'd started to associate with his desire to figure out something that someone was keeping from him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" I finally asked. He pursed his lips as he balanced his elbow on his knee and tilted his head to the side.
"Why didn't you tell me any of this stuff about Shane or your dad? I knew he was a dirtbag, but I never knew about the beatings and—"
"You can call that what it actually was," I said, my voice taking on a dead tone I rarely heard myself use. "Child abuse." He pursed his lips, waiting for me to explain. "It didn't need to be said," I replied, looking down at my fingers and examining my cuticles. I didn't want to contaminate what we were doing with my family's bullshit.
"And what would you call any of what happened at my family's home?"
he asked, lifting his eyebrow.
"A fucking Happy Days reunion?"
"Exactly. We were dealing with your mom. So why would I pile my bullshit on top of that?" I asked. "I mean, honestly, why would I want to bring up the darkest part of my life if I didn't have to?"
"Oh, I don't know,"
he said, his voice turning into a dry, sarcastic tone.
"Maybe it has something to do with the fact that we decided to do this relationship for real. I wasn't fucking around when I admitted I wanted this to work, and I hope you weren't either. You should have told me something about this stuff, Nat. This is some heavy shit."
I felt a strange, hot, prickling sensation as it surged through my stomach, filling me with a nauseating defensiveness that gave me a sour taste at the back of my mouth. "You never asked, Spencer. Not really. And you know it. How was I supposed to know you were ready for all that? It's not the easiest thing to open up about." His expression was blank as I went on. I held up my hand, shaking my head. "And let me remind you that you brought me to Italy and into your family's crap so you'd have a bone to throw and distract your mom while your brother got married. When was I expected to stop and download my family dysfunction onto you in the past weeks? Don't forget, you didn't invite me to Italy with sincere intent, even if it might have turned into that. We started by fucking. So please, don't pretend you were invested in what was going on with my personal life then." I didn't recognize the flash of anger that went through his eyes, but it was gone too quickly for me to comment on it. His face was coolly impassive now.
"Fine. Say whatever you want to say about what and who we are to each other. I won't pretend to be invested."
He turned away from me, leaving me feeling a dry lump in my throat. "Fine," I choked out, climbing off the bed and slipping my feet into my fuzzy slippers as I reached for the soft jersey robe on the chair next to the bed. "Fine. I won't pretend. And I won't ask you to either." Nothing like two people determined never to have a relationship, finally forming one, and then having no clue what to do with it. We were both lost, heading down a road without a map and with no idea where we were going. Any smart person would laugh their asses off at Spencer Monroe and Natalia Hoover trying to make a relationship happen. Together. Emotions started dumping on me now, and I didn't know what to do with them. I didn't need a fight with someone while I worked through family trauma. I had to get out of here quickly before the tears began to escape. I wouldn't show him how much he affected me. I couldn't.
Nat.
I didn't look at Spencer as he caught me gently by the arm, turning me to face him. I pinched my lips together, swallowing back the knot that had formed in my throat.
Baby.
He set his hands on my shoulders and squeezed gently.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean any of what I said. I'm annoyed that you're shutting me out, and I just...
Snapped? I asked. I noticed.
Stay here with me, please,
he said.
Let's just sleep on it and let things get better for the morning, okay?
I looked hard at him before conceding with a brief nod, removing my robe and lying down on the bed again, turning onto my side and pulling the pillow forward so my head was securely cushioned. I curled into myself, pulling my knees to my chest and looking toward the tiny crack in the drapes at the navy sky that hung above the park. A hand crept over my belly, and I felt the touch of his chin poised over my shoulder. But I jerked out of his grip, pulling forward so that I hovered by the edge of the bed. I was so close to the end that I felt my knee hanging over the mattress.
Natalia.
The use of my full name made my stomach clench in an uncomfortable recognition, and I squeezed my eyes shut. Few people called me Natalia like he just did, and the one who did it most often had never done it with affection. "Don't," I said, huddling in on myself. "Please, I can't do this right now." He sighed through his nose as he pulled the covers up over us, allowing them to settle in place. I wasn't sure whether he slept, but sleep eluded me for hours as I stared into the corner of the room, wondering how we were supposed to move past this point.
Chapter 25. Spencer. The silence that stretched between us was deafening and seemed unending. Everything I did around her, every step I took, or every time I closed a door, felt too loud and abrupt for the house. Before, everything we did felt effortless, but now it all felt stilted and uncomfortable. It was as if whatever Shane had been trying to escape had followed him across the pond and been wedged between us in the form of a destructive, oppressive silence. Nat's little brother might have been a bit removed from reality, having done more than his fair share of drugs, but he was still aware of his surroundings and knew something was wrong too. The day after he got there, he slept for almost a full 24 hours, only coming out for a few minutes here or there to make himself a cup of tea or coffee, before heading back into his room to continue sleeping. And now it was yet another new day, and I expected more of the same. Nat got up before the sun and was quickly in the bathroom, making it obvious she wanted to start her morning alone. It could have just been a coincidence, though. I knew she often had breakfast meetings with clients when she went on business trips. Maybe I was reading into things too much. God damn it. I was fucked if I didn't deal with this head on. I needed to figure shit out and hopefully get Nat to open up to me. I mean, getting people to spill their guts before they realized what they were doing was a specialty of mine in business, so why hadn't I deployed that tactic? I wasn't the type to play along with the silent treatment, wondering what was going on in someone's mind. I wasn't a mind reader and had zero desire to be one. I grabbed my phone from the table and shot off a few messages to my assistant and Jim, ensuring they were prepared for me to work from home. I didn't have any urgent meetings this morning, and if anything came up, I could be at the office in a flash. "Aren't you getting up?" I glanced up from where I sat, reclined against my pillows, as Nat came back into the room. She was dressed to the nines in a charcoal tweed dress that hugged every generous curve and graced all of her delicate bone structure with peaks of black lace. Her long hair was swept to the side in a waterfall of thick honey curls, and she already looked ready for the day ahead. It was taking everything in me not to jump out of bed and pull her close so I could let her know just how much I wanted her, but I sensed she knew. Instead, I propped my arm behind my head and watched as she continued about her morning, grabbing her stylish black heels from where they sat under the ottoman and sitting to put them on. I had some good associations with those shoes, mainly after she'd worn them the other night. She hadn't even taken them off when I'd taken her to bed our first week here, and they wound up around my ears while I took my time fucking her. Altogether, it had been one of my favorite nights with her. But then again, how could I pull one night out and set it above all the rest when they were equally enjoyable? "I'm going to work from home today," I said, smiling at her. "I don't have any urgent need to go into the office, but if I do, it's right around the corner." She gave me a hard stare. "Shane's a big boy, you know. He doesn't need a babysitter." "I never said he did," I replied, doing my best to keep my voice mellow and unbothered by her tone. "And he's not some thief you need to keep an eye on. You don't have to sit around here watching your things. How can you expect him to feel at home if you're going to take these random days off to work from home?" "I don't expect him to feel like he's at home so much as I would like to be at home instead of at my office. Besides, it's a bit hard to feel at home when you're across the world." "You know what I'm talking about. Don't be an asshole," she said dryly. I was unpleasantly surprised at her insinuation that I should leave my house during the day so her brother would feel more comfortable. Was I expected to tiptoe around the kid? I didn't know if her response came from protectiveness or just flat-out enabling, but either way, it wasn't normal. I stared her down. "While I'm being an asshole, I'd like to mention that I never said anything about him being a thief. Perhaps there is something you would like to share with me?" We stared hard at each other, each of us waiting for the other to break. "Well," she said, looking down as she rearranged her shoe, "he has my number. So, if he needs anything, he can text me and I'll come home. You don't need to stay here for him. He also knows you have a busy work schedule in your own right, and that you're here to secure the sale of an enormous property that will deliver a remarkable commission. I trust he understands you may be unable to run home and take care of him on a whim." "I'm running late, and I'm done with this conversation." She grabbed her purse and slung it over her shoulder, heading for the door. "Do let me know if he brings about any destruction in the house, will you? I'd hate for my brother to cause you any unpleasant anxiety." "Good God, Nat," I said, reaching up and running my hand through my hair. "Come on, stay. Let's have breakfast, or tea at least, and talk this out. That's what couples do, right?" "No, I'm running late," she said. "Christ, it's not even 7 in the morning," I said. "What are you late for? The fucking sunrise?" "I'm late," she said, and walked out without another word or look back. I fell back onto the pillows and stared at the ceiling, unsure how to make any of this better. I didn't see much of Shane after he and I ate a silent breakfast. I didn't let that weigh too heavy on me, though. He'd had his ass handed to him in that beatdown, and he was jet-lagged, so I didn't think anything of it. At about noon, I heard him stumble downstairs from where I'd set up my workstation in the kitchen, and poked my head out to greet him. "Hey," I said, smiling at him. "You want some coffee or tea? If you're up for some lunch, I can take a break from work, and we can head out for a bit." "Thanks," he said, clearing his throat. "I think I'll just grab some water. Not really up for going anywhere right now." "Sure," I said, getting up from my stool and grabbing him a glass. "How'd you sleep?" "Like a rock, for a while at least. Then I woke up at 3 in the morning and couldn't fall back asleep until like 8. "Yeah, jet lag is a bitch." I handed him the water. "You hungry? The leftover Chinese is all yours if you want it." He smiled at me as he chugged the water. "Not really, actually," he said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "I just wanted something to drink and maybe get some more sleep." "Sure," I said. "Just let me know if you need anything, okay? I'm around all day today." He saluted me as he refilled his glass and headed back for the stairs. "If it's okay, I think I'll take advantage of that big-ass bathtub in the guest bathroom." "It's all yours, buddy," I said. "Your sister dragged me to Lush the other day, so if you want a fancy-ass bath bomb, you're all set." I finished with an eye roll and a soft laugh. He laughed. "Thanks, but I know better than to go digging in my sister's bathroom amenities. That stuff is sacred." "Right," I said with a smile, then turned back to my computer as he left the kitchen. The rest of the day passed quietly, and I couldn't help checking my phone compulsively as I waited for Nat to come home. I hoped she'd talk to me about what was happening once she got here, or just speak to me in general. But the longer I waited, the more she seemed to stay away, and the pit in my stomach grew until I finally ate cold Chinese food in despair and went to bed. I was thankful to have fallen straight to sleep, but was pissed when I woke up an hour later. I checked the phone, but no word from Natalia since she texted earlier in the evening, saying she would be late. I couldn't fucking sleep, so I grabbed a book and started to read. When Nat finally came home, I was in the process of rereading the same damn paragraph for the millionth time. "Did you have a good day?" I asked, setting my book aside. "Mm-hmm," she said, putting her purse on the vanity without looking at me. "Sorry if I made you worry. Some friends and I decided to go for drinks after work." I shook my head. I wasn't worried. Holy fuck, we're having a conversation. Progress? "How was Shane today?" she asked. "Did he come out of his room to make some mayhem in Mayfair?" "Cute," I said. "No, he didn't. He's been sleeping all day. I'm not sure if he's really slept a full night since the beatdown." She turned back to look at me with her eyes growing wide. "Is he okay? Should I check on him?" She stood up and bit her lip. "I went by his room but thought he was asleep, and I didn't want to wake him." "He's fine," I said, getting off the bed and walking over to her. "I promise. He surfaced twice today for water and food. He threw down some cold noodles with me at dinner." She blinked a few times as if unsure whether to trust me and my assessment of her little brother. I reached out, rubbing her arm to reassure her. Her breathing slowed, and I saw the sudden worry quieting down. What the hell is wrong with her, I thought, not expecting her to nearly go into a panic attack. I wished I could just pull her in, wrap my arms around her, and show her how much I loved her, and for a second, I wondered what was stopping me. After all, I'd already committed myself to her, hadn't I? I'd already decided I wanted this life with her, which meant I needed her at my side regardless of the moods she fell into. This was all so foreign to me, though. Instead of reading a book about the history of Genghis Khan, I should have been downloading something like What to Expect When You Finally Find Your Sorry Ass in a Relationship, so I would know what the fuck to do. As I stood there hoping I was doing this part right, Nat dropped her hands, turned away from me, and then headed into the bathroom, leaving me to stare after her. The following 2 days passed in much the same way, virtually zero conversation with Nat, and me turning to Shane for company at the end of a long day at work. I was fine to hang out with her brother, but shit, I was beginning to feel like he and I were the ones in a relationship. "Nat," I said, pulling back the covers and getting into my side of the bed. "You need to talk to me." "I don't need to do anything, Spencer," she said, lying on her side and facing the wall. "What I need to do is go to sleep. Then tomorrow, when I wake up, I need to get dressed and nail this project down. That's what I need to do." I lay on my back, staring up into nothing, and ran my fingers through my hair. It wasn't in my nature to deal with anyone's bullshit, but for the first time ever, my heart was overruling my brain, which was the only reason I hadn't walked away. If I could get Nat to open up, we might be able to have an honest discussion and unpack what's going on here. I wasn't the type of man to sit back and be walked all over, but it was clear that Nat was acting out because she was in pain, and if I could help her, I would. The next morning, I decided to spend my free afternoon with Shane, attempting to get some insight into why Nat had shut down. He was the best lead I had, since she wasn't talking.
Mr. Monroe?
Yes, Christine, I answered my assistant, who was old enough to be my mother, through my desk intercom.
Shane Hoover is here to see you.
Show him in, thank you, I said, shutting down my laptop. I turned to gather my leather briefcase and put away the last of my work on the Grover project. I would deal with those bastards in the morning. Holy shit, I heard Shane say from behind me. Sorry, ma'am, he said to my secretary. She smiled.
Not to worry, dearie.
She glanced at me, staring over her glasses.
Mr. Monroe's office isn't soundproof, so trust me when I say I've heard it all.
Hopefully not my sister when she's here, Shane said, then looked immediately back at my smile and watched as I shook my head no.
Mr. Monroe knows better than to pull that nonsense on me,
she said with an authoritative gaze, her Birmingham accent thicker than a moment ago. I would never, I smoothly lied as she playfully waved her hand dismissively. Thank you, Christine. She nodded and turned to leave as Shane walked forward and took an empty chair across from my desk. So, who sits in this hot seat? I grinned as I continued to pack up my things neatly. You do at the moment, I said, glancing up at him. And tomorrow I'll have the CEO of a company we acquired last October sitting in it. And exactly what do you do here? Must be good, judging from the view. I glanced out my office windows, taking in the sprawling views of the city. Tomorrow I'll have Benson Fields sitting in that chair. I eyed Shane's confused expression. And he'll sit there until I make him crack and tell me why he's been embezzling money from Mitchell and Associates. Fucking hell, he answered. How can you tell he's embezzling? I mean, are you sure? I sat back in my chair, tucking away my computer cords. It's my job to sniff out the weasels. And when we have a CEO who's withholding earnings from the company that funds it, all it takes is one tiny little slip-up, one wrong glance, and I'm on their asses. And trust me, Mr. Fields will not enjoy sitting in that chair tomorrow. Will you have him arrested? Not before I destroy his mental state, I said. As I said, it won't be fun for him. For one, he's not just stealing from my best friend's company. I glanced around my meticulous office and then back to Shane. But I've been needing to blow off some steam, given that your sister has been ignoring me for the past few days. Yeah, I get that, Shane said. Yeah, I doubt that, I answered, knowing this kid had no idea how irritable I'd become since Nat shut down on me. But I wasn't in the mood to go into any of my drama, so I returned to the plans at hand. All right. I took the strap to my leather bag and pulled it onto my shoulder. Where are you taking me to lunch? You're not going to tell me about this Fields guy? What you're going to do to him tomorrow? No, I answered. I'm off the clock and done with the shop talk. So let's get out of here. I'm down for wherever you want to go. So where are we going? Shane frowned. You don't have to hang with me, dude. I walked toward him, standing up. I know, I answered with a smile. However, I have no desire to be with business associates tonight. Even though your sister only says the words good morning and good night to me anymore, I still have this insane desire to keep her around. So if I have to go on a date with a Hoover, I figure it'll be you. Shane rolled his eyes and chuckled. All right, I do know where I want to go, but I'm afraid to tell you. I half smiled as we stepped into the elevator. Cough it up, and you don't need to be afraid of telling me anything. He chuckled. All right, then. He let out a breath. Can we go to Fleet Street? I blinked at him. Why was that so embarrassing for you to ask? I grinned slowly. Are you a Sweeney Todd guy? Did you think I'd judge you for your love of musical theater? He bit his lip diffidently before shrugging. It's a masterpiece.
I don't know if you've ever seen it on stage where the performers are playing their own instruments, but it's fucking excellent.
I held up my hands. Hey, I'm not here to judge. Let's go to Fleet Street. The two of us left my office and headed for the East End, where the true crime junkies like to gather at the Jack the Ripper Museum and head to the Tower of London, looking into the Traitor's Gate while they were at it.
No offense, he said, but I'll admit that you don't exactly seem like the type of person to be into musicals.
Well, I'm into good shit. And you did state that it was a masterpiece, I replied, as we made our way to the tube station. Actually, my grandmother loves the opera. She always took my siblings and me to performances before my father passed away. We'd go to the Teatro alla Scala opera house in Milan. It was quite extraordinary. Most children would hate the opera, but my nonna gave us no choice in the matter. Consequently, I enjoy it immensely. Shane was quiet for a moment as we took our seats on the underground.
I didn't know about your dad. I'm sorry.
You couldn't have known, I said, and I'm the one who brought it up. You're fine. Fortunately, the conversation became more casual as we continued toward Fleet Street and Whitechapel. He told me about how he'd studied sound mixing and engineering, and even pulled out his phone to play me some songs he'd mixed. I had to admit that I enjoyed our time more than I had imagined. We had a particularly good time exploring the museums in the East End, traversing Fleet Street all afternoon, and even stopping by a bookstore so that Shane could pick up a compilation of old penny dreadfuls from the 1800s before heading back to Mayfair. When we arrived back at my place, we saw Nat sitting in the kitchen with a plate of spaghetti, reading a book quietly. I nearly froze where I stood, seeing her sitting there, wearing simple clothes, her hair loosely pulled up, and wearing reading glasses. She was beyond beautiful, lost in the world of her book.
You're both a little late, she said, picking up her plate after taking her final bite and bringing it to the sink. I've already had dinner. That's okay, Shane said. We stopped for fish and chips while we were out. We had some boy bonding time without you. It was awesome.
She chuckled.
Good for you.
She yawned widely and picked up her book, heading for the stairs.
Listen, I'm beat, so don't throw too big a party down here, will you?
Say less, Mom, Shane said. We both suppressed smiles, but didn't look at each other as she headed for the door, letting it swing shut behind her the way she had on her brother's first night here. How the fuck did we wind up in this place? I looked over at Shane, a newfound determination set in me now. I'm going for something strong tonight. Would you care to join me?
I'll take whatever you're having, he said.
Bourbon, then, I said. I walked over to my bar in the living room, pulled out my best bottle, and poured it into 2 glasses.
The good stuff, eh?
Shane said, as I placed his glass in front of him. I figured you deserved a nice drink, I said, for what I'm about to ask you. He went briefly motionless as he studied the bourbon in his glass before lifting it to his mouth and taking a sip.
I figured this was coming. It's because Nat's been stonewalling you about our dad, am I right?
You might say that, I replied.
It's pretty impressive, actually. She's remarkably adept at shutting down any attempt I've made to get to know her in the beginning. It's like she doesn't believe I'll actually stick around once I hear what she has to say. So if she's not going to talk... I raised my glass to him and crossed my ankle over my knee, reclining into my chair. You will talk. What the fuck happened with both of you and your dad? I didn't give a fuck anymore. I wanted answers, and Shane would give me those answers. I might as well be that poor bastard you're going to drill tomorrow at your office, he said, after another sip. I nodded. Only if you don't give me some answers to this madness I'm blindly navigating. I get you're frustrated. I grinned. You have no idea how frustrated I am. Not with you, but with some ghost that has made an invisible wall between your sister and me. And the reason you don't ask her? I exhaled.
As much as she plays a good role of acting like I don't exist and that she despises my presence, I see through her easily. I know her well enough that if she wanted nothing to do with me, she would have left already. It was a truth I was clinging to desperately. It was the only reason we both hadn't already said goodbye. She wants to tell me she's afraid I'll leave her, so she's preemptively pushing me away. Sadly, I also know she's frightened because she's hiding behind this facade, and if I approach her, she'll either run or freeze, like a cornered animal waiting to get hurt. So I prefer to take an easier route, with you, so as not to cause her added stress. You're correct, she won't open up to you. And I'm afraid if I talk, you might leave her, and if it's because of me opening my mouth, she'll never forgive me. Understandable, I said. However, I'm not playing games. If I were, I would have asked you both to leave my home the minute I was made to feel like some kind of fucking guest in it. Being one who grew up with abhorrent family dynamics, I can assure you that anything you tell me will not make me run away from Nat. In fact, it might work in your favor, since I have a better understanding of how these things work, and I will know how to be there for her. You're right. I grinned over the rim of my glass. I know, I said, before I took a sip. Well, I don't know where to start. Just start, I urged. Well, our dad was legendary for breaking promises. I licked the bourbon off my lips. Like how? He sighed. It started with our mom dying. He was always cold and distant before she died, but after he changed completely. He swallowed more of his drink. It didn't take long for some really bad things to start happening after that. We kept talking, and as the night wore on, my stomach sank further and further into the floor as I got a better feel for what Nat had been holding back from me. My respect for her secrets grew at the same time as my disgust for her father did, and now I understood I needed to take a softer approach with her and what she chose to reveal.
Chapter 26. Nat. My cell phone alarm went off earlier than usual the following morning, and I groaned slightly as I turned over in bed, looking over at the drapes that allowed a hint of gray dawn into the room. When I started setting my alarm so early, I told Spencer it was because I had breakfast meetings around the city with clients. That was the only way I knew to get out of our usual morning routine. A slow, lazy rising, allowing him to hold me and wake me up in all the ways I loved the most. Because we'd arrived at an impasse. I was having trouble reconciling my desire for him and my wish for him to stay with me, with my inability to tell him the truth he wanted to know. Because of that, for the last 3 days, I found myself jumping out of bed and getting myself completely ready for work before most places even opened for their breakfast rushes. As a result, I'd had to be resourceful in finding a decent place to wait out the early part of the morning. There was no place to go, really. So I just grabbed coffee and thanked God it wasn't bitterly cold or raining since. I took that time to walk around and breathe in my surroundings. I couldn't talk about what was going on with me or why I'd snapped into this Twilight Zone version of myself. Hell, this was the first time I was thinking about how I'd just mentally shut off the world these days. I had taken a brutal hit after seeing my brother in his battered and bruised state, knowing our father had been the one to hurt him so badly, and not for the first, 10th, or even 30th time. The physical abuse we'd endured at my father's hand was something I'd long since locked away. But for some reason, the mention of my mother and the memory of her perfume on that sweater cracked open that vault of pain, and it was enough to shatter me. I'd never been good at dealing with difficult emotions, and adding my brand new, so-called relationship with Spencer into the mix made it nearly impossible. How was I supposed to communicate my feelings to him when I couldn't even bear to conjure them in my mind only for myself? I couldn't even think about them, let alone speak them to someone else. It was too far out of my comfort zone, and everything became a perfect recipe for me to have an emotional breakdown if I were the type to let it happen. On the contrary, I didn't break down. I built up. I put walls around myself so high that even I couldn't see over them. I wasn't the type to display weakness. My father showed me the consequences of showing weakness long ago, and I hadn't made that mistake since. It was the only way I knew to keep the dam from bursting. And now, I was fucking numb. I was on autopilot, going through the motions. Whatever came naturally, that's what I was doing. I focused on effortless things, like dressing myself to look like the powerhouse real estate agent I was, and getting out there to secure the best possible deal for my clients. Because of my extra hustle, I'd managed to close the massive commission deal, and I landed 2 others without even trying. Just as I had done for the past 3 days, I grabbed my coffee, found my bench facing a beautiful, large stone fountain, and allowed my mind to turn off before heading to my office and burying myself in work. I scrolled through my phone, wishing I could feel whole again. Instead, I felt outside of my body, but I still had a nagging sensation in me. It must have been my heart, I guess I still had one, to allow Spencer in. But as soon as I considered talking to the man, something inside me would shut down even more. It was like I had no control over the lockdown. So, thinking about Spencer was a bad idea.
"Excuse me, ma'am?"
A voice said to my left. I glanced over to see a tall frame casting a shadow as the sun rose behind him, painting beautiful hues over the city. "Spencer," I said with the excitement of a corpse. "What are you doing out here?"
"I could ask you the same question,"
he answered me.
"So, this is your little hideout, eh?"
He sat by me, and I stiffened, praying to God that he wouldn't offer a romantic gesture. Yes, this was a huge problem. All things sensual in my life had been shut down also. If this played on any longer, I would most likely check into a mental institution. Seriously, for me not to crave sex, especially with this god of a man who knew precisely how to satiate my appetite, was a major fucking problem. "I really want to be left alone," I said.
"I know. You've made that perfectly clear since your brother arrived."
I rolled my eyes, my stomach turning, and focused on breathing. I could almost feel myself battening down the hatches, ready to hide from him deep within.
"Baby, I'm here,"
he continued while I remained silent.
"You need to talk to me or something."
"I don't need you to call me baby," I said, feeling my blood pressure spike at the sentiment.
"Okay,"
he answered, but I didn't hear sadness or frustration in his tone this time. Whatever tone he was using on me was working.
"What would you prefer I call you?"
I exhaled. "Don't act like a dumbass," I said, irritable.
"Fine. I won't act like a dumbass. Instead, I'll act like the dick most people know me as,"
he said. "That's better," I answered. I heard him chuckle.
"So, since I have free will to be a dick because apparently that's what's helping us get through whatever this is, I'll just come out and say it."
"Say what?" I answered.
"What the fuck is going on with you?"
I looked over at him and frowned. "No, that's not going to work either." I half smiled, so torn and troubled I couldn't find the desire for him or anything else, and I had no way to fix this. As if Spencer read my mind and saw the scared little girl who'd just lost her mom and was forced to raise her brother while their dad physically abused them. His entire demeanor changed. He looked like he'd seen the person I truly was, and, in that instant, I felt comforted. For the first time this week, I felt like I could breathe and think.
"Shane and I talked last night,"
he said, his eyes seeming to hold mine like a magnet.
Not about everything, but about his experience with your dad and how you were so protective of him. He also spoke about how Liz distanced herself from the family, leaving you alone to deal with your dad's cruelty and everything else he took away from you.
The wall I'd put up got lower and lower the more he spoke. He wasn't talking to me with pity, like the man who was in love with me. Instead, he was the fierce businessman I'd met so many times in Alex and Bree's office. He was no bullshit, rigid, strong, and all fucking man. And that's who I needed to pull me up from my knees and let me know it was okay to offload my burden. Even though I was feeling a bit more myself, I still couldn't manage to respond to him as he went on. So I just stared ahead, watching the rising sun.
I'm not going to pretend that it's easy for me when you don't confide in me,
Spencer said, ignoring any reactions on my end.
But I understand many more of your reasons for resisting. It was stupid of me to think I'd already done enough to earn your trust.
It's not that, I said, feeling myself thaw at his words. You've done more to earn my trust than any man I've ever met. I looked back at him, thankful he'd pulled me back into my body. It felt like this was the first time I'd taken a breath all week.
That's not saying much, considering your standards and boundaries,
he said, chuckling and leaning over to kiss my shoulder. And somehow, it was like life was resurging into me. I'd never shut down so hard and fast before, and consequently, I'd never experienced this rush of revival, coming back to life as if I were Sleeping Beauty and my handsome prince had just kissed me. This was all a mystery to me.
I want you to know that whatever you have to tell me about the past and what you've been through, I'm here when you're ready. I'll be patient and wait to hear whatever you want to tell me, whenever you want to tell it. I meant it when I said I love you. That hasn't changed. And just because I'm a little annoyed that you're not confiding in me and avoiding me, that doesn't change the fact that I'm in this. I'm learning rather quickly. That's what it means to be in love.
He reached up, smoothing a strand of hair back and behind my ear.
You know, just in case you missed that particular memo.
God, you're such a condescending ass sometimes, I said, laughing more with relief that I'd felt this strange fog leave me and that I didn't tense up at Spencer's tiny, tender gesture of touching my hair. You know that, right?
A condescending ass. Really?
Really? I arched an eyebrow at his sexy expression.
Well, fuck me. I was trying to act like the dick most people hate,
he said, his smile growing to take up his entire face.
And yet, you love me anyway. You responded well to that method, though I don't prefer to act that way with you.
He smiled again. I don't think you were at full capacity, Dick, I teased.
I wasn't.
He grinned.
Though you love that side, right?
I couldn't help the smile that spread across my face, and I reached up to run my thumbs over his cheekbones and along the edge of his chin, taking in the beautiful lines I hadn't allowed myself to indulge in the last few days. God only knows what that says about me, I replied, not bothering to suppress the smile that lit up my face. He tipped back his head and laughed.
Thank God, you're finally admitting it again, he said. I was starting to go insane without you admitting how you actually felt.
Just me? I asked, tilting my head back to raise my eyebrow at him. I'm not the only one who's been quiet over the last couple of days. Am I?
I've only been taking my cues from you, he said, grinning down at me. Which is why it hasn't felt right to do this.
He leaned forward, pressing a kiss to my throat, drinking in my perfume as he did so. He let his lips linger over the soft skin on my neck, allowing his tongue to taste me as he dragged his mouth down the center of my throat. I sighed, letting my eyes roll back at the feeling. He wasn't the only one who'd missed this. And now, I gasped as his teeth scraped over my collarbone.
Now it just feels right, he murmured. But we need to head home for me to formally reintroduce myself to what I missed aside from your dazzling smile.
Well, not yet, I said, smiling down at him as he teased my neck before bringing his eyes to meet mine. The look and that sparkle that made his dark brown eyes glisten in a shade of bronze told me it had really been too long. I lifted my hands to frame his face and kissed his forehead tenderly. I do love you, Spencer, I said, with more sincerity than I'd ever mustered. I truly do. I stared deeply into his eyes, and I saw his truth. It was always there. I just never paid attention to it. Well, in my defense, I was programmed not to when he and I first met. If there was ever a man I needed to keep my defenses around, it was him. But that all faded today. I thought about how he stuck around through my bizarre array of emotions, not wavering even as I disconnected from myself and detached from him. There was no reason Spencer should have kept me around when I tried so hard to push him away. Yet he did. And not only did he stick around, he searched me out this morning, working to break down the defensive wall I'd put up to shield myself from the world. No man had ever done that for me, cared enough to work around my bullshit. We'd gone from him answering his cell phone while having sex to now. A bomb could have gone off next to us, and he wouldn't be distracted by it. He wouldn't take his eyes off me. I was important. For the first time in my life, I felt important to someone, essential to their life, and that was enough.
Let's go home, he said, standing and offering me his hand. I know you didn't have to go to work this early, and that you have no meetings or breakfasts to attend. So, there's no rush.
On the way home, Spencer explained that he had to be at work to deal with a CEO he'd caught embezzling funds from Mitchell and Associates, which would give me plenty of time to talk to my brother, who was very used to me shutting down, but not this extremely. And then, Shane and I could take some time and just breathe a little, without the stress of talking about our father. But the main issue Shane and I needed to address was his drug use, and that I wouldn't tolerate it any longer. I wondered if I could maintain my relationship with Shane if he didn't get clean and sober. I could only tolerate so much before shutting him out of my life for his own good. I loved him, and that's what scared me the most. Being hurt by the ones you love the most was the most painful feeling in the world. Perhaps I shut down so hard this week because, after seeing Shane in such a horrible state, my subconscious knew it would come down to this, and the thought of losing him or casting him aside was too much to bear. Who knows? Maybe I was subconsciously putting Spencer to the test, giving him every reason to break it off. But he passed that test with flying colors. What I did know was that I felt confident again. I was a woman of action and was about to prove it.
Chapter 27. Spencer. It was a relief to have the whole plane to ourselves, even though we couldn't take full advantage of it the way we did on our way to Italy. Of course, I couldn't deny Shane's presence had put a bit of a damper on the way I'd envisioned our flight back home, but that was only me being selfish. Since our reconciliation, things had been easier for the three of us, but I couldn't help noticing a definite rift between Nat and her brother, and it wasn't for any conscious reason that I could tell. Ever since I overheard him admitting to using ketamine, and from what I'd been able to read between the lines since then, I had my suspicions that he was holding something back. But I knew Nat wanted to help him more than anything else, and I had no doubt she would. Still, all bothersome drama set aside, it was a lovely last 2 days in London. Nat acted as a tour guide, taking her brother to all the sights he wanted to see, and I returned to work, buttoning up the last of the bullshit from the embezzling dick of a CEO. As I sat and worked at the airplane table on our flight home, my mind drifted back and forth. I was focused on going between my phone and my laptop as I contemplated some of the new contracts Jim had forwarded me. He needed me to review the latest deals that Mitchell & Associates had underway and peruse some prospective ones for the next few months. But unfortunately, I was fucked in the focusing department. If my mind wasn't wandering, then my eyes were continuously drawn to where Nat and her brother sat side by side, quietly discussing what was to come. My mind drifted back to my discussion with Nat when she'd opened up to me more about her fucked-up dad. Sadly, Nat and Shane didn't have a lot of answers about why their dad was so cruel. They assumed it had to do with inheritance from their mother, of all things, which I understood all too well. But many details were a mystery, and that was all I knew. I didn't want to press hard for more because I promised her my patience, which was precisely what I would give. Family issues were sticky, and I knew that firsthand. Her willingness to communicate when she was ready was all I needed for now. The rest would come in time. I smiled when Shane stood up. "I'm going to go lay down in the back," he said. "Well, if you plan on using mine and your sister's room, you're sorely mistaken," I said with a grin, resting my chin in my hand and swiveling slowly in my airplane seat. "I'll be in one of the peasants' rooms then," he answered with a laugh. "Maybe that hot flight attendant can join." "I think that hard-working young woman will be just fine without your unwanted advances, thank you very much," Nat said, agitated and most likely because of the conversation she and Shane had before he got up. "Now go rest." Shane nodded and left to find a room, and I walked over and sat next to her on the leather sofa. "I heard you talking about inheritance stuff again. You know, if anyone can understand complicated inheritances and weird interpersonal relationships with family, it's me. Just let me know to what level you want me involved, and I'm on it." "That's the thing," she'd said, turning to look at me. "I'm not sure if I should involve you in this. Everything with my dad is so intense and bizarre. He always makes things much more complicated than they need to be. So if I bring in my big-shot boyfriend from his elite company, who happens to be an Oxford-educated attorney—" "Solicitor," I corrected gently. "Yeah, whatever," she bit back at me, gently. "Anyway, he'll see that as an attack, and he will fight back. It won't be pleasant." "I wouldn't expect it to be," I said. "But I take your point, and I would never want to make things harder for you." I sat back some and nodded toward her somber expression. "I'll take my cue from you on how to proceed." She smiled and ran her hand up my leg. "Thank you." I got up when I heard an email alert, hoping it was the one I was expecting from the security division of the company, and walked over to check my computer. As I did, I couldn't help but notice the nagging feeling in my stomach that I'd essentially told Nat I'll sit back and wait until the last minute to help her. Because let's face it, if Natalia Hoover needed help, she would never ask for it. Not in a million years. We were too alike in that way. So I'd put myself in a position not to lift a finger, even though something could go wrong with her abusive father, which didn't sit right with me. I quickly responded to the company that had gotten back to me and closed my laptop. I glanced over and saw that Nat was reclined on the couch, setting one arm behind her head and putting the other hand on her face to cover her eyes. I went over to where she was lying and picked up her feet. "What are you—" "Oh," she said, uncovering her face briefly, and then relaxing once more as I sat down on the couch and set her feet on my lap, slowly pulling her shoes off one by one. "Not that I'm complaining, since these shoes look incredible," I said, placing the lovely black torture devices carefully next to my feet. "But I will never, ever grasp why you do that to yourself. Doesn't wearing that shit hurt?" "Sure," she said, shrugging.
If you don't spring for quality, and even then it's a pretty gnarly experience. But that's the price we pay for looking like $1,000,000, right?
I shook my head. I still don't get it.
You appreciate the sight of it, don't you?
I smiled, leaning over to give her a simple kiss. I do, that's true. I sat back on the sofa and began to rub the graceful arch of her foot, luxuriating in the sigh of pleasure she let out as I indulged in the massage. You okay? I asked, leaning back and wrapping both my hands around her feet so I could give the massage my total concentration. This isn't me getting involved, I swear. But in case you weren't sure, a healthy part of relationships is one party asking the other if they're okay when dealing with family messes. She shrugged as she reached one hand up and set it on my shoulder.
If you say so.
She sighed, stretching her foot out so my thumb could access every bit.
If you promise to massage me like this on the regular, you can ask me whatever you want.
Will you answer, though?
Probably not, she chuckled.
Then she sighed, sat up, and reached out for a pillow that she set under the small of her back so she could concentrate on the conversation.
This isn't the place for this conversation anyway.
Why? We're alone.
I know, but I don't want to risk Shane coming out and thinking we're talking about him, even though we're just trying to figure out how to extricate him from everything that has to do with our family trust.
Exactly what were your mother's requests regarding the trust? I questioned, wanting to know more about this peculiar situation.
Mom had specific wishes and instructions for how she wanted her assets distributed, particularly after we used the money set aside for us to go to school.
And since this is boiling down to Shane not getting his full inheritance, I assume he didn't follow instructions of your mother's school requirements?
No, that isn't the issue, she answered. Shane did exactly what he was supposed to do on that front. He didn't get honors, but he did well. And when he went to her estate attorney...
Her face grew distant.
The attorney said there was nothing else for him, which made no sense. There should have been a lot more in that trust, which is partially the fucked-up reason why my brother still has a key to Dad's house. Dad still gives him money, partly so he can pay for the apartment.
I frowned and studied her troubled expression. Aside from the fact it seems that money was stolen from your brother's inheritance, your father still seems to be controlling his adult son. I mean, there's no easier way to control people than through their need for money and desperation that way.
You're correct in that assumption.
And would I be correct to assume your dad is likely the thief who stole from your brother's inheritance, most likely to create this toxic atmosphere of control? I said, looking down at her. She nodded, her face solemn as she looked away. Do you think he stole from you, too?
If he did, he was a lot sneakier and more subtle, and it was much less than he took from Shane, because I haven't noticed, she said.
How long have you known about all of this?
I knew a little bit about it, but I'm honestly just learning about it in its entirety. This whole time, I had suspicions about why he was broke and needed our dad for money, but Shane asked me not to go too deeply into it. He knew I had my issues with Dad, and he didn't want to have a hand in making things more complicated, I guess.
I studied her when our eyes locked. Nat practically stared me down as if she could read my mind and the next question I wanted to ask. If Nat loved her little brother so much, why did she wait so long to get involved? That just didn't add up to me. I refrained from asking because the question was adversarial in nature, and there was no way to sound sympathetic and accusatory in the same breath. On the other hand, I had to hope she knew I could intimately relate to a messed-up family with parents stealing and manipulating their adult children over greed and wealth. I let the conversation die there and pressed a kiss to the top of her foot before lifting them off my lap. I'm going to get back to work, I said, giving her a grin. I have a couple more items to handle before we land.
What about my other foot?
she asked indignantly, wiggling her left toes at me. Later, I said. Ever heard of delayed gratification? Asshole, she muttered, and I chuckled as I walked back to my desk and turned over my phone. My smile faded suddenly as I looked at the screen and saw the 7 missed calls, all from the same name, H. Monroe. My stomach dropped as I thought about why Heidi would call me when we'd exchanged such harsh words at the wedding. My phone lit up again, and the name Stephen flashed across the screen this time. I stared at my phone, confused, wondering why my family was blowing my ass up suddenly. I picked up the phone and swiped my thumb across the bottom to unlock it. Then I decided to act as if I didn't just notice 7 missed calls from our mother. Hey, I said. How is Seychelles, and why the hell are you interrupting your married bliss to call me? To tell you to answer your mother's call so she stops fucking bothering my wife and me. God damn it. Steve's tone was so cold and abrupt that I stood up and walked to the conference room at the back of the plane. Nat looked up, worried. Everything okay? She quietly asked. Fine, I mouthed back to her and turned toward the conference room. Natalia was more focused on her own family bullshit, and I was pretty confident the drama was just igniting on my end. I held the phone to my ear once I walked into the private jet's conference room. Sorry about that, I said. I needed to get some privacy. Oh, forgive me, I didn't realize I was intruding. Perhaps that's why Mum is blowing my phone up. You're just too... Steve, I said, interrupting him and shutting the door behind me. I get it. Fuck. Now, I'd rather you get straight to the point instead of bitching about the point before you make it. Why the hell is Heidi calling you? To tell me that it's up to me as the oldest son to cut my honeymoon short and come home so that we can, and I quote, save my idiot brother from that little whore. Her words, but I've been hearing them for 2 days, Spence. They're obviously her words. That woman is the devil herself, and I'm sick to fucking death of her baseless opinions about my life. Yeah, well, her baseless opinions have been blowing me up for the past 2 days because you're not answering your phone. Stephen, she hasn't spoken to me since your wedding, I said. I only just got 7 missed calls from her, and I have no idea what the fuck crawled up her ass and died, but I have nothing to do with it. Well, you clearly have something to do with it because she's hyper-focused on you. Oh, in a different way than she's always been, I asked, unable to stop my venom from coming out. What's different about this? I didn't ask for this, Spencer. I never asked for it either, Stephen. We were quiet for a moment, each of us taking a minute to calm down. Nothing like a toxic parent putting the siblings up against each other. Listen, I said, pressing the bridge of my nose between my fingers. I have no idea what she's after now. Let me know if you figure it out, but I'd recommend blocking her. She never makes sense anyway. Insulting Natalia or trying to save me from my wife is an old play in the handbook for evil mothers-in-law. So she's going in circles if she's trying to come up with any idea on how to do that. So other than that, block the woman if you don't want to deal with her calls. I won't do that. Well, I don't envy your wife on her honeymoon, I said. I have to go. Enjoy the Indian Ocean, and trust me, blocking Heidi might save the honeymoon and your marriage. I won't let that woman ruin my wife's opinions of me, and you shouldn't either. Spencer. I hung up before we could exchange another word. Chapter 28. Spencer. We landed smoothly, as we always did when flying with Jim's outstanding flight crew. Aside from the obvious luxury of traveling privately, the flight crew Jim had working for him was priceless. Call me a superficial, rich dick, but it was great to have the best pilots in the world flying your ass around. It was a pleasure to safely return you and Miss and Mr. Hoover home, sir, the captain said, after we reached the bottom step, exiting the plane. I shook the captain's hand and grinned at him after he paid no attention to the $200 cash tip I'd offered through a generous handshake. Thank you, Jack. Smooth fucking landing as always, I teased, knowing he had an excellent sense of humor, which a man like myself appreciated on these long-ass flights. You know I pride myself in that, he smirked. As you should, and it's why I always compliment you, I chuckled. Have a great evening. You too, Mr. Monroe. I excused myself, turned, and saw Nat getting into an Uber that had pulled alongside the Bentley where my driver was waiting for us. I frowned in confusion and walked to where the flight crew was loading the last of their luggage into the car. May I ask where you both are heading off to? I asked, when Nat turned back to me. Sorry, you were talking to the pilot, so I couldn't tell you about the Uber taking Shane and me home. I looked at her as if she'd grown 2 heads. Forgive my directness, but I believed home would be at my place either in the hills or Malibu. Why would you think I would be moving in with you? She laughed, as if all of this was a hilarious joke that I was on the ass end of. I don't know. Perhaps because your cute little ass has been living with mine for the last 2 to 3 weeks overseas? Yeah, no, she said. Her tone was sweet, but I was confused as hell. Am I missing something? I asked. I'd hardly expected her to jump off the jet and take an Uber home the moment we landed. Are we home now and leaving the relationship back in the UK? No, she said, getting flustered. Spencer, I need to be with my brother for a while. Let us work some of this out. I'm not going straight from our vacation to moving in because we've been living together for 3 weeks. Just give me time. I absently glanced at her ring, and she must have noticed because she sighed, took it off, and placed it in my hand the same way I'd given the pilot his tip. So I guess this was my tip for 3 weeks of being in my arms and giving her a shoulder when she finally decided to cry on it. What the fuck is happening right now? I asked, growing angrier by the second. I'm going home, and you're going to the office like you said when the jet was over Arizona. That's all. I'll text you later. She leaned forward and kissed my cheek before sitting in the car and turning to where Shane was typing like a madman on his phone. Well, okay then. I forced a smile. You kids drive safe, I said, trying to pull it together and act like the most beautiful woman on this tarmac wasn't dumping me and driving off in a fucking Ford Fiesta. I pulled my act together as fast as I caught it falling apart and slipped my wedding ring off. The days of playing the dumbass married couple had ended, and part of me was glad the ridiculous show was over. I hated fake shit. With both rings tucked into my pocket, I turned to my driver, who was shooting the shit with the flight crew. Tony, I'm going to need you to take me to the office downtown. Right away, sir. It had to be the look on my face that made everyone quickly return to their post-flight duties. My good mood was long gone, and now I had to focus on work, all while having not slept on the flight home and knowing jet lag would kick my ass in a couple of hours. I texted Jim before I opened any more emails. Thank God I had work to keep my mind occupied. Spencer, wheels are on the ground. I'm heading to the office now. Jim's text came immediately back. Jim, take the rest of the day. I've got everything locked down from all the shit you handled on the plane. Spencer, nah, I need to focus on work to keep my mind off Nat. Jim, you know, in most healthy relationships, you don't want to keep your mind off your partner. Spencer, and yet. Jim, is Tony driving you? Spencer, yes. Jim, good. I'm sending him the address to where I'm having drinks. I'll see you in about 15 minutes. I honestly wasn't in the mood to talk about feelings, but this was Jim, and if there was one man who could make you feel better about your shit, especially in relationships, it was that man. Too bad I hadn't asked him if he'd been in the company of the entire gang tonight, because I wasn't in the mood for their bullshit. However, it was too late by the time the hostess led me to the back of the room, where the 3 doctors and 2 CEOs sat, drinking their preferred drinks. They were all smiles, looking like sharks getting ready to devour my ass as soon as I sat down. Sexy Spence, Jake, the heart surgeon, and Jim's brother hit first. It was apparent they'd all been filled in that Spencer fucked up the first relationship they'd known me to have. From the look on your face, I'm thinking whiskey tonight? Something a bit harder? Harder? What are you going to give him, moonshine? Colin, the neurosurgeon and Jake's best friend, said, elbowing Jake in his side. Bourbon. I smiled at him and the waitress who'd approached for my order. Sour, thank you. I finished and looked at the expressions of each of my friends who waited for me to spill my guts about what had happened with Nat while we were overseas. Cameron, the pediatric neurosurgeon, sat to my left, and Alex and Jim, wearing their no-nonsense CEO masks, sat at each end of the table silently, waiting to peel me open to see if I'd bleed for them tonight or not. Should I start? Cameron spoke, his deep blue eyes mischievous as fuck. I hadn't realized it was show and tell in kindergarten today, nor did I know Jim would be here with all the circus clowns, I said, looking at Jim, but my deadly expression only turned a smile up on the bastard's face. Well, fuck. I'd always been cocky as shit with these assholes, giving them shit for their lovey-dovey relationships and insisting I'd never fall into this trap, and now it was time to pay the piper. And they knew it. Karma was about to bitch-slap me, and I needed a whole lot more booze than what I'd ordered if I was going to be able to listen to this. So he's pissed, Colin said, raising his glass of scotch toward me. Everyone at this table owes my ass a round since I was right that you ain't getting laid tonight. I couldn't help but smile at the shit I knew I was about to take. If that's the way this is going to go, gentlemen, I said, eyeing their smiles, then raise the glasses and keep them coming because we're all about to get drunk tonight. Tell us what went down, Jim cut in, keeping the conversation level so he could get the real information about what had happened since I left 3 weeks ago. Nothing, I said. Everyone owes Cameron a round. He called it that this dick would avoid the topic, Alex said, eyeing me as if to challenge me for more. I'll buy Cameron a drink for knowing me well enough to call the truth, I said. Actually, Cameron said, since Jim was a wealth of information while helping bust open the case in my problems with Jessa, I should be offering you the same advice. What dipshit? I asked, wishing I hadn't. Slow, no, and go, he said. I watched Jim practically spit his drink back into his glass while the rest of the table erupted into laughter. Laugh it up, chumps, I said, with a smile of my own. However, that's not where I'm at in this relationship, so it doesn't apply to me. Well, if you'd speak up, we'd know where you were and could advise you accordingly, Alex said. I don't need advice. That's not why I'm here, I said, with my eyebrows raised and a laugh of disbelief that these idiots all thought I'd come to cry into my glass over a woman. I thought I was meeting Jim after a string of emails went sideways on my flight back. Having drinks should help me sleep to get rid of this jet lag faster. Jesus, at least there was still some piece of me left that I hadn't offered up for Nat to take, stomp on, and walk away with. Yeah, well, you look like shit, Jake said. So spill it. I have kids at home who will be pissed if their dad misses bedtime stories. It's nothing, really, I said. It was better to get straight to the point than tiptoe around this shit all night with jokes from these clowns. Nat and I decided we saw something more in each other on our trip and have decided to try it out. Who knows where it goes from here? Jim scratched his head, sat back, and crossed his arms. If it were easy as that, I'd believe you. But it's not. You're holding back because of your vulnerability, which I didn't know you possessed until now. Fuck that, I said. No, Jim was sterner. That will fuck me if you don't air it out. If I lose my best guy because you're in denial and unprepared, then I will be fucking pissed. Ignore all of us, dip fuckers. We're just giving you a hard time, Colin spoke, using his favorite made-up word. Just tell us what the fuck is going on. We're honestly here for you. Not without me saying that you had to know this could go either way, man, Cameron added. I mean, it's Natalia fucking Hoover you've chosen to be in a relationship with. Of all the available women, you picked the one who has damn near made a blood oath never to settle down. This shit could get tricky to navigate for you. Thanks for that reminder, I said, pinching the bridge of my nose. Well, that's basically the issue. I didn't think it would be this challenging, given she and I both shared the same idea of relationships. But I'm fucked, I think. That foreign feeling inside is what the rest of the world calls emotions, Alex said. Very funny, I said, rolling my eyes. I'm aware of what emotions feel like, prick. I'm just not used to being pushed around by them. Well, we've all been in your shoes, dude, Colin said. I'll go on record and say that if a woman doesn't shake you up a little and make you feel that heart of yours, she ain't fucking worth it. Jake nodded and grinned. If she doesn't make you fight for it, she's not for you. And for one who was chasing ghosts for over a year with my lady, Cameron said, I'll tell you, it's worth the fight in the end. You learn a lot about yourself. Trust me, I did. You also learn to appreciate the fuck out of her, knowing how close you were to not having her, Alex added. I don't think we're that deep into a relationship yet, I said. Though I did think she should come home with me and stay with me tonight. Moving in together already? Jim asked. Why not? We live together at my place in London. You were on fucking vacation. Alex reconfirmed what I already knew. What's the difference? We were both working and shit, just like we will be doing out here. Okay, this is going back to Jim's bullshit relationship advice, Jake said. That whole slow, no and go shit. Your ass is in the slow zone, as in slow the fuck down, and don't ask the woman to move in with you. Give her fucking time. She's probably got to tend to the life she's had for years without your ass in it. Chill the fuck out and appreciate why some people shouldn't get married just because they think they've found their soulmate. True, I said. I was shocked that I agreed with Jake, the least serious one of us all, and that was saying a lot when you put him up against Colin. That's what I'll do. Just calm the fuck down and settle into the slow lane. Which should be easy for you since you drive like a granny in that damn bitchy little Ferrari you own, Colin said, always bringing cars and racing into the picture. Sure, I answered, wanting this conversation to die. Don't just go slow with all of this, though, Jim added. Let her lead for a bit. That isn't natural for you, but Nat has a bold personality. So perhaps it's best if she shows you what she wants for a bit, and you follow along like the sad little puppy dog you are. Fuck, this isn't going to be easy. It won't, Cameron said. You can bet your ass on that. Your heart will tell you one thing, and your mind will tell you another. It's already written all over your face. You have to level these things down with each other. Don't give too much power to each of them. You'll be fine. Look at all of us, Colin interjected. I swear to God, women don't have shit on the relationship talk we pull off. Listen to us advising someone once they head down the rabbit hole of love. And we're damn good at this, too. We should write a fucking book. Seriously, Jake said, looking at me. I didn't think you were not serious, I said. Why would I think the world's leading heart surgeon wouldn't want to write a book on relationships? It's almost as if saving relationships is more important than saving lives. Jake chuckled. Mark my words, Dick. He narrowed his eyes at me and grinned. You'll be begging me to save your life by saving your relationship by the time this is over. Huh? I questioned. A relationship is like a mountain you've got to climb. You're at the base of it and haven't even started climbing yet. You've just got your gear, and you've looked up at the beast and thought you'll be fine. Trust me, you'll want more advice soon enough. Once I managed to get 2 straight days of sleep and clear my head of the jet lag, admittedly checking my phone every few hours to check on the texts from Jim and Nat, I came into work and began to refocus my energy on the acquisitions I made while I was abroad. I hadn't had much time to focus on them after I caught the embezzling CEO, but despite my lack of focus on the acquisitions, I was pleased to see that everything was still coming through strong. The emails I'd sent out to charm the small startups were also paying off, and I smiled with pride when I saw they were thrilled to know that Mitchell and Associates wanted to acquire them and give them an infusion of cash to help them get off the ground. Everything in the office was going as well as was possible, and Jim and I toasted with a well-earned scotch practically every day. Shit was going strong, and I felt fucking great about that. However, it didn't feel as entirely awesome as it used to, and that's because Nat clouded my mind throughout the day. Since we landed, I texted her every day, asking her whether she'd be coming to spend the night with me, or if she wanted me to spend the night at her place. I had to wonder if I was turning into a clingy son of a bitch. However, only seeing her 2 out of the 10 nights since being home made it clear that it was normal for couples to want to spend time together after they discovered they were in love. The worst part was that it wasn't just the sex I missed. I missed the things I never even noticed with women. I was drifting off in thought, missing all the smallest parts of Nat and having her next to me, having her fragrance on my pillows when I woke up, and being able to reach out and touch her as the first thing that I did, seeing her in the kitchen as I made my coffee. Shit like that. It wasn't like me to be all sentimental, so once again, I found myself in foreign territory and not knowing what the fuck to do. It had been something too easy to become used to, and now she was flitting in and out of my life the way she'd been content to before Italy, before everything had changed. Thank God I was going to see her tonight. I couldn't get to Malibu fast enough. I didn't just need to get laid. I needed this woman in my presence, so I would stop craving her. Nat planned to come over after work, and I decided to order in so I didn't have to share her with anyone at a restaurant. I could only sit here and stare at the ocean waves for so long without checking my phone every other damn second to see if my cameras caught her car pulling into my driveway. Yeah, I was beyond fucked. I had the patience of a 2-year-old lately, which was another thing that was unlike me and my personality. Patience was something that came naturally to me. If I wanted something and didn't want to wait, I just fucking got up and made shit happen. Now I had no power over what I wanted. Nat was in complete control, and I was riding back seat, and there was nothing I could do about it. So I needed to find a way to create a healthy routine with consistent behavior in this so-called relationship. The phone alerted activity on the driveway camera. Fucking finally, she's here. I settled my strides into a casual step when I walked out to meet her at the gate. I walked to her car and smoothly helped her out of it. Then I rolled in full Casanova style, pulling her in for a kiss and luxuriating in her and what I'd been missing for the last couple of weeks. "I've missed your sexy ass," I said, kissing her once again and pulling her inside by the hand. "It feels like it's been forever." "Yeah," she said, her voice non-committal. "Yeah, it has." Fuck my life. This can't be normal. Can it? Inside, the two of us stood around my kitchen island, and I pulled out a bottle of wine as I took her in. She was just as beautiful as ever, but something about her seemed removed, as if her mind were across town. "You all right?" I asked, pouring her a glass of wine and handing it to her. "Is everything okay with Shane?" "We're figuring it out," she said, taking a sip. "Okay," I said, struggling not to feel annoyed. "That's not an answer." She shrugged. "I don't know what to tell you. It's been a process, especially since, according to my dad, Shane robbed my dad and then skipped town. I honestly have no answers. It's all assumptions, and I'm not in the mood to dwell on or talk about it. I think you already know it's pointless to talk about shit when you have no control over the situation and no idea what's going on." "You have no idea," I said, my eyes meeting her serious ones. "What the fuck does that mean?" she questioned. I was in no mood to argue. I just missed her and wanted to fucking have her with me. "It's nothing. If you don't want to talk about stressful shit right now, I won't press you to. I turned away from her, putting the bottle away before coming back and pulling her into the circle of my arms. I wasn't backing down from her. I fucking needed this woman. I inhaled her scent and wrapped my arm around her waist, drinking her in. I've missed you so damn much, baby. It sucks not having you in my bed every night. She gave a dry, disingenuous chuckle before extricating herself from my arms. Oh, relax. I was just here the other day. Feels like it's been longer. The annoyance had officially given way to burning anger, and I came around the island to face her. What the hell is going on with you? Nothing, she said, with as much irritation in her voice as I had in mine. Why are you so closed off with me? I'm not, she insisted, to which I could only roll my eyes. Call me fucking crazy, Nat, but I thought us saying we love each other and what we had in London meant something. It did. It does. And me not staying with you every night doesn't mean jack shit, she retorted, her cheeks flaming. It could just mean I have a ton of work in the morning and I like my own bed. Have you ever thought that might be what's different from our relationship in London? You weren't complaining about how much work you had when riding me at the crack of dawn every day and still going to work afterward. Before your brother arrived, of course, I said, not knowing where the words had come from. All that sex didn't seem to hurt your work performance then, did it? Jesus, she said, stepping back and running her nails through her hair. Suddenly I'm reminded why I avoided doing this relationship shit for so many years. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? That I could get what I wanted from a man without all the fucking drama of a relationship. The words sent a bolt of lightning through me, but I did my best not to let her see how hurt I was by her words. Drama? Oh, you mean the shit that comes with being in a relationship? I asked. A relationship you seemed pleased about before we stepped off that goddamn jet. We stood there, silently measuring each other before she finally stood up. This isn't worth it, she said. I'm going home. I didn't say a word as the door closed behind her, feeling as though my chest had been caved in with an ice pick. I may have softened up a bit to try out this relationship, but I'd be goddamned if I'd chase a woman who wants nothing to do with me. That is one tune I'd never sing.
Chapter 29. Nat. It was bullshit. All of it. Once I got home, I filled up my oversized bathtub and spent a good 2 hours asking myself what in the world was wrong with me. Why did I have these stupid hang-ups all over again? I booked myself a massage for the next day, but all the massages and bubble baths in the world couldn't mask that I was playing an avoidance game with Spencer again. That wasn't true. I wasn't playing any games with him anymore. I couldn't blame the man for being annoyed with me. Hell, I was annoyed with myself, and I couldn't see a way through other than to just keep working. I would not dwell on things I found negative about myself. There was no way I would fall into self-loathing bullshit either. I was precision-focused on putting my mental health first. If the world around me went up in flames, then let it fucking burn. I should have been more careful about what I wished for, because once I walked away from Spencer, he didn't chase after me. If he had, it would have only pushed me farther away anyway. Even though I wasn't convinced that he was over me, I was acutely aware that I'd fucked this up in a major way, possibly permanently. If that were the case, I wasn't sure how to find my way back from that. There was a reason why I hadn't been in a relationship in more than 15 years. They were messy, and not in the way that I liked. Most of the time, they involved the emotional messes that I actively avoided. That was why I swore I'd be single and happy for the rest of my life. Spencer was right about London. It was nice. It was comfortable. And it was a fantasy. But then, reality hit when my brother showed up on the steps of the office, a brutal reminder of my regular life. It wasn't Romeo and Juliet, and it sure as fuck wasn't wearing $500,000 diamond wedding rings and playing house like Barbie and Ken. I wasn't programmed to do this shit, and so I had no idea how to navigate through any of it. All I knew to do was guard myself and avoid, handling shit alone without being accountable to anyone or anything. It's where I was safe and comfortable, even if I felt a bit miserable without Spencer, when fleeting thoughts of him washed over me. After my bath, I grabbed my laptop and pulled up my real estate software, falling into the coping mechanism I'd started fostering as a teenager when my favorite pastime had been looking at the top real estate in Los Angeles. I'd fantasized about buying a house that Shane and I could run away to, where our dad would have no say about what we did and with whom. Of course, the home I'd fantasized about was still years away when Shane could admit to the kind of help he needed, and, even more importantly, that he would be willing to accept it from me. Just knowing that I continually tried to escape my father by searching for real estate told me the man still had control over my mental well-being, and it pissed me the fuck off. Even so, I continued to peruse palatial home listings while drinking a glass of expensive wine, hoping to quiet my mind. After a second glass of wine, I climbed into bed and finally managed to fall asleep, somehow knowing that this night wouldn't be restful. I was right. As thrilled as I'd been to be back on my custom mattress in my 800 thread count Egyptian cotton sheets, I'd consistently woken up in the middle of the night, feeling like something was missing. Well, not something. I couldn't get away with playing dumb when I knew exactly what I was missing, which was hilarious, considering how I'd always had so much trouble sleeping next to other people. Spending the night in bed with someone had always been something I'd seen as a side effect of hooking up with them, particularly if I wanted morning sex, which I usually did. With Spencer, though, I never felt overwhelmed by his presence, or by having his arms find their way around my waist while we slept. Yet, these days, my actions proved the opposite of how I truly felt about Spencer. What am I doing to my life? Why am I sabotaging myself? I curled into myself, trying to conjure that feeling of safety I'd always been able to create for myself since moving into my lovely condo. And somehow, the bed felt too big, too cold, and too empty. I couldn't access that feeling of security I'd always been able to tap into. It had drifted away, leaving me lost and lonely for the first time in my life. More accurately, I'd chased it away. And even though I'd always been resourceful and could figure out my way around a problem, I couldn't seem to wrangle this particular one. My usual problem-solving abilities seemed to have abandoned me, as I'd finally been presented with a problem that I never believed I'd be in a position to solve. How to win back a guy I'd cold-heartedly driven away. Jesus, is this even my life? I had no idea where I'd start tackling this problem, but I needed to solve it soon. Unfortunately, I had no fucking clue how to proceed, and when I didn't know how to proceed, the only thing for me to do was to dive into work, which is what I spent the next few days doing. It was now Monday, 4 days since I'd pissed Spencer off for the last time, and I was trying not to focus on him or that night. I'd scheduled several meetings with our company's legal team to start rolling out the contracts to finalize the London deal, the one I'd been working on tirelessly for the last few weeks between falling in love, against my better judgment. Finally, we received the signed contracts back, but I was barely aware of it. I was busy looking over the appraisal report for one of the newest properties I had in escrow when Adam, my boss, sent me a text asking me to come into his office. When I walked in, Adam was standing there with a bottle of champagne, which he popped as soon as I closed the door behind me. I couldn't help the slight shriek of surprise that escaped me as the cork came off with a loud pop. It was almost like it woke me up and out of this zombie state I'd fallen into. Holy shit! I laughed more at my reaction than the fact we were celebrating with booze at 11 in the morning.
This is for our #1 real estate agent this year, both commercial and residential,
he said with a wide grin as he filled 2 flutes.
Come on, let's toast your success and the beginning of many huge signing bonuses to come.
I couldn't deny that I was a bit shell-shocked as he stepped forward and handed me the glass. Did they?
Julie and the other gallery owners returned the signed contracts this morning. I'm surprised you didn't see them, he said.
I was slightly dazed as I lifted my glass to my bosses, accepting his salute and the praise for all the work I'd done on that crazy, turbulent trip that had stirred up more than I expected.
Now, all that is left for you to decide is whether you want your payout in one check or divided and added to each of your paychecks.
Are you insane? I asked. I want my bonus now.
Excellent,
he said, grinning at me. We clinked our glasses again, and I drank the bubbly liquid, surprisingly unable to taste the refreshing flavor. I couldn't concentrate on my work for the rest of the day, and it wasn't because of the glass of champagne or the thrill of closing those deals. My mind just would not engage. So, I decided to pack it in early. After all, I had a huge check coming my way. What did I have to lose? Adam looked at me like I was insane when I informed him that I was taking off early, which I couldn't blame him for. I was never out of the office before 6. Once in my car, though, I called a number that had been ignored for too long, which was particularly unconscionable considering how long I'd been home at this point. Nat! My best friend's voice grounded me immediately, and I found myself breathing easier. Are you seriously only calling me now after being back for how many days? I know, I said. But in my defense, I did text the group. Yeah, you texted a mom of baby twins and 2 newly engaged women asking if we want to go out and party, she said, and I could practically hear her eyes rolling. Okay, I'll take that, I said. Regardless, can I come over and see my godsons? For the love of God, please, she said. You know you never have to ask to come over. On my way then, I said, feeling like a weight was lifted a little bit, just knowing I was going to be in the company of Bree and her family. I wanted to get onto the freeway as soon as possible, so I didn't bother to stop anywhere until I was in Malibu. I promptly turned into the parking lot of a 7-Eleven and bought 3 pints of Ben & Jerry's chocolate fudge brownie, the flavor we ate so much in college that we could have single-handedly kept them in business. It was the perfect way to apologize for blowing off my best friend after returning from London. When I pulled into the driveway of Alex and Bree's house, I shucked off my heels and walked up to the front door, letting myself in with the code I'd been given as soon as Bree had officially moved in. Hello, darlings. I'm home, I called, walking inside. I was hailed by Alex, who held his finger up to his lips with a slightly disapproving look. Happy to see you too, sunshine, I teased his shitty expression. Sorry, I'm not trying to arrive unannounced. Bree said it was cool for me to stop by tonight.
No big deal. It's just been a bitch getting Albert to sleep tonight,
he said, reaching his arm out and pulling me in for a hug.
I don't think he woke up, though, so it's all good. All's well that ends well, right?
Always, I said.
Speaking of,
he asked, raising his eyebrows.
How are you and Spence these days?
Something told me this man knew more than I'd care to think he knew about Spencer and me. And it wasn't because I got into the details with Bree, either. Hang on, Bree said, walking in with a sleeping Logan in her arms. Hang on. There's no way you're telling this story when I'm not there to listen to it. Let me put this one in bed and I'll be right back.
You ladies enjoy yourself. I have a loose end to tie up at work,
Alex said. Wait a minute. I looked into his little snake eyes. What made you ask me that question, Alexander? He slipped his hands into his pockets.
Nothing.
He shrugged. I found myself in a standoff with yet another billionaire CEO, and frankly, I didn't have time for this shit. Yeah, remind me to play poker with you so I can kick your ass and take all your money. Your face tells a different story than your lips. He chuckled.
All I can say is that I never thought the day would come.
His handsome expression was more mischievous than usual. And which day is that? I pressed.
The day Natalia Hoover and Spencer Monroe would cry into their wine glasses over bumps in their relationship.
And I'll admit, I never thought this day would come either, wise ass. The day, of course, being when you say something so preposterous to me. I smirked. Let's just hope it all passes and never comes again.
Careful what you wish for,
he said, a little cockier and more candid than I'd like. All right, I'm back, Bree said, letting her hair down from its bun as she walked into the room. What did I miss?
Have fun,
Alex said, kissing Bree before heading up to the next floor of the mansion. God, men. I rolled my eyes at Bree. How the fuck did you manage any of this? I see there's trouble in paradise, and so soon, Bree teased with her dimpled smile. Come on, let's take that ice cream out to the pool area. We don't need Alex in earshot. I couldn't agree more, I said, following Bree into the kitchen and wondering if this would be an informative conversation or one where all I did was bitch about the mess I was in. I've missed you, Bree said, sitting on her opulent outdoor sofa surrounding the neatly crafted fire pit. I'll never understand how you can look so freaking beautiful in sweats and a tank top. It's very annoying, I teased, dipping my spoon into my ice cream. I'll take that as a compliment, she said, raising her eyebrow. It's so goddamn relaxing out here, I said, glancing around at the pool, the waterfalls, the palm trees, and the furniture. You know, everything that one would buy to ensure their outdoor pool area looked like a 5-star resort. I sat out here today while I worked from the house. It was pretty fucking nice. Yeah, well, you designed it. If you ever get bored, you can always start imagining what you'll do for my future backyard. She took a spoonful of ice cream and slid it into her mouth with a laugh. And when do I finally get to do this for the new place you always tease me about buying but never do? When hell freezes over, I guess. I played back. Hell has frozen over, my friend, if you hadn't noticed, she said, tucking her legs underneath her and reclining against the throw pillows on her right side. I leaned back and placed my feet on the granite surrounding the rectangular gas fire pit in front of me. How has hell frozen over? I said, digging into more ice cream. Because I recall you always saying that hell would have to freeze over for you to be in a relationship. And not only has it frozen over, but I think it's in a deep freeze given that you're not just in a relationship, but also seemingly stressed about it. Last I checked, I didn't come over to have a psychic reading, so relax with analyzing my life and hell freezing over. Let's keep the crazy talk to a minimum, I teased. Okay, no crazy talk. Let's get straight to the real talk, she said, staring me down. You're lucky I've been buried in work, or I would have lost my shit when I discovered that Alex knew more about this than I did. I haven't heard jack shit from you, and Alex already has the dirt on the relationship. Hold up, I said. Just what does Alex know about this? He was at dinner with all the guys, and Spencer came in looking like hell. The men do what they always do when they start in on their sewing circle bullshit. They picked his brain and found out Spencer has a bit of a broken heart. I've never known any men who sit around talking about relationships or problems all day like those fools do. I shook my head. Aren't they supposed to only talk about sports and cars or something? You'd think they were all therapists. Well, Bree laughed. You know those guys. They think they know everything about something. I think they just like listening to the sound of their own voices. I rolled my eyes like I always did when it came to the guys. Well, at least he got support somewhere. I've been a dreadful bitch to him. Alex assumed that, too, she said, then laughed and held her hand up when I flashed her a confused look. I'm only kidding. You were getting too serious too fast on me. I had to keep you with me. I know how you get when shit goes deep and emotional. You shut down, and I'm not going to allow that. You know me too well. And sadly, that's all Spencer knows of me these days. I took a deep breath and proceeded to tell her everything from Italy to now, starting with me not having slept with anyone else since my first weekend with Spencer, which was shocking in and of itself. Although she looked almost wistful as I told her about our time at Lake Garda, Verona, and London, she was speechless when I detailed my adventures with Heidi. Bree's eyes widened when I told her about Shane showing up in London with his face beaten practically into ground beef, and she'd put a hand to her mouth when I revealed that our dad had been the culprit. I finished the story by telling her how confused I'd been since coming back, and how effectively I'd put my foot in it this time. Thankfully, she let me talk without interjecting any opinions, which was something I loved about her. She was a top-notch listener. So now, I have no idea how to fix this, I said, resting my chin in my hands. I'm not even sure if I want to fix it. I've been thinking of texting the guy we met at the White Sands Festival since he's going to be in town. Let me get this right, Bree said, sucking on her spoon. Spencer told you he loves you, and you returned the sentiment, and then, when you were reminded that you have an actual life here in LA and that you have shit to shovel, you decided to sabotage it on purpose? And now you want to go hook up with that man from White Sands? You know what you're doing, right? Do I? I answered, feeling uneasy. You hook up with men but never allow a relationship to form, so it's easy to move on to the next with no guilt. This time, it's different. If you go running off and sleeping with a man to cover your problems with Spencer, you'll hurt him even more and brutally hurt yourself. I can see a look in your eye when you speak the man's name, and I know he's different for you. You actually feel something for him. You will hate yourself if you hook up with the other guy. What if I just end things then? That's different. If you end things, then fine. Go and do whatever you want to do. You're a grown woman. I can only advise you. And how would you advise me? To stop allowing this stuff to drown you. You believe it's a bigger problem than it is. You're not used to having someone love and care for you. And from what I've ascertained from your story, that is what Spencer is trying to do. You're like a wounded dog, biting anyone who tries to help you because of what your dad did after your mom passed away. You feel cornered, and you lash out. You need to stop and take a breath. Running into bed with another man will not make you feel better, but it will make it much harder to deal with your problem. You don't see that because you learned to shut down that side of you a long time ago. What the hell is wrong with me? Honestly, Bree. Nothing is wrong with you, Nat. You just have issues that you've never worked through. You probably have abandonment issues, and you definitely have trust issues. You might have gotten to the bottom of these things if you hadn't fired every therapist you ever had. You have to face those problems and stop running from them. You deserve to be happy and in a relationship with a man who adores you, whether that's Spencer or someone else down the road. But you will never know who that is if you don't stop running away and start to work through things. I don't know how. That was the God's honest truth. If Spencer wants to be there for you, then let him. If the relationship part scares you, be honest with him. Start as friends. Let him be there for you as a friend and see where it goes and if it grows from there. I sighed, and the dairy in the ice cream was now enough to make me vomit. I guess. I don't know. I mean, I miss him, but I don't. I looked at her, confused. I don't know if I want any relationship with him, friends or not. Nat, I've never seen you like this about a guy. Ever. And I've seen you juggle plenty of them. But now someone is making you happy and it's scaring you, and your first instinct is to fuck it up? She shook her head. I've seen you scared plenty of times, and you always stand tall and tackle it head on. So, what's different about this time? Your feelings are involved? I don't buy it. At that moment, my phone buzzed. I turned it over to see who it was, and seeing Spencer's name on my screen plummeted my stomach. Is it Spence? Bree asked, looking at my phone. Yeah, I said, swallowing. And I don't know how to avoid getting in deeper.
No way to avoid that,
Alex said, shocking me when he walked out and spoke.
Take it from someone who spent years dancing around playing avoidance games. You can only get deeper. So it's time to swim or drown.
Fuck. I looked at Bree. And now, who's the jackass taking advice from the men at the dinner table? My dumb ass.
Chapter 30. Spencer. I finished walking through the office buildings of Jenkins Media and sipped the last of the coffee the secretary offered Jim and me 30 minutes after we arrived. If Howard Templeton wanted to be late to host the largest corporation in America, which was looking to acquire and grow his business by larger margins than he could imagine, that was his questionable choice. But I had a sour taste about Jim taking on this company. I had no idea if I was picking up on something intuitively, or if I was just on edge because of everything with Nat, but there was something here I didn't like. I was pretty sure it wasn't just because I was generally in a fouler mood than usual lately, which worked out great for me professionally. The more ruthless I was, the more Mitchell and Associates benefited, and I was feeling extremely merciless these days. "What's going through your mind?" Jim asked as we walked out of the elevator.
Good afternoon, gentlemen,
a beautiful young woman said, batting her lashes at both of us. My lack of reaction to this gorgeous woman might have taken me by surprise if I could manage to give a fuck. But alas, I had no fucks to give. What the fuck did Nat do to me? "Good afternoon," Jim responded, bringing her eyes to meet his, taking her fuck-me eyes off me. And as all women did when they locked eyes with him, she nearly swooned. This nonsense usually entertained me, but now I had zero fucking tolerance for it. I remained distant, watching the buzz of the atmosphere of this unique and lavish office building. The chandelier that hung in the large atrium where we stood sparkled in the sunlight that peered through the oval glass ceiling 13 floors above. We were surrounded by plants, a marble fountain, leather sofas, and chairs to accommodate anyone who frequented this place. As I looked around, I saw amenities and priceless works of art and sculptures. It was too much, it was foolish, and it was most likely half the reason this company's deficits were ridiculous for no good reason. There was no fucking way Jenkins Media should be so buried in debt. Regardless, Forrest Jenkins, a total bastard and eldest son of the late Delbert Jenkins, would come crawling to Jim for endorsements anyway. "Jim," I said, nodding in the direction of 2 men in business suits as they approached. One was tall and unusually thin with dark hair, reminding me of the cartoon version of Ichabod Crane, and the other was short and stout with blonde hair and a ruddy complexion. "This is Matthew Price and Frank Thomas." Jim introduced Ichabod first, then his red-faced friend. "Matthew is the VP of Communications, and Frank is the VP of Production." "Gentlemen," I nodded toward the men, before I turned to Jim, needing to speak to him outside the company of these 2 snakes. "I need a quick word, Jim." "We were just telling Mr. Jenkins how fortunate we are that Mitchell and Company are willing to partner with us," Frank said, with more arrogance than his situation called for. I eyed his smile, reading him like a fucking book. Any other day I would have played with these bastards for a while, then got my hands dirty. Unfortunately for them, today was not any other day. Is everything okay, Mr. Monroe? Matthew questioned, running a hand through his shiny brown hair. This time I smiled. He was nervous, and I was like a fucking predator who enjoyed the fear of my prey. Mitchell and Associates, I said, my eyes shifting back and forth between the two men. I'm sorry? Matthew responded. I'm confused, Frank stated, looking at Matthew in confusion. I'm correcting you on the name of the business that is considering acquiring. Acquiring? Matthew Price questioned. That's what I said, I responded calculatingly. Acquiring. It's a word that has quite a different meaning from partnering. I think, please don't think, I answered Matthew Price while Jim took a call on his phone. All you need to do is understand that Jim Mitchell will not be taken advantage of as long as I'm at his side. I assume Mr. Jenkins opted to go to lunch with his secretary instead of being here? I stopped and paused, watching their eyes reveal their secrets. Fucking too easy. Either way, it's none of my concern. What is my concern is why you believe we are partnering with your business, and more importantly, why the hell are you treating Mr. Mitchell and myself as though we are clowns brought to your birthday party? I'm seriously confused, Frank Thomas answered. It took me nearly 10 minutes in our previous meetings with Mr. Jenkins to learn that this media company, which his grandfather started decades ago, is in desperate trouble, I said. The more I listened to Mr. Jenkins spill his guts out for Jim while going through updated numbers, which were much different than the ones emailed to me by your company, shit started to add up. And? Matthew Price said, as if I were telling him a bedtime story. What did you come up with? How much do you think that chandelier that hangs above my head costs? I asked, pointing up. No idea, Frank answered, obviously irritated with me because his face was getting redder by the second. What does that hunk of metal and glass have to do with this? Price chimed in. It reminds me of a chandelier that sold for $1.3 million through London's Sotheby's. It is said the chandelier that sold for that monumental price was part of a collection that Emperor Napoleon had requested. I won't bore you with history, but I will raise awareness that the lavish chandelier above us is worth more than this company's earnings forecast for the next 3 months. Paying out companies, actors, actresses, and journalists. You can see where I'm going with this, I'm sure. So I'll make my final point. This company is in desperate need of Jim's backing and endorsements. It's written on every financial statement I've come across and apparent in every priceless piece of art around you. I sighed and slid my hands into my pockets. Oh, and embezzling is another fantastic reason this company is likely going under. Spencer? Jim questioned, approaching after ending his phone call. May I ask what this is all about? I'm just stating some facts and observations to these gentlemen, I said, staring lethally at the two pissed-off men. This is only a wise business decision if you purchase the media company in its entirety and replace all executives in their chairs, including the 2 men standing in front of me. You're a son of a bitch, you know that? Frank stated, looking like steam was about to blow out of his ears. Oh, my eyebrows rose to match the smile on my face. Trust me, I know. Gentlemen, if you'll excuse us, I just received word that I have a scheduling conflict, and since Mr. Jenkins hasn't seen fit to be here, I will turn my attention to where it is valued, Jim said, most likely realizing I was out of my mind with anger. We'll be in touch. Jim and I didn't say a word to each other as we exited the building and sat in the back of the Rolls-Royce, waiting to take us back to the Mitchell & Associates skyscraper. Usually, if you sniff shit out this early, you handle it with the owner, but having a go at the 2 underdogs of the deal? I'm not sure what the fuck is wrong with you, Jim said. I checked my phone after feeling the damn thing vibrating on silent and blowing me up this entire visit to Jenkins Media. My heart and my eyes had a love-hate relationship with my phone and checking notifications now. I wanted it so badly to be Natalia, but then I didn't. I was so fucked, and I didn't know how to deal with this shit except to take my frustrations out on everyone around me. I subtly shook my head, and my lips pinched together in frustration when none of the notifications were from her. I was so fucking pissed that I allowed myself to go this deep with anyone, especially her. I couldn't explain this shit. I never gave two fucks about someone getting back to me, and I sure as fuck didn't care if someone thought to dump my ass and move on. But now here I was. "Spencer," Jim said, snapping me out of my head. "Why didn't you tell me anything was wrong after we spoke with Jenkins?" "I'm sorry about that. It wasn't my intention to withhold," I said. "It took me a lot longer to understand that Jenkins will fuck us in the end. He's bad news, and I suggest you make today's meeting with him your last." "Is this because Nat hasn't called you?" Jim questioned. "What? No," I said, pissed at my best friend's assumption. "I might be a bit more no bullshit than usual, but that woman blowing my ass off has nothing to do with this. You either buy the company and its debt, fire everyone in a chief position and replace them, or never speak to that dick again. He's already buried in debt, and if you move about this the way he wants you to, we'll be dealing with law enforcement and undercover stings from the feds, guaranteed. I'm sick of you wasting money on these chump companies, using you to get out of the debt they believed they could afford." "So that's your official assessment?" Jim asked, nodding as he intently listened to my warnings. "Yes, officially. Don't do this shit unless you purchase that place outright and replace nearly everyone in that overly lavish building. This is just a fucking nightmare." "And if I purchase it and replace every living, breathing human in the place?" "Then you start from the ground up," I answered, shocked Jim was this interested in the company. "I would need a great CEO, that's for fucking sure." "No shit," I answered. "One who could run that place with an iron fist and didn't have a problem dropping the hammer on people." "Sounds like you," he teased. I stared at him as if he'd lost his mind. "I'm not going to head up that fucking media company," I said. "It would probably give me great pleasure to clean up shop over there, but fuck, I don't think I'm in the mood." "Did you just say you weren't in the mood to become the CEO of Jenkins Media?" "You heard me," I said. "Well, consider getting into the mood. I'll see what I need to do to pry this business from that dipshit who's annihilating his family legacy. That company has untapped potential, and I want you to spearhead it. If all falls into place, moving pieces on the chessboard, of course, then there's a lot of money to be made." "I think you're getting too greedy and using your heart instead of your brain," I answered truthfully. "Nah." Jim brushed me off with that damn smile he had whenever he won something. "You're the one using too much heart right now. You want to talk about what's going on with Nat?" "There's nothing to talk about," I answered him. "We're on separate paths, that's it. She either comes back or moves on. I, for one, am moving forward." "How do you feel?" "I'm going to stop you right there," I cut Jim off. "I refuse to talk about feelings with you. So let's grab some lunch. I'm starved, and I think you've lost your goddamn mind, wanting to purchase that media place." Buzz. The harsh sound cut through the pleasant dream I'd been having about the beach outside my house, featuring someone with long blonde hair and the most perfect body I'd ever enjoyed. In my dream, I looked up at my home, thinking someone was at the door trying to get through to the private beach and cove protected by my house. I blinked a few times as I tried to figure out who would have come over unannounced. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I groaned as I lifted my head off my desk. I raised my hand to my face and rubbed it over my eyes, trying to clear away the sleep that had accumulated on my face since I'd put my head down a few minutes ago. I think. Honestly, it could have been weeks ago for all I knew. I looked at the small clock on my desk and barely registered that it said 1 a.m. I'd come home after work and promptly gotten ready for bed, but I'd found it too difficult to sleep. And it wasn't because Jim wanted me to take on that media company. It was her. And this was so fucked up I could hardly admit it to myself, much less anyone else. The door buzzer rang again, as I headed over to the small screen that allowed me to see whoever wanted to get into my house so badly. I turned on the screen and felt my blood run cold when I saw Nat standing there, waiting to be let in as she fought off the cold that set in every night in Southern California. The sleep must not have worn off yet, because I couldn't stop blinking as I stared at her before I hit the button that would allow me to speak to her. Nat? What are you doing here so late? I'd wondered how I would deal with talking to her again. I tried calling her last week, but she didn't answer. I didn't imagine this would be how I'd receive her, like a damn ghost in the darkness. I needed to see you. Now? I didn't imagine that would be my response to seeing her again either. Can I come in, please? I sighed before hitting the button that unlocked the front gate and went to the door to let her into the main room. As soon as I opened the door, she rushed in, setting her bag on the small table and turning around in a circle. I'm sorry I'm here so late, she said, putting her face in her hands. Is everything okay? I asked, coming to her and putting my hands on her shoulders. Everything's fine, she said, her words coming out clipped. No need to sound offended, I said. I don't know what you'd think if I showed up at your house in the dead of night after not hearing from me in a while. This was unexpected. She paused, biting down on her lip. I know. I don't know what's wrong with me. I needed to talk to you, and it felt urgent to see you. That's okay, I said, getting my bearings. I don't care about the time. She sighed heavily, and we walked into the living room. I had to be careful. One part of me wanted things to be the way they were before, and the other feared letting down my defenses again. She had proven to be my soft spot, and I'd felt weak long enough. I wasn't going to let anyone, not her, my mom, my family, hurt me. I was a lot of things, but I wasn't a masochist. Fool me once. Do you want something to drink? I asked. Some coffee? I'm already too wired, she said, starting to walk around the living room, pacing as if she were trying to find something she'd lost. I watched her walk for a while, picking things up and putting them back down, but her frazzled nerves were enough to put me on edge, and I couldn't take much more of this. Do you want to try sitting down for a while? I'm not sure. I don't think I could stand to be still. My nerves are just everywhere, she said. And you know I don't do drugs, so no worries about me being coked up or tweaked out. I grinned. I'll admit it was my first assumption, but I know you better than that. How much espresso did you have before you came here, anyway? None, actually, she said. But I passed out at Alex and Bree's after watching a movie with Bree tonight, and I suddenly woke up realizing I was right down the street from you. And then I couldn't stand being so close to you and not being in the same space. It was too much. Suddenly, it became extremely difficult for me to swallow with the lump in my throat. Did you have something that you wanted to talk about? Yes, she said, without hesitation. I sat on the couch, watching her pace back and forth as she struggled to find the words she wanted to say. All the while, the clock crept on toward 2 a.m, and I was getting more and more exhausted. Look, you can say whatever you want when you find the right words, but for now I'm going to bed, I said. You can either come up with me or stay down here on the couch. It's completely up to you. We stood there for a bit, holding each other's gaze, and I sensed a significant point was being reached between us. There was an intensity in this moment, as if we were hovering over the blade of a knife. Okay, she said, running a hand through her long hair. Okay, what? Okay, I'll come to bed with you. I was so shocked by the straightforwardness of her words that I just stood there, staring at her, for a good minute, before she turned away from me and headed for the steps that led to my room. It had been so long since we'd spent the night together that I could barely believe she was here. I wanted to tell her to get out of here. I wanted to go on a tangent about how I wasn't going to put up with this fickle bullshit anymore, that I didn't care what she had to say, and that I didn't need this drama. But I couldn't. It seemed impossible because the truth was that I wanted her here with me more than I'd ever wanted anything in my life. I moved slowly around her, as if we were magnets with the same polarity, held apart by a set distance. "Can I borrow a shirt?" she asked, as she untucked her silk blouse and unzipped her pencil skirt, shucking off her heels. "Feel free," I said, gesturing toward the closet. It felt strange having her ask to borrow clothes, as if we were walking back all the steps forward we'd taken. But then we'd already taken those steps back before. So now it was just a matter of finding our way back to each other, wasn't it? She grabbed one of my rattiest old t-shirts and a pair of soft rayon boxers, and I had to hold my breath at the sight of her body. It physically hurt not to touch her. She didn't look at me as she pulled back the covers and climbed into bed, turning onto her side the way she always did. "You getting in with me?" she asked, not opening her eyes. The simple question spurred me into climbing into bed with her, and I turned over to switch off the light using the panel next to my head. "I'm sorry," she exhaled shakily. "I'm glad you're here," I answered, feeling my heart fall into a slower, more comforting rhythm. "Good night, Nat." "Night," she answered. The two of us lay there for a while. I didn't know how long, but sleep seemed to evade me. "Can I ask you something?" she said, her voice low and soft as she stayed on her side. "And you can say no." She said nothing for a while, as if the desire weighed on her. "Just ask, Nat." I could practically hear her teeth pressing into her bottom lip as she weighed whether to ask. "Could you hold me?" Without another word, I turned onto my side and stretched out my arm, wrapping it around her waist. She settled her hand over mine, wrapping our fingers together, and all too soon her breathing slowed, and soon after, I was sound asleep as well. I was pretty damn sure any therapist or relationship counselor, best friend, or expert would tell both of us we were insane for doing this, but fuck them. I had the love of my life in my arms, and I was peacefully content. Time would tell if this was a horrible miscalculation on my part.
Chapter 31. Nat. I could only blame the sleepless nights for my actions the night before. No wonder sleep deprivation had been used throughout the world as a torture method, because I was ready to have myself committed if I didn't start getting better. After all, I'd never been the person to randomly show up on some guy's doorstep at 1 a.m. And I'd never, ever been the person just to follow some raw impulse. I was, and always had been, a person who thought through the consequences of every action. I had to, given what the alternative would be if I had no plans about how I'd handle certain situations. But not this time. This time, I'd simply rolled over on the couch, my eyes opened, and I couldn't tamp down the impulse that led me to leave Bree's house in the middle of the night and ring Spencer's buzzer like my life depended on it. And the worst part? I didn't even have an excuse for it. I hadn't been drinking, smoking, playing with a Ouija board, or doing anything that could cause a sudden and drastic change in temperament and decision-making. No, I'd been stone-cold sober. I mean, who did this shit? For real. Up until last night, I would have never raised my hand and said that I did. That's for fucking sure. All these thoughts flooded through me about the strange desperation I'd shown last night. And yet, while lying in bed with Spencer, none of it felt as insane as my current thoughts made it seem. None of it felt like a wrong decision. None of it felt like a mistake. I saw the light from the sunrise beginning to illuminate the waves outside the glass wall of Spencer's room, and the beauty took my breath away. As I sighed, I felt Spencer's hand spread and flex over my belly, pulling me into his embrace, And I leaned into it, pulling his head down to my shoulder. He sighed into my neck, kissing me tenderly, and I went completely still for a moment as I tried to decide what to do from there.
"How are you feeling?"
he asked. I could tell he was testing the waters with my mood this morning, and I didn't blame him. A bit surprised to be waking up in this room, knowing the last time I was here was after a weekend of sex and nothing more. I felt him laugh.
"Ah, the good old days,"
he said, his lips pressing into the top of my hair. What is that supposed to mean? I playfully teased back, grateful that we were sort of reuniting in humor instead of anger or seriousness at the moment.
"Well, that's before we decided to get fake married, play with fire, acquaint ourselves with the dark secrets of our family, and this whole thing turned into a one-sided relationship."
Even though he was teasing, I could sense I'd hurt him. "I warned you," I said, knowing the teasing would only last so long before we addressed the real issues.
"I know," he answered, "and I wouldn't take back any of the things I mentioned either."
I do not know how you can think or say that. I finally turned to face him, his sleepy eyes making him appear more handsome than ever.
"Well, I guess I can say it because, in all relationships, there are lessons to be learned."
And in our relationship, which I fucked up before it could hardly even start? What did we learn? Or should I ask, what did you learn? He smirked at me, his eyes following the trail of his fingertips tracing across my forehead.
"That everyone was wrong."
His eyes met mine again.
"It appears I truly have a heart, and it's not made of stone."
And all of this shit was worth that to you?
"Still is,"
he answered. I rolled onto my back and stared up at his ceiling. I don't understand how it could seem so easy and doable until now. I'm the strongest woman I know, yet, in this department, I feel weak. And I hate feeling weak.
"No more than I do,"
he answered with a laugh. I looked over at him and smiled. God, I'm such a fucking mess. I didn't realize that until recently.
"Don't be so hard on yourself,"
he answered empathetically.
"Perhaps it would help if you aired out what has been going on with you since we returned to California."
I bit the inside of my cheek, running my teeth along my lower lip as I thought about what to say. How could I articulate what I'd begun to feel for him overseas and everything I'd felt since coming home, particularly now that my little brother was involved? The only thing I could do was just start talking. When we landed, the first thing that came to mind for me was figuring out everything for Shane. I needed to persuade him to stay with me at my place, but I also knew he wouldn't likely agree, and I didn't want you to be there. He opened his mouth, and I could practically hear the arguments before they started coming out, so I held my fingers up to his lips. "Hang on," I said. "You asked me to talk to you about my feelings. If you start interrupting me, I don't think I'll ever get this out." He didn't fix me with any of the looks that showed his annoyance. Instead, he brought his fingers up to my hand, holding my fingers to his lips and kissing them gently.
"Go on,"
he said, tracing his fingertip up and down my arm.
"Don't mind me."
I gave a slight nod before reaching out and running my thumb under his eye. "I know that you and Shane kind of got close in London, and that he confided in you some, but I also knew what kind of reaction he would have to me telling him that he needed to stay with me. I didn't think much about running it past you, because whatever we are to each other, it hadn't been going on for that long at that point. You have to admit that." He nodded, but his mouth spread into a wide smile. He looked as though he were trying to keep from whooping in triumph. I raised an eyebrow at him. "What's that face for, Spence?"
"I think that's the first time you've acknowledged there being something between us beyond just a charade for my family's benefit."
He leaned toward me and kissed my forehead.
"That, And it feels like an eternity since you called me Spence."
I smirked. "Keep it up, and I'll start calling you Sexy Spence again to refresh your memories on our first night of fucking and answering cell phones." He rolled his eyes.
"Well, I find it very nice to hear you refer to us as being in a relationship, instead of the days when something like that was furthest from my mind."
That's not the first time I've acknowledged we were more than a fake couple, married or not. You've heard me say our relationship was real to Shane.
"But that was an explanation for Shane's benefit,"
he said, reaching forward and setting his hand on the curve of my waist again.
"This is purely between us, which makes it even better and more official. Unless we're broken up."
We're only broken up if you understandably don't want me back in your life in that manner.
"If I didn't, you wouldn't be in my bed, gorgeous,"
he teased.
"Okay, go on. I keep interrupting you."
"Yes, you do," I responded. "If this takes me 2 hours to spit out, I'm prepared to blame it on you."
"I'll take that blame,"
he said, grinning at me. Then, leaning forward, he pressed a kiss to my collarbone. The moment his full lips touched the smooth skin of my neck, it took all my concentration not to let my eyes roll up into the back of my skull. How do you expect me to focus if you keep doing that?
The
moan turned into a veritable grunt of defeat, and his forehead slumped against my shoulder.
"Here, let's do this."
He sat up, pulling me up with him and sitting with his legs crossed in front of him so we could look directly at each other. He wove the fingers of our hands together so they lay on our knees, which touched as we sat in front of each other, finally disconnected enough that I could think through what to say to him. "Anyway," I said to him sharply, but it was quickly tempered by a smile and my laughing tone, not to mention how I brought our hands up as I held them palm to palm. "When we landed in LA, all I could think about was how I needed to get Shane in a safe place. And when I looked at you, all I saw was a distraction." I felt like shit, not just for saying that out loud, but for saying it to Spencer, of all people. I could see the words forming on his tongue, knowing he was itching to interrupt. But he bit the inside of his cheek, looking annoyed at my words. Still, he held back and gestured for me to go on. I brought his hand to my lips, letting my mouth linger over the strong knuckles in a grateful kiss. "Thank you for letting me get this out." When I looked back at him, annoyance faded from his face, and a hint of sadness replaced it. He nodded at me to continue. Shane's reaction was pretty much what I expected it to be. He was furious that I told him he needed to stay with me, and I would have all his stuff sent to my place so he wouldn't miss any work.
"And he didn't appreciate you going out of your way for him?"
Spencer asked, with a frown and a warranted look of disgust. "No. He said if I did that, he'd take off, and then I wouldn't be able to control what he did. His parting words were that I'd have to get over my controlling ways if I wanted to keep you around, because no man wants to be with a controlling, meddling witch." I shook my head at the memory of my brother's words, trying to get over the pain that had lingered in my chest ever since I heard them. When he said that, it took everything I had not to fall apart in front of him. It got messy for a good minute, and I had to get fully angry at him to avoid an outright panic attack. I bit my lip hard before looking at Spencer with a watery smile. "Well, it's just a good thing you weren't there because I think you would have likely kicked his ass after the fight we had, and that would have served no one."
"No,"
Spencer said, pulling his hand into his lap and running his thumb up and down my wrist.
"I don't think that would have served anyone. All around, it would have been a shitty situation."
I could see the lines hardening on his face, an obvious sign of his anger that I'd gotten to know well in Italy due to his mother's issues. "One of the reasons I've been shutting you out for the last few weeks is that I swallowed hard, thinking about how to phrase my words. I don't know what you want from me. You said you love me, and I believe you, but I don't know how to meet the expectations you have of me. It's so hard for me to understand how to be true to myself while in service to another person.
Nat.
I stopped at the force in Spencer's voice, looking up into his eyes and surprised by the depth of feeling I saw. There was a wealth of warmth and pain that I knew was on my behalf as well as his.
Nat, I never wanted or expected you to be in service to me. I know why you might think that. I mean, what else would you expect, given everything your father said and did to you after your mom passed away? But being in a relationship with me has never been about that.
I swallowed, doing my best to maintain contact with his steady brown eyes. Then what is it about for you? I felt foolish, trying to figure out what a real relationship was for the first time in my life. I didn't like feeling ignorant, but that's the best word for what was happening inside.
I want to be with you for who and what you are. I know you have the shit you deal with and the stuff you've carried every day since you were a kid. I'm not asking you to put aside any of your pain or burdens. That's not what this is. I'm asking you to share them with me the way that I was able to share mine when I took you to Stephen's wedding. You were there for me every moment I needed you. It was more than I could have wished for. Watching you go head-to-head with my mother and take on her shit was one of the things that made me fall in love with you in the first place.
I felt a lump swell in my throat as his words began to register.
When I said I love you, I didn't mean that I would force you to tell me everything. It's not about that. It's not about me imposing my will onto you, making you do anything you don't want to do,
Spencer said with a sympathetic look.
It's about you feeling safe enough to tell me things, and for you to be able to share the dirty details of life without being afraid that I'll run away. I want you to trust that I'm strong enough to carry those things with you, if not entirely for you, baby.
My eyes watered, and I reached up to wipe the dampness away so none of it would betray me and my stupid, softening heart.
When I said I wanted you here with me, I didn't just mean for a night or two, because it's not just the sex I missed. It was you. All of you. And it's all of you that I want with me forever. I don't care if we argue, because I know we'll be able to make up afterward. I don't mind if you shut down sometimes, so long as you let me in eventually. I hope that makes sense.
It does. The words came out in a harsh whisper as I spoke through tears. It makes perfect sense. I wish someone had explained relationships to me better when I was young, so I wouldn't be so quick to run away from it.
It's not your fault you ran away. All you saw was shit, so you didn't know how to expect something good,
he said, bringing my hand to his mouth and pressing his lips to the back of it.
But will you believe me when I say that all I want is for you to trust me, and that I love you and want you with me?
I nodded, getting up onto my knees. I wrapped my fingers around his neck, running them along the nape, dragging my nails through the short hairs there, and grinning as I heard the sharp little gasp of arousal I'd missed since we'd been apart. I do believe you. He looked down into my face, reaching up to drag his thumb along my chin.
Does it scare you when I tell you I want you for the rest of our lives?
It terrifies me, I said, willing myself to tell him the whole truth. But the thing is, it's not you that I don't trust. It's myself.
That's okay,
he said.
I can be there to make it easier for you. Let's just take us step by step.
I reached up, wrapped my arms around his neck, and pressed my mouth to his, allowing his lips to move with mine in the slow, delicious way that preceded lovemaking. Then, without removing his lips from me, he skated them down to my jaw and then down to my neck, pushing me into the mattress as he covered me with his weight. I sighed in contentment for the first time in weeks as his teeth pressed into my neck. This was home to me. and it would be for as long as I could hold on to it. If I didn't do anything to fuck it up.
Chapter 32. Spencer. That moment, when she came to me in the middle of the night, marked a turning point for Nat and me. Thank God we managed to move in the direction of her trusting me just enough to open up to me. After that, there was hardly a night we didn't spend together, either in her bed or mine. I was thankful she'd made the trek to my place, particularly because her place was much closer to her office, and I knew how much she loved it there. Hell, what wasn't to love? I loved the damn place so much that I decided to turn my home in the Hollywood Hills into a vacation rental spot for people looking to rub elbows with the rich and famous. I hadn't spent much time there since meeting Nat anyway. When I thought about it, that was merely where I'd spent many nights wasting time with numerous women after long nights out. As exquisite as the estate was, it only reminded me of a life I never wanted to return to again. Now, my home was truly this beach house. It's where Nat and I seemed to start this relationship, and where we were keeping it growing. Wow, all this romance had turned me into one hell of a sentimental son of a bitch. I love waking up to the sun's reflection sparkling over the waves of the ocean, Nat said, sitting on the chaise next to the window, pulling on her tall boots. I love watching the sun on the waves, all sparkly and shit, I said, running a towel through my wet hair, smiling at her, while your sexy ass sits as the focal point of the most impressive view in this room. That's a mouthful, she teased, standing up and turning to admire the view before work took her away from me for the day. We should call in, I said, walking up behind her, feeling my dick harden at the idea of her reaching around and taking advantage that I had only a towel wrapped around my waist. Call in? She laughed. Then she turned to face me. We're practically our own bosses. We should just fuck, start the day, do the day, fuck during the day, order takeout tonight, then end it all by licking dessert off each other's bodies. I smiled down into her teasing eyes and kissed her nose. It's good to have you back, baby. Everyone would blame me if your funny, dirty little mouth never returned because you got too serious. Oh, that side will never leave me, honey, she flirted with her long eyelashes. It's just that I haven't been in the mood to speak all my wisdom lately. My point exactly, and they'd all kick my ass for that, I said, bringing my hand over her perfect tight ass. Let's say we play it your way. Yes? She held on to that word like the sexy vixen she was. Then perhaps we can squeeze a short visit to my office today. This skirt is begging for me to bend you over my office desk, and... Her eyebrow arched, prompting me to halt my request and refrain from laughing, because I knew she had something smart-ass to say about this. If I wanted to play the boss fucks the secretary games, I would have done that with you long ago, Mr. Monroe. But you should know that even though I liked the idea of you fucking me, I'm not a woman who likes to be bent over dominant bosses' desks. I wasn't trying to play that particular game, I teased back. I was more or less trying to play the hot real estate agent who wants to fuck the VP of Mitchell and... Stop, she said, walking past me and slapping me on my ass. Now we just sound corny. I thought it was fantastic foreplay. For what? Your dick and ego? No, I'm not going to your office because you need a piece of ass. To me, that's trashy. You're adorable. You're too much, she said. I'm heading out to have breakfast with a client. Perhaps I'll think of some creative way to fuck the VP of Mitchell & Associates later. Creative way? My office is an office. I prefer you to meet me on the company yacht, or the helicopter, perhaps. You know, go a little crazy breaking the rules. The climax is much more intense when a thrill is involved. Good to know, I said. I'll keep my phone on in that case. She chuckled in her cute Natalia way, And God, it was so wonderful to have all of her back, no matter how silly the banter was. "Keep the phone on, but on vibrate and close to your dick." She arched her eyebrow at me. "That way, if I back out on your handsome ass, you'll get some excitement when I notify you. Can't leave you wanting, of course." "Get your cute ass out of here before I bend you over that bathroom sink, gorgeous." "Keep it on vibrate, lover," she taunted, as her voice trailed behind her, heading down the stairs to the bottom floor. Every day felt new to me now, and it humored me to delight in the little things I learned about her as each day passed. Each new thing about her felt like a tiny revelation, like how she preferred her eggs to be scrambled in a way I considered grossly overcooked, because she was overly worried about contracting salmonella poisoning. And when I roasted chickens on the barbecue rotisserie, I discovered she had an aversion to eating meat off a bone. Watching her eat so delicately struck me as hilarious, especially when I compared it to how wild she was in every other way. The way she ate me up every night would never have clued me into her dainty habits. On the few nights that she didn't spend with me, it gave me a weird rush to wake up and see the stuff she'd left at my house. Her underwear in the drawer, and the excessive amount of face creams and strange concoctions she left on my bathroom counter, which she faithfully slathered onto her face every night like clockwork. The first night I saw her do it, I watched from the doorway and couldn't help chuckling as she doled out little dollops of cream and oil here and there, taking the process very seriously. So strange how one's life can change completely when they fall in love. It was thrilling to know that I appreciated things I'd always taken for granted in one way or the other. Hell, I felt lighter in my step half the damn time now, too. How could locking down into a relationship with one woman feel so liberating and freeing? One of life's many mysteries, I assume. The next few weeks seemed to pass with ease as Nat and I found our stride within the relationship. Instead of growing concerned when she got quiet or kept to herself, I learned that this was just part of who she was. Things would pop up now and then, and she would have moments where she froze. But instead of getting ass-hurt about it, I gave her space and time to work through whatever was on her mind. She hadn't made any progress with Shane, who continued to hold her at arm's length, despite all her calls and texts. He'd give one-word responses here and there, but it was seldom more than that, and I knew it was driving her up the wall. I sat on my sofa, perfectly content after the delicious lamb dinner I'd prepared when I got home from work. I was full and utterly satiated as I reviewed some numbers on the latest acquisition Jim was looking into. Fuck, this was bliss. I'd never appreciated the majestic view from this home until I learned to appreciate the finer things in life. Falling in love apparently helped you love everything, and I wasn't mad about it. A text from Nat popped up on my computer screen, and like a schoolboy in love, I smiled when I opened it. Nat, you coming? I stared at the selfie she'd sent me. She lounged in the large rectangular bath upstairs, which was situated between 3 glass walls to take in the entire ocean view. Her golden blonde hair was pulled over one shoulder, and bubbles formed just over her breasts, teasing my cock as I imagined their perfect fullness soaking in the bath. Her smile was warm and seductive, my dick growing as I imagined her full lips wrapped around it, while her brilliant blue eyes were lit by the last of the sun before it slid behind the horizon. Spencer, I'm practically coming now. Nat, it took you long enough to respond? Jerking off to my picture? I grinned, stood, and readjusted myself before heading toward the kitchen to grab a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Far be it for me to turn down an invite to a sexy sunset bath. Could shit get any better on a Thursday night? No. Ring, ring, ring. I smiled when I heard my phone and slid it open without thinking it could be anyone but Nat calling to get my ass into the bath with her. You know I don't jerk off to your pictures anymore. Well, I should hope not, Jake responded. Jesus Christ. Why, of all the people in the world, are you calling me? Well, I was hoping to invite you to a surprise birthday party for Jimmy, but now that you've openly admitted to jerking off to my pictures, I'm not too sure I want you there. Listen, dipshit, I said with a laugh, reaching up and grabbing 2 wine glasses to take upstairs. I didn't check to see who was calling. I thought it was, "So you're jerking off to everyone's pictures now?" he said, feigning offense. "You've cut me deep, Spencer." I rolled my eyes. Wasting my time with this man on the phone was not something I wanted to be doing right now, and he could go on and on if I let him. Well, naturally you're hurt by this admission of guilt. Hopefully you're not too wounded, though, because I'd like to get to the point of this call. You're too serious sometimes, Spence, he said. I could tell this was probably his final call from his office at the hospital before he left for the night. Compared to you and Colin, everyone is too serious, I laughed. I wanted to be more like you 2 clowns, so I had to find myself a lady. I still have bets against your ass on that, by the way, Jake teased. Are you just bored and waiting for a fucking cardiac call, or are you trying to get me to fuck things up with Nat tonight by staying on the phone with you? As I said, I have a bet to win, and I don't wager good money unless I know I will win. Jake, text me the time and place, and you know that we'll be there for Jim's party or whatever the fuck you idiots are planning to surprise him. Perfect. And yes, try not to forget your boss has a birthday coming up. I'll make sure I remember that since Jim's birthday must be celebrated. Hopefully the rest of the circus will be there for you and Colin. You know it, Jake laughed. Okay, buddy, I'll text you the time and place. Later, Gator. Good, we'll see you then. The call ended, and just before I turned to place some strawberries on the wooden serving tray with the wine and glasses, my phone rang again. Sweet Jesus, Jacob, just text me the... Well, that is certainly no way to talk to your mother now, is it? Of all the fucking times I'd decide to stop checking to see who's calling in, it would be today. Heidi, I answered, my tone as lethal as I felt about having answered without checking to see if it was her. What is it that you need? I need to speak with my son. Of course, that is if his wife is not around to eavesdrop on our important conversation. I would put you on speakerphone just so she could hear, because she is my wife and may listen to anything you have to say to me. I managed to pull my ass back into the whole fake marriage bit. Now that I was in a real relationship, I was more focused on navigating that part of my life correctly instead of faking shit. But I'd started this whole shit show with Heidi, and I had to manage this if I had to speak to her again. Speaking of my wife, I said, she and I are busy. I would rather deal with you later when I have the time for it. Son, she said, switching famously back into her victim role to keep me on the line. I truly need to speak with you. It's about the woman you call your wife. Her name is Natalia, and if you can't accept that, then the conversation is over. I hung up, my nerves tenser than they really should have been. Just hearing that woman's voice repulsed me, and the only reason she wasn't blocked from my phone was in case something happened to anyone else in my family. Other than that, she was lucky she had my number. I walked into the bathroom. The sun had already slid below the horizon, but the golden hues of the sky still painted the entire ocean and shoreline in a beautiful color. I smiled at the one thing that could outdo the beauty of the sun setting on the Pacific. About damn time, Nat said, reclining back with her eyes closed. I was hoping for that massage you promised me. Sorry about the delay, gorgeous, I said, kissing her forehead. Jake called, then apparently Heidi returned to the surface of the earth and called directly after. She smirked at me as I poured her a glass of wine. I'd prefer to know what Jake was calling about. However, she took the glass of wine and sipped it. I'm sure I should ask about your mother first. You should never feel as though you need to ask about that woman. It's never good news, and it's not worth another thought."
"And Jacob, then?"
"Yes," I said, shrugging off my button-down shirt and unbuttoning my pants. "It's something to do with a surprise party for Jim. He's going to text me the info. It's probably this weekend, if you want to go."
"Oh, right,"
she said, as I stepped into the large stone tub behind her and sat with her between my legs.
"Avery mentioned something to Bree and me at the spa this afternoon. They're having the party on Jake's yacht this weekend. You up for going?"
I rolled my eyes as I began to massage Nat's shoulders. "Why they have to do this shit on a yacht is always beyond me," I said, kissing her neck.
"Those fucking guys and their yachts. Because they're billionaires like you, babe," she chuckled. "Aren't all of you 1%ers supposed to own at least one yacht?"
I hate to let you down with how I view wealth, but flying in private jets is the extent of how I use my billionaire status. She laughed again.
"A massive letdown,"
she said with a soft moan as my lips brushed over the surface of her shoulders.
"How am I supposed to land a role as one of the next housewives without a goddamn yacht to flash around?"
"What the fuck is that?" I said with a laugh.
"If you weren't always working or falling asleep on the sofa, you'd know. I really need to get you into these reality TV shows."
"I think I'll pass."
"There," she said, rubbing her hands over my knees. "Now you're acting like a billionaire. You don't have any clue what's going on in the real world."
How does not watching a reality show make me out of tune with what's happening in the real world?
Because if you're not watching those shows, you're not seeing why these beautiful women are marrying ugly billionaires like you and then jockeying for status and position as the biggest bitch on the show.
Ugly billionaires like me.
You should be less concerned about your looks and more about whether I'm going to be one of those wives."
"Nah," I smirked. "There's no fucking way you'd be that type of woman. My ugly ass wouldn't hear of it." She chuckled, then spun around to face me.
"Good. Now let's take this to the next level, handsome."
All frivolous conversation halted when her lips found mine, and my heart began to pick up the pace, knowing that sex with Nat and Bubbles always turned out to be a good fucking thing. The next day I felt more revived than the previous day. That's another reason I had a pep in my happy little step. I was grateful for my joy. However, my happiness wasn't all I was after these days. I was starting to grow more concerned for Nat's. She seemed happy and content, but I knew being out of contact with Shane was bothering her. I had to do something. There was no way I would waltz around like a happy motherfucker while she was burdened. It took weeks of Shane dodging my texts, but I finally got her brother to agree to come to the Mitchell offices downtown to meet with me. It was perfect timing, because it was Friday, and tonight we were all heading to Jake's yacht to celebrate Jim's birthday with a 4-day cruise along the coast. So once I got this out of the way, I'd use our time away to fill in Nat on any progress I'd made with her brother. I would be lying if I said Shane didn't look like a strung-out homeless man when he walked into my office. His blonde hair was a mess, and his jeans were torn in so many places they were practically hanging off him. Seeing him like this broke my heart for whatever the fuck he'd been through and what it would do to Nat. He looked so thin that I almost didn't recognize him, and I wanted to reach out and hug the kid. It didn't take a rocket scientist to see that move would have been unappreciated and probably just make him angry. I knew it took courage for him to show up in this state, looking like this, and meet with me. I dismissed my secretary with a nod and led Shane over to the leather sofa in my office. "Shane, I'm happy you're here. Nat really misses you," I said as he sat down. He snorted. "Trust me, I know. She never lets me forget it. It gets very annoying." "Listen," I took the leather chair across from where he sat. "You can be pissed off all you want, but don't be an asshole. Your sister only wants to help you. So do I. Did she put you up to this? No. She has no idea about any of it, I said. All of this is completely off the books. Just as I was ready to get this shit moving forward, Jim walked into my office. Hey, Jim, I said. Jim wore his usual dark expression reserved for business situations and people he didn't know, especially on the top floors of his skyscraper. It probably intimidated the shit out of Shane. This is Shane, Nat's younger brother. Shane sat up from his slouched position on my couch as Jim walked toward him. Shane, Jim said, reaching over to shake the kid's hand. I'm Spencer's good friend, and I—
Holy shit! You're James Mitchell, aren't you? No way!
He shook his hand nervously, looking jittery, sweaty, and almost starstruck. I wish I could have laughed, but Shane being obviously high on something and treating my best friend as if he were a celebrity made me feel embarrassed for the kid. Fortunately, I knew Jim well enough to know he'd dismiss all the bullshit and see that the kid needed help more than he needed judgment. Jim's going to help us out a bit. He has the connections we need to get answers to your issues and get them fast, I said, moving on. What can you tell me about your dad? Jim asked, easing into the conversation. Shane froze, looking over at Jim. My dad? What is this all about? I thought— None of this is an attack on you, Shane, I said, gripping his arm reassuringly. But it affects you and your sister. It has for years, and we want to help you with it. It's time we put these demons back in hell where they all belong. Shane looked between my friend and me, caught off guard, his soft brown eyes like a frozen deer. Then, slowly, the skin between his eyes began to unknot, and I saw his breaths start to come more easily. When he finally nodded, I sighed quietly in relief. Then the three of us put our heads together, talking about how shitty his life had been growing up with that monster they called their dad.
Chapter 33. Nat. I finished viewing 3 properties for John Michael Fortin, a billionaire investor who lived overseas, and now I had my work cut out for me. I knew the man would disapprove of the location of the homes and their lack of privacy even before I went, but he insisted I look anyway. He had a particular taste, down to the position of the toilet in relation to the bathroom sinks and the exact distance of the indoor pools to the spa and sauna. And the list just went fucking on. Outside of the amenities he expected to have inside his potential home, the outside was expected to come complete with tennis courts, basketball courts, infinity pool with a glorious view, and, needless to say, I was not finding anything to match his demands. The last option I had was the suggestion of a complete interior renovation, which would only work if I could meet his specifications outside. So, instead of calling to tell him these houses weren't going to cut it, giving him a chance to assume I failed at my job, even though his expectations were extraordinary, I was going to get creative. I never failed at anything, so I'd be goddamned if a diva billionaire was going to trip me up. I needed to get to Spencer's place, which wasn't far from the house I was leaving, and figure this out. And I knew who would be able to help me with my problem. "Bree?" I said, after she answered my call as I pulled into Spencer's driveway. "Hey, are you okay? You sounded pissed in the voicemail you left me." "I'm sorry. I was frustrated after being let down for the millionth time today, looking for property for my client. This shit is wild. If I could miraculously find something he would like, which seems impossible at this point, the damn places are selling so quickly that I can't even get in to look at them." "That never seemed to be the problem before," Bree said through her car phone with a laugh. I rolled my eyes, stepping out of my Range Rover and walking through Spencer's garage as the door rolled closed behind me. "Yeah, well, that's before I was with Spencer. It's easy to get a heads up on a killer listing when you're banging multiple brokers in the area. I laughed as I turned to ensure the door from the garage into the house closed behind me before I walked inside. I wish I could say I'm surprised. A feeling of dread rolled up my spine when I heard that voice, one I never thought I'd hear again. My jaw might as well have hit the floor when I came face to face with Satan's sister. How the hell did you get into this house? Does Spencer know you're here? I questioned. I couldn't tell which emotions were pulsing through me, but it was probably a combination of shock and horror. I couldn't comprehend how Heidi was here. I have a key and all the security codes, of course, she said, looking at me like I'd asked the stupidest question of all time. Does Spencer know his mother is here? I questioned, knowing he'd hung up on her the night before. Nat? I heard Bree say in confusion. Is everything okay? I'm going to have to call you back, I said flatly. Spencer's mother has made a rather surprising appearance at the beach house, and since he hung up on her last night, I'm more than a little surprised she's here now because she didn't take the hint. Or maybe I'm completely in the dark here. Spencer is not expecting me, Heidi said coldly. So he doesn't know you're here. I couldn't imagine how angry I'd be if someone let themselves into my house without asking my permission. So I could only guess how furious Spencer would be, especially when that someone was your evil mother. Bree, I'm sorry, but I need to call you back, I said before ending the call. I didn't hesitate to call Spencer while standing off with this bitch. Lovely. Straight to fucking voicemail, I said. Heidi smiled. Well, I didn't expect the honeymoon phase to last long for you two, and I was right. Perhaps you can call one of those brokers you just spoke of. Listen to me, I said lethally, taking control of this chaotic situation. I'm not here for you to toy with, lady. I could easily see from the moment I met you that you find no worth in your children or anyone else. Well, I will not have that shit in my home, I said, falling into my fake wife mode. I truly hated that we started this relationship with a lie for this vile woman. Either way, she was in my country now, and my city, and in my fake fucking married home. And since you have zero respect for your children and see no value in them or their time, you wouldn't understand why your son's phone went straight to voicemail. And you would? She arched her eyebrow at me with her slippery, red-lipped smirk. Do tell me, how exactly do you know about my son's worth? I'm his goddamn wife, for starters, I said. Ah, and in this little open marriage of yours, do you have sexual relations with all of these other men for services you need to be rendered? Or is it confined only to— I'm not listening to this shit, I interrupted her. You will leave my home right the fuck now if you continue insulting my husband or me. But if you can manage to mind your manners, you can sit your insane ass on my sofa and wait for my husband to get home. Her beady little dead eyes were chilling, but not as much as her expression. She looked at me like she was imagining eating my liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. That probably would have bothered me the last time I saw her, but this time I wanted to slap the taste out of her mouth. I chose diplomacy instead. For now. I swear to Christ, if another negative, shitty, passive-aggressive, snide, nasty, spiteful, or malicious remark comes out of your mouth, you will be walking to the next fucking hotel. Don't you think we should let Spencer decide if his severely jet-lagged mother gets thrown out of his home after her long flight from Milan? I don't give a fuck how jet-lagged you are, Heidi, I said, surprised that was her only response. It makes no difference to me if you wait on the fucking front porch for Spencer to get home. The point I'm making is that I didn't dare to insult you in your home. So I expect you to dig up some of your proper English manners, and if you can behave like a human being, You may sit on that sofa and wait for Spencer." "My son would not approve of this hospitality," she said, walking toward the sofa. "Oh," I said, walking over to the liquor buffet in the living room, pulling out the scotch without a single fuck to give. "I'm sure Spencer and I share the same opinions of rude behavior in our home." "Scotch?" she said, with an arch of her eyebrow. "A pretty strong liquor for a woman who demands she is treated like a lady." I arched my eyebrow at her, wondering if she even knew when she was being passive-aggressive after so many years of spewing bile. But then, I decided to let her remark slide because I wanted to get to the bottom of why she was here. And I would. "It's a shame you don't have what it takes to appreciate whiskey," I said, sipping my 18-year-old Macallan. "Can I offer you something to drink after your long flight? Perhaps a glass of wine?" "Oh, thank you, dear," she answered, looking almost pleased suddenly. "I adore a good Spanish red." I turned around and opened a bottle of Rioja, wondering if this woman legitimately had multiple personalities, changing them situationally with whatever point she was trying to make. I handed her the glass and took a seat from across her, along with another much-needed pull of dark liquor. "You know," she started, looking through the floor-to-ceiling windows toward the gorgeous ocean view. "So many people prefer hard liquor due to guilt." Then she looked back at me, where I stared at her, deadpan. "It seems that might be an affliction for you as well." Her tone made me wonder if she'd uncovered the lie about Spencer and me. Personally, I wouldn't give the secret up without shame. But this was his story, and he'd be the one who dictated how it went. I didn't care either way. "Your silence tells me I'm correct in that assumption," she said. "What assumption?" "That you're nervous in my presence. You know, guilty." She nodded toward my glass. "That's why you're drinking the liquid courage." I took another sip boldly and without diverting my eyes from her. "Well, no," I said, swallowing the warmth of the soothing liquid. "I've had a bit of a long day, and I certainly didn't expect you to be here when I walked into the doors." "Interesting," she said. "Nothing interesting about it." "Hey, baby, I'm home," Spencer called out cheerfully as he walked through the hallway that led from the garage. "Are we ready to get this motherfucking yacht weekend started?" "Oh?" Heidi said, eyes wide toward me as she turned to see Spencer's reaction to her unwanted presence. "What the fuck are you doing in my home?" Spencer said, his face dark with confusion and anger. I remained seated, knowing our weekend just went to hell. God only knew what Spencer would do with this cockroach that had manifested in his home. His eyes went to mine. I shrugged, the liquor already working its way through my system. "Welcome home. Care for a drink, honey?" I said to him, knowing he was just as shocked as I was that his mother was here without warning, notice, or permission. "Ah, so I see my grandchildren will have both parents as drunks," Heidi said, as Spencer placed his leather briefcase on the ground. He was in shock, and I wished I was half drunk already when the fucking doorbell rang. This situation might have been comical if it weren't so fucking weird. "You need to leave my home," Spencer said to her. "I'm not leaving, darling," she said. "You see, I did a little digging, and I'm not quite sure you and this woman were being truthful with me regarding your matrimonial situation." Spencer's eyes narrowed at her, and I saw something shift and change in him. "I'll get the door," I said as I stood, thankful someone was here to distract the fact that I had no idea where any of this would go from here. "If it isn't the woman we never thought would settle—" "Jake," I said, impulsively reaching out and covering the tall man's mouth. I shut the door behind me as soon as I heard Heidi call after who was at our door. I swear this woman was a nightmare that had seeped into reality. "What is happening?" Jake said, stepping back, his vivid blue eyes bright and wide with shock that I would do something entirely out of character. "Listen," I said in a low voice. "I can't explain fast enough, but hopefully you heard about me and Spencer faking a marriage, yeah?"
"Of course,"
Jake said with a goofy smile.
"And we'll never let either one of you live that down."
"Good," I responded quickly, "because the devil's lover, aka Spencer's mother, is here and trying to sniff out that lie. You know, about being fake married."
"You want me to play along? You know I'm down for that, but Ash is waiting in the car, and you guys are supposed to be following us to the yacht."
"You're going to have to do the whole birthday shit without us," I said. "I don't know what is with Spencer's mom being here unannounced and uninvited." Jake's grin turned into that mischievous smile that came before he and the guys were about to fuck shit up.
"Invite that woman along,"
he said. "Have you lost your goddamn mind?"
"Yes,"
he said, with the expression of a hungry wolf.
"Let's fuck with her."
I arched my eyebrow at that idea and smiled my own little evil smile to match Jake's. And then I recovered my maturity. "I don't think anyone will want anything to fuck up Jim's birthday, especially Spencer."
"Bullshit,"
Jake said.
"This will liven the entire night. You know that. I know that. Everyone knows that."
"Yeah, well, I'm not sure Spencer will dig this shit. This woman can be evil."
"You do know who will be on that yacht, correct?"
Jake questioned, slipping his hands into his pockets.
"Let's put this nonsense to bed and perhaps keep her out of her element long enough that she'll call for a helicopter to pick her up and take her to the airport."
"Teach her a lesson?" I said, liking the idea of that more than I should.
"Easily,"
Jake answered.
"If the woman is as nasty as you say, then I say we end that and get her out of your business."
"I'm not sure this will work. Spencer is pretty pissed."
"I'll call ahead to everyone. We'll be ready. So bring the woman, and let's teach her that it's rude to drop in on your son and play games when he's just trying to lie to you to get you out of his life."
Jake eyed me.
"Listen, Nat. She's likely here to prove you both aren't married. So let her come around all of us. We'll play the fake marriage thing up for you guys and kill all her sneaky investigations."
"I hate this shit," I exhaled. "Fine. Make sure everyone knows we were married in a tiny little chapel just after Easter. And that's it."
"You don't want to enhance that shit a little?"
"No," I said. "Keep it simple and she won't catch anyone lying. I want her uncomfortable and completely out of her element. Spencer does not want her here. And as a good wife and the good friends you all are, we'll get her to leave town as quickly as she showed up." I ran my hand through my hair. "I just hope Spencer will go along with this."
"Tell him it was my idea for Jim's birthday present."
I shook my head. Jake chuckled, turning to leave.
"Spencer will understand without me ever telling him what our plans are. Trust me, he'll be indebted to my ass for a long time after this."
"And if it doesn't work?" I said uneasily.
"If it doesn't work, I have no idea how you'll get that woman out of your lives. Now, see you on the yacht in a few."
He turned and waved as he hopped down the steps, leaving me standing there, tapping my teeth with my nail. I stood there watching Jake walk away, wondering if this was the worst, childish idea in the world. What a fucking ambush this woman delivered. And yet, I felt we could own this shit, and her, by allowing our friends to play this whole fake marriage game with us. If it worked, she'd be out of here, and we wouldn't have to worry about this shit anymore. God, who did shit like this? I turned and walked back into the house. I heard Spencer speaking in a low voice to his mother, and her annoying as fuck tone, talking back in response to him. "Spencer," I said with a fake smile. "I need to speak with you alone for a moment." Spencer rose, and Mommy Dearest carried a look of curiosity. "I'm sure whatever you have to say can be spoken in my presence," she started. "My feelings aren't easily wounded. Allow me to remind you that you're in our home, and not yours," I spoke before Spencer could open his mouth. "And in our home, we discuss private matters in private. I know this matter is regarding my presence here.
Stop.
Spencer cut in before the catfight broke out.
Allow me a moment to discuss your rude, uninvited arrival with my wife. Unfortunately, she had no idea that her future mother-in-law would be this intrusive in our lives, and I sure as hell had no idea you would behave this way myself.
Oh, good grief, she said, sipping her wine. Go speak to each other in another room, and I'll wait out here as the reasonable person I am.
Indeed, Heidi,
Spencer said, his hand reaching my lower back, guiding me to the stairs to the master suite.
You are quite the reasonable person.
When we reached the top of the staircase, we turned and walked into the bedroom. Okay, I said once the door was shut tight. Jake wants your mom to join us on the yacht this weekend.
Jake is out of his goddamn mind. No,
Spencer said.
I don't want Heidi being here to destroy your weekend, so I plan to stay behind with her.
Well, if you have to stay behind with Heidi, that means she's still destroying my weekend. Spencer ran his hand through his hair and exhaled.
Nat, please, just go with our friends and enjoy yourself. Don't make this harder than it already fucking is.
That is a hell of a fucking thing to say to me, I said. No, you're going with me. We're enjoying this with our friends. It will be harder to do this separately than together, and we'll even have our friends help to drive home our little marriage lie. She's only here to catch you and me in this lie, I presume?
You presume correctly,
he said.
My mother has never done something this insane, showing up on me like this. Of course, it's only because she's trying to catch me doing something. Or not doing something.
What point does it serve to her if she does? This all seems so above and beyond to me. Will she get all your money if she finds out you've been lying to her or something? Is there some clause in the family will that forbids lying? He smirked.
No, she's just trying to get you to run as far as you can from me. Seriously, she wants me settled down with a woman she can use to manipulate to have access to my money and steal the personal freedoms I fought for to keep her out of my life.
Yet, here she is in your life, and I'm married to you. She's already manipulating things, and you are falling for it, not me.
How the fuck am I falling for anything?
By sending me away to deal with her on her own, when you have an opportunity to allow your friends to help us end her curiosity about the marriage. If you try to take this on yourself, she will never stop, and she will keep on like this. His face twisted into a look of defeat.
Fuck,
he said, looking out the windows.
You're right.
I always am. I smiled and crossed my arms. Let's just enjoy that we have amazing friends who love to give bad people hell for trying to destroy the peace of others.
This can go any fucking way. You know that, right?
I need to know if it is really that horrible if she finds out that we're truly not married.
No, it's not,
he said.
However, at this point, I'm holding on to my pride. I just don't want that woman to know I gave her so much power in the situation by lying to her about my marriage. Fuck. If she knew that...
She would see you as weak and scared of her?
Exactly.
He let out a breath.
I am neither, but I did this because I didn't want to deal with her mouth at the wedding, ruining everything for my brother and Nadia.
Then he stopped and smiled at me.
And maybe it had something to do with being the perfect excuse to spend more than just a weekend alone with you.
Well, I don't want her thinking she has that kind of influence over you. She'd be over the moon to know you went to the trouble of finding a fake wife for her benefit.
I'd rather give her the money and buy her out of my life before I give her that sense of self-importance,
he said with disgust. I agree. I walked toward him. Let's go fuck with her a little with everyone on our side, shall we? He eyed me.
Are you confident you want her on that yacht with all of us?
More than. She's in our territory now.
God help us. Jim will murder me for ruining his birthday shindig,
he said, shaking his head. As Jake said, Jim will enjoy making your mother uncomfortable, especially because it means helping you solve your problem.
All right. Let me tell her she can join us on the yacht or leave my home.
How the hell did she get in here anyway?
She manipulated my brother in her usual ways. So now I must speak with him about his willingness to give up my address and security codes because Mummy was concerned for my safety, or whatever lies she told to fool him into giving up the goods.
I stared at Spencer in shock. Jesus H. Christ, does anyone in your family know how to set a boundary? Would Stephen really do that? His eyebrow arched.
I told you she is the master of manipulation and shady tactics. She conned him into doing something, knowing I'd never speak to him again if I found out about it. So, at the risk of me cutting him off, he gave her what she wanted, and that's why you ended up walking into this today.
She's like a character in a horror movie, I said, wondering what it must have taken to get Stephen to do that.
And we're bringing her on the yacht with our friends.
Thank God they are who they are.
What do you mean?
They're wealthy, powerful, smart, and above all, ruthless when it comes to burying the bastards. He chuckled.
Yeah, we shall see about that.
I have a feeling that this will work, I reassured him. Let's forget the bullshit and enjoy that they're going to help us.
Well then.
He eyed the bed where my suitcase lay opened.
If you're finished packing, I will call a driver on my way to tell Heidi what's happening.
I'm packed, I said, walking over to my suitcase and zipping it up with a smile. Now let's go enjoy the weekend, husband.
Chapter 34. Spencer. As my chaotic luck would have it, the private detective I hired when we returned from London to investigate Nat's family situation called as I descended the stairs to where my mother awaited on the first floor of the beach house. Now is not the time, Jeff. I quickly sent his call to voicemail and stared at my phone, wondering how the fuck I was supposed to get this information in the presence of the evil queen. There was no fucking way this shit could have transpired at a worse time. "You seem upset that I'm here," Heidi said, her delusional comment flaring my irritation to a point I didn't usually reach. "Fuck," I said, growling under my breath when Jeff called again. "Spencer, darling," I heard Heidi say, her voice cutting through my head like shattered glass. "You look peckish. Of course, I would have one of your servants tell the chef to prepare you something, but imagine my surprise to find that you have no staff attending to you at this home. I simply cannot imagine why not, although that is a conversation for another time." She raised her eyebrows in disbelief that anyone could live in their home without the help of 15 people to wait on them hand and foot. My mother hadn't made a bed, emptied a trash can, done a single load of laundry, or even made herself a meal in her entire life. "Perhaps Natalia could arrange for food to be catered?" "No," I said, looking up at her and slipping my phone into my back pocket. I would handle the call with Jeff from the yacht after I delivered this birthday gift into the hands of my buddies, and I had about a fifth of fucking whiskey in my system. "I hope you haven't unpacked." "No, of course not. As I mentioned, no one was here upon my arrival to assist," she said indignantly. "I will warn you, however, that there will be consequences, mentally and karmically, if you plan to kick me out." "Spare me your convenient spirituality and karmic bullshit, Heidi," I seethed, second-guessing the decision to bring her around my friends, karmically fucking them over for 4 days on a ship. Of course, if she fucked with me, she could always accidentally fall overboard. Fuck, Spencer. Pull your sorry ass together. Now you're thinking about throwing her ass off a 4-story yacht? Imagine how that will look in the news. 5 fucking billionaires and one of their mothers. "If looks could kill, son," she said with a menacing chuckle. "The expression on your face would have me buried at sea." "If only," I sighed as she rolled her eyes. I have a car arriving to collect us and bring us out for a 4-day cruise in the bay on my good friend's yacht."
"Collect us?" she questioned.
"Yep." It made me physically ill to even imagine this, much less say it out loud. "You will be joining Nat and me on a birthday weekend with my closest friends. I expect you to respect that you are a guest on their boat and are in the presence of extremely wealthy and powerful people."
"Why must I join this celebration? These are people whom I have never met." "Then make a good first impression," Nat said, walking down the steps and clasping her delicate watch onto her wrist. "As you did with me, of course."
I grinned at Nat's beautiful, bitchy smile, thanking God she and I had survived all the weird bullshit of her being shut down with me. I couldn't imagine not having her sassy spirit back, especially when I currently needed it so much.
"I don't understand why I must join you two. They did not invite me."
"You don't need to understand, Heidi," I said, feeling a bit better about bringing her now that I'd witnessed her immediate discomfort at the idea. "You didn't need an invitation to show up here unwelcomed either. I know you lied to Stephen for him to give you all access too, and I will speak to Stephen later about his breach of confidence." Her lips turned up into a smile of sheer evil.
"Now that is the last thing I wanted, you boys fighting." "The driver is here," Natalia said, snapping me out of the dark place I was spiraling into with the woman in front of me. "Let's go. Avery texted and said we'll take the helicopter to the yacht if they leave port before we get there. I'd love to board the yacht from shore myself." "I'm sure you would, dear, so everyone can see you enjoying your friend's wealthy lifestyle. That is why you're married to my son, of course, for the life of luxury."
"Not another word, Heidi," I growled. "I'm serious as fuck when I say that your rudeness toward my wife will not be tolerated. So if you have manners, now might be the time to start using them for once in your pathetic life." We boarded the yacht just after 8 in the evening, and with the warm reception from my friends and the ladies taking Heidi and Nat into their possession, I felt the last couple of hours of chaos fade faster than the booze could have worked to calm me down.
"Nat and Heidi seem to have formed a picture-perfect mother-in-law and daughter bond," Colin teased.
I took another sip of my bourbon, allowing the crisp night air of Southern California to breeze through my hair, and inhaled the salty fragrance of the ocean before responding. "I swear to God I never meant for this shit to follow me out here," I responded to Colin, where he'd caught me at the bar.
"Yet here we fucking are," he smirked. "Listen, Jake filled us in. Your mom will likely behave herself or find herself locked in a stateroom crying into her mink coat."
"That's what I'm concerned about," I said. "I don't need her shit anywhere around my friends or me. This is fucking ridiculous."
"Oh, chill out," Cameron said, his smile mirroring Colin's.
I grinned at him and Colin.
"So the 2 top neurosurgeons are going to solve all my private family issues, and I have nothing to fear with that woman embarrassing Nat or me tonight?"
I took another sip. The reality of Nat and I finally getting along well, our relationship moving smoothly before this blasted me tonight, was a reminder that I was scared shitless that Heidi could fuck it all up.
"Why the fuck did we bring her along again?"
"It's Nat, man," Cameron reminded me.
"I've yet to meet any woman who can shake her. She's fucking impervious to people trying to cause any kind of trouble with her."
I smiled, appreciating Nat's beautiful smile from where I stood, then looked back at the 2 men standing with me. "Natalia has already had enough of what my mother has to offer. Trust me on that. You haven't met Heidi, and I dread introducing you to her."
"Have another glass, Spence," Colin grinned. "Relax a little. We've all got this."
"It's what I'm afraid of." I rolled my eyes, then checked my phone when it lit back up again.
"Stephen, you fucking dick," I thought. Seeing my brother's name light up my phone reminded me that I needed to ring back the private investigator.
Steve could wait for me to chew his ass out later, but it was a great excuse to dismiss myself from the stern of this yacht for a short time. I walked over to where Nat stood with the ladies. Shockingly, they all talked pleasantly, while my mother fawned all over them. It looks like the lone wolf can't hunt alone, I thought, knowing Heidi was outnumbered in wealth, status, and intelligence. She might have come from old money, but she'd never accomplished anything alone, unlike these women. Steve just called. I'm going to speak with him for a moment in our room. Will you be okay with her while I'm gone for just a moment? Nat turned and walked me toward the door leading to the ship's interior. Listen, she started. Don't start feeling like you need to babysit my emotions around your mother. It's not you that I'm worried about babysitting, if that is how you see it. Although I haven't forgotten how she got to you the night of the wedding, and you never told me why. It was nothing. I was just starting to fall for you or something like that, I'm sure. I was vulnerable, and she said the right thing at the right time. I was fine then, and I'll be fine now. Nat, I went to argue, she's calculated. I know that. She leaned up and kissed my chin. The night of the wedding, she just struck a chord at a time when I wasn't expecting to be deep into my feelings. Don't worry about that now. Go and do what you've got to do. Nat winked and walked away, leaving me to stare at her graceful figure and the perfect way she held herself, as if she were the owner of the yacht and not Jacob Mitchell. I blew out a breath, my stress flowing out with it, and I walked into the yacht toward the elevators of this floating palace. Thank God I was calmer, most likely due to the liquor and the delicious fragrance working together to soothe my frazzled soul. At least I could think now, and that's exactly where I needed to be to hear whatever Jeff had to say. I rang him back and was relieved when he picked up my call on the second ring. Jeff here, he said. Hey, it's Spencer Monroe, I started. Sorry, I'm just getting back to you, Jeff. A lot of random shit came up today. I don't mean to disturb your Friday night. Has anyone ever told you you're pretty high maintenance, Monroe? His low, rough voice came down the line. Yes, I responded. My girlfriend loves to remind me. That's the same girlfriend whose dad I'm working on? Very same, I responded. And we're coming down to the wire on this, so whatever you've dug up, I need you to send it to me as soon as possible. If it's more money you need, and that's why you called 2 times in a row, it's not more money, but the records aren't pretty, he said. If she isn't already aware of what I found out, I hope you know what you're doing by telling her. I sighed, taking in the PI's words. I didn't blame him for his concern because I felt the same. And once I had the chance to look things over with Shane, I knew there was more to the story than I could uncover on my own. Well, whatever you've found, I need it, and tonight if possible. There's double what I've already paid you if you can send it to me within a half hour, because I need to figure out the best way to tell my girl. Ah, he said. Okay, I'm on it. I'll send you the file now. I had to know facts, and didn't have time to waste with Heidi slinking around. Heidi had never had inside information about anything in my life, but when she showed up with security codes to my home tonight, I was reminded that I'd better get on top of shit. I was never more grateful than now for hiring a PI to look further into Nat's father. I was hoping it would be a source of closure and healing for Nat and Shane. They needed it, especially if Heidi was armed with any harmful knowledge. If Heidi wasn't, I was concerned about nothing, but I wouldn't assume she didn't have an ace up her sleeve. I was smarter than that, and Nat didn't deserve to be ambushed and hurt further by this bitch, all because I used her as my fake wife.
Chapter 35. Nat. After Spencer disappeared into the yacht to handle matters with his brother, I returned to find the fakest and most disgusting version of his mother. Swear to God, this woman was a chameleon. I stood there, listening to Heidi regale us with tales of when she was our age and how Spencer's dad swept her off her feet. Of course, Her stories included all the other ultra-wealthy, desirable men she turned down, and how she was the single most sought-after debutante of her time. She name-dropped the royals and movie stars who'd attended her wedding, and gushed about how she was the talk of the town. And after an hour of this vapid bullshit, I was ready to vomit. Fortunately, Bree knew enough about Heidi to let the ladies know what they were dealing with ahead of time. Although, I'm not sure it was necessary. Bree, Avery, Ash, Jessa, and Elena were nothing like the pretentious, wealthy women Heidi was accustomed to rubbing elbows with, so it made her self-aggrandizing monologue somewhat entertaining because she was embarrassing herself, and she didn't know it. The girls cast me and each other glances now again, probably trying to assess if this weirdo woman was for real. I couldn't blame them. I'd never seen anyone try so hard to be impressive, and these stories were the peak of ridiculousness. When Spence returned, I decided I would let him take over babysitting his mother. I needed a normal conversation with the ladies and a stiff drink. Sadly, it wouldn't work out that way because just then, the pastry chefs walked out with a giant birthday cake for Jim, which was a replica of the Tower of London. I had no fucking clue why, but I was confident the most desirable debutante of 1976 would ask. In a way, I felt sorry for Spencer. This woman was an embarrassment, but she also served as a great lesson in understanding why Spence was the strong, bullshit-sniffing businessman he was. No wonder a billion-dollar empire trusted him with their secrets, sniffing out their thieves. It was apparent he'd developed keen skills in sensing deceit as a defense mechanism of growing up with the Looney Tune, who was one dry gin martini ahead of the rest of us.
"It's where they first met,"
Spencer said in a low voice, while Avery teased her husband about the cake she'd surprised him with.
"Well, that cake would be more appropriate for an anniversary. A prank, of course, but not for a birthday."
"How very odd," Heidi whispered back to Spencer.
"Does it fucking matter, Heidi?"
Spencer's voice rose loud enough that the laughter from whatever Avery had said to a blushing Jim had stopped, and everyone's eyes focused on where Spencer and I stood near his mother, away from the group.
"It's a small group of friends celebrating a birthday. That's fucking it."
"There is no need to get hysterical and cause a scene. It was merely a statement of fact," she snapped back. We'd barely joined everyone on this yacht, and I'd already seen 3 or 4 of Heidi's rotating personalities. I couldn't believe how draining she was, or how I would manage another minute near her, let alone multiple days.
"I can't believe we made it 3 days on this damn yacht without throwing ourselves overboard,"
Spencer said, turning on his side to pull my ass into him as I was rousing awake.
"Good morning, sweetheart."
I smiled when his lips went to my neck. This had turned into my favorite thing, when we were just waking up, and Spencer, who was always awake before me, would surround my entire body with all his strength and muscle. I felt safe, loved, warm, and protected in his arms. Me neither. Remind me to thank Jake later for paying his pilots to stay aboard just in case we need to emergency airlift your mother off the yacht. I felt Spencer chuckle.
"I have to wonder if he did pay them to stay on board after tying down that chopper because we were bringing the Wicked Witch of the West with us. However, I think it's on standby because the real mothers on this yacht want instant access to shore in case any of the children come into trouble."
"True. And regarding your mother, she's not the Wicked Witch," I said, turning to face him. "She's the devil's concubine." He chuckled and kissed the tip of my nose.
"Oh, I don't think Lucifer would ever allow that. He's probably terrified of her."
I couldn't hold back my laughter. He was probably right. Once Spencer and I enjoyed our usual wild morning sex, burning enough calories to replace a workout. We were showered and headed to breakfast 10 minutes late. Of course, I was sure Heidi would have something to say about that, but I couldn't care less. Tomorrow was our last day on the yacht, and I didn't want any of the weirdness from the previous night to ruin what little time we had left to enjoy ourselves. So, the plan was to visit Catalina today, and I eagerly looked forward to it since I'd never been. Who knew? Maybe we'd accidentally leave Heidi there. God, I hated that this woman brought out the murderous, all-around hateful bitch in me. Honestly, the negative thoughts I kept having about her were becoming increasingly dark with each passing hour since she'd appeared on Friday evening. "Good morning," Avery said, walking past us toward the elegant dining table. "You two are so cute. You look like you're enjoying a honeymoon. I mean," she rolled her icy blue eyes and grinned. "Your second honeymoon?" Jim eyed Avery's slip-up with a grin of his own to match mine and Spencer's. But then his expression went dark when he looked over at Heidi. She sat at the table smugly, slicing into her fruit, and eyeing us as if we were to be strung up at high noon.
"Is everything okay?"
Jim asked her, not wasting a second. Heidi met the most serious man of the bunch with an eyebrow arch, as Spencer's hand tightened around mine. He was picking up on the same shit that everyone around the table was sensing, waiting for this pleasant morning to go sideways. Heidi's true menacing self was about to emerge, and the sick feeling in my stomach told me I was the one she was about to sink her fangs into. "Everything is perfectly fine." She slowly set her fork and knife next to her plate and folded her hands. "Though, I'm curious why all you brilliant men, my son included, think it's appropriate for me to be entertained by such childish, foul-mouthed doctors and CEOs.
"That's enough,"
Spencer ordered.
"No,"
Alex said. He was the silent but deadly type, primarily quiet compared to his friends. But when he spoke, he was brutal.
"I want to know why you believe us to be childish."
His dark eyes, coming from his handsome Johnny Depp look-alike face, were enough for me to remain silent, hoping that Heidi would excuse herself. But she wouldn't. Instead, she used his question to fuel her fire. "You entertain lies, and you believe I am foolish enough to as well," she said, picking up the linen napkin from her lap and dabbing the corners of her mouth before continuing. "Spencer and his girlfriend, Natalia, have conned all of you into lying to me. Who knows, perhaps you all enjoy being lied to as well?"
"What the fuck are you talking about, lady?"
Colin spoke up, his wife, Elena, nudging him in the side with her elbow, hoping not to bait the woman more.
"Why do you think we'd give two fucks to lie to a stranger?"
"Oh, I'm sure it's something you're quite accustomed to, Dr. Brooks," she mocked him. "I'm confident that as a neurosurgeon, it is part of your job to deceive, give false hope and such."
"You've said enough, Heidi,"
Spencer said, taking control of the conversation. The woman was currently out for my blood, and anyone who spoke now would have their words used against them.
"You've officially worn out your welcome after these insults, and I think it's time you remain in your room for the remainder of the—"
"Come now, Spencer. I'm not trying to insult anyone more than I've been insulted. But now, it's time for the truth to emerge finally. Isn't it? This goes beyond silly lies of matrimony," she said, looking directly at me. I remained silent, not knowing where this was going, and not wanting to either. "Nothing to say?" she hissed at me. I fixed my gaze on her with as much venom as I could muster, trying to match her force with my own. "I'd like you to say what you've come across the world to say, and then you can promptly return to where you belong," I said. There was nothing this woman could reveal that would bother me. So the big secret was out. She knew Spencer and I weren't married. Whoop-de-fucking-do. It wasn't exactly a scandal, in my opinion. What could she have discovered that my friends already didn't know about me? That I'd enjoyed a plethora of sex partners throughout my life? Or that my brother was a drug addict? My dad was a dick? The whole world already knew all that. "Disrespect comes so easy to you," she murmured, shaking her head as she fixed me with a look that hid nothing of what she thought of me. "Didn't your mother teach you any manners?" "Oh." I saw the evil glimmer in her eyes as she pretended that she'd accidentally brought up the most painful thing in my life. She brought her fingers to her mouth, covering it as if she were embarrassed. But I could see the hideous happiness in her eyes. "Forgive me. I seem to recall that she passed on when you were quite young. Is that right?" "Well, you did your research," I said, everyone's eyes on me. Spencer remained silent after my eyes pleaded with him to allow me to end this entire charade between his mother and me. "Indeed, I did, girl," she said with disgust. "I also learned that your mother's passing has to do with why your brother is such a cock-up."
"Mind your words carefully, Heidi,"
Spencer said, clenching his jaw tightly.
"Rest assured, I have no compunction about calling the police about you intruding into my home. There are plenty of ways to restrain you from being in my presence, for entering my home without my permission."
"My dear, you might not think much of me, which is why you're resistant to the truth I will reveal."
"I've had enough of your threats,"
Spencer interjected. Now, Heidi said, reaching for her glass of water. "There's no need to leap to presumption. I believe you'll change your mind once I've had my say." "Then have your goddamn say and then go," I said, frustration seeping out of me. "Everyone is waiting on pins and needles for your big reveal. But don't be too let down when nobody reacts the way you want them to. There is nothing a stranger can say about me that they don't already know." "A stranger, eh?" Heidi looked at me with a gaze as if I were pinned to a corkboard by her eyes. "One might say the same about you and the family you came from. That father of yours," she tisked a few times. "He was a foul specimen, wasn't he?" I could handle this woman delivering news that my father was a prick in front of all our friends. However, what I didn't expect was the fear that grabbed me when it registered that this woman did research my family. The look on her face was downright sinister, and it gave me the sinking feeling that she was about to reveal something I didn't want to know.
"Enough,"
Spencer boomed.
"No."
She eyed her son. "Natalia just told me to say what I came to say."
"And I'm telling you this is enough, and this conversation is over. I will not hear another foul word spoken about Nat or her family in front of our friends."
"What do you know, Heidi? How do you know anything about my family?" I growled. I was incensed by this woman's audacity to intrude on my life's personal details. "Let her speak, Spencer. I'm sick of this shady shit." "Right," she nodded before she locked her gaze on me. "Did you feel sorry for her?"
"Who?"
I growled, forgetting we were with everyone aboard the yacht in the breakfast room. Right now, it was just me and this ruthless, sociopathic bitch. "Why, your poor mother, of course," she said, her face taking on a falsely piteous look. "She had a most untimely end, didn't she, when your little brother was so small, leaving you to be raised by your father alone?" She shook her head again. Her sympathy sounded genuine, but her demeanor told a different story. I'd never seen someone relish in recounting another person's tragedy, and as I listened to her, I was reminded of the part in horror movies where the villain speaks fondly about the bad things they'd done. "What an awful situation." "I don't know how you found out about any of this," I muttered, surprisingly flustered by what was transpiring. "More importantly, I don't know why you've come all this way to tell me things I already know. I was there, Heidi. I know what happened." "I don't think you know all I have to tell you, dearie," she said. No, that's true, I responded. I knew you were cruel in Italy, but I had no idea you were a fucking sadist.
Nat,
Jim said, trying to catch my attention.
This does not need to be said.
The hell it doesn't, Jim, I said. I didn't care what kind of scene this was causing, and I didn't care if everyone on the ship heard me. I looked back at Heidi. Quit fucking around, Heidi. Tell me what you gain from being here and treating me as though you are reading my last fucking rights. I'm just a mother, she said, holding her hand to her chest as if I'd mortally offended her, who's trying her best to protect her son from the daughter of a murderer. I could hardly hear anything over my heart pounding in my chest, but I saw Bree scoot back in her chair like she was ready to get up and fight. What the hell are you talking about? Bree nearly shouted. How dare you imply such a thing? It's not an implication, my dear, she said, looking smugger than anyone I'd ever seen. Do you think I wouldn't have my people investigate the random nobody my son decided to bring to our family estate, claiming to have married? Do not presume to think I am a fool. I am not stupid. I've known who my son is from the moment he was born, and there isn't a woman alive who could change that leopard's spots. She stood up and turned to face Spencer, finally allowing me a break from her sadistic gaze. You can't really think you could get away with that silly lie that you were married and not expect me to look into it, did you? I could tell Spencer was struggling to keep his anger on a leash, and I couldn't blame him. If our roles had been reversed, I would have had difficulty restraining my temper. However, I'd silenced everyone here to get this woman to speak her truths. And now I stood here in shock, feeling more and more dissociated.
And what did you find out in your valiant search, Mother, other than so many things that are none of your business? Nat's business is not yours, and you'd do well to remember that.
How is this woman's history none of my business? You brought her into my home with a lie about your marriage to keep me from what's rightfully mine, when all the while you've been harboring someone whose father committed an outright murder to get his hands on what wasn't rightfully his. So, I'd say I have a right to be just a bit cross over this, darling. It was almost impossible to find words as I struggled to process what I'd heard from her. What the fuck was she talking about? My father murdering my mother. It wasn't what happened. No fucking way. None of this was true. My mother died in a car accident, coming home from a benefit when Liz and I were home babysitting Shane. My mother died in a car accident, I said softly, trying not to make it sound like I was second-guessing that fact suddenly, though my confidence had been entirely shaken. Have you never thought it suspicious, Miss Hoover, Heidi said, finally turning her gaze back toward me. That car of your mother's, which was top of the line according to the reports, suddenly had an issue with the brake fluid level when your mother was, by all accounts, such a diligent and careful person? Spencer? I watched as Heidi looked at her son, hoping for a reaction while I was fighting back the urge to vomit. I wanted to snatch up Heidi by her Hermes scarf and tell her to get the fuck out of my life with these ridiculous allegations. But I was frozen to the core over one thing. I knew my father and what he was capable of, and the thought that she could be telling the truth was almost too much for me to comprehend. What do you think of this, Spencer? She urged.
Nothing much,
Spencer said.
All this is just typical Heidi, hurling vitriol at Nat and saying ludicrous things about how she's a nobody who doesn't belong here. It's something I expected of you because you've been threatened by her from the moment you first met.
He was nonchalant, emotionless, and hardly engaging in anything she'd just proclaimed. Perhaps he just wasn't feeding this fire with emotion. I had no idea, and I couldn't pull myself together enough to care about anyone's reactions. Ah! Heidi held up one finger, as though she'd hit upon a jackpot.
"Yet, you say nothing about the allegations about her father."
She tilted her head to the side.
"It's almost like you were expecting me to say it. You're entirely unfazed, not defending or opposing what I've learned. Almost as if this is not news to you?"
Her words rattled through me, and I looked at Spencer. I wanted him to deny it. Everything in my body repelled the words she'd said to Spencer, and I seemed to be having a visceral reaction to them as I went over it in my mind. The truth was that he hadn't been surprised by anything Heidi had said. Not about my mother, the brake fluid in her car, or the implication that my father had something to do with it. "Did you know?" The words fought their way out of my throat. "Is she right, Spencer? Did you know any of this about my parents?"
Nat.
"It's a yes or no question, Spencer." I could barely withstand the tension, waiting for an answer I knew would break me.
"Yes, but Nat,"
he said, reaching out to grab hold of my arm. I pulled away from him before he could touch me, holding up a hand as if to ward him off.
"I know it sounds incredibly awful, but hear me out. I wasn't keeping anything—"
"Bullshit!" I yelled at him. "Bullshit you weren't, Spencer. You had my family investigated, my parents, and you never told me? Because you knew that I'd say no." I turned away from him, holding my hands up to my face. I had no idea what to think as I processed the layers of betrayal. I'd never felt this way before, and it was the loneliest feeling I'd ever known. "I fucking knew it," I said, turning back to him. "I knew I couldn't trust you. All your words were just empty, weren't they? All of it was just empty promises."
"Nat."
"Spencer, stop," Bree said, her voice firm. "Give me some time with her. And if you care to regain a modicum of trust after going behind Nat's back and hiring a fucking PI, you need to remove that woman from this yacht." It was all fucking burning to the ground around me as I heard voices in the distance, and I struggled to get out to the deck for fresh air. If anything, I wanted the fuck off this ship and away from everyone. I'd never felt more betrayed, used, and played in all my life. He'd hired a private investigator to investigate my family without my permission or knowledge? What kind of arrogant, disgusting, wealthy fucking pig does that? I know. Spencer Monroe. Fucking bastard.
Chapter 36. Spencer. The room was so quiet that I could hear the waves splashing against the hull of the yacht as it moved through the sea. I should have told Nat what I learned from the PI when I called him back, but she had been so unnerved by my mother's presence that I didn't want to add one more bombshell to make her head explode. I wanted to tell her at a time when she felt safe, far away from my vulture of a mother. But because of my hesitation, Heidi landed a death blow to whatever trust Nat might have had in me and probably our entire relationship. As much as I wanted to blame my mother for this, I was responsible. I'd hired a private investigator without telling Nat, and from the look on her face, that hurt worse than the delivery of the news of her parents. It was painfully clear to me that I'd crossed a sacred boundary, and there was no safe place I could have delivered this information which would have made things okay. Heidi or not, I was the one who'd hurt her. "I'll need you to notify the helicopter pilots that I will pay them double for a flight to LAX, departing within the hour," I said to Jake, while staring at the woman I'd never hated more than I did at this moment. "Heidi, you will wait in your room until the flight is ready to depart."
"Spencer," Heidi said crossly, "this is for your own good."
"I do not need or desire to hear your opinions. Get the fuck up and follow me."
"Apologies if anyone has been offended today," she said, standing.
"I don't speak for myself when I say the only person you should be apologizing to is no longer in our presence," Jim said. while Jake returned to the room and looked at me. "The pilots will have the chopper ready for departure in 10 minutes, he said, while I nodded in return. God knew what everyone at this table thought of my sorry ass. There was no fucking explanation, as far as anyone could see, for why I would think to hire a private investigator to look into Natalia's family because of how Heidi laid it out. I felt like the worst person on the planet. Luckily, my friends were understanding, and we could all talk about what had happened. We were all a bunch of screw-offs, but we were friends, all of us. And that included their friend I'd hurt, Natalia. I guess when they all wagered that I would fuck up this relationship, they didn't put their money on this being the way it happened. "You are making this a much bigger issue than need be," Heidi said, while I walked alongside her silently and full of blistering rage. "I understand that embarrassing you in front of your friends has most likely upset you." "Not another word, Heidi," I said, stiff and unable to diffuse my rising anger. "You will board this helicopter, and it will take you to the airport. If you want to call Marco, Vincenzo, or whomever your assistant is these days to arrange a private jet, you should get busy doing that. Or you can take the red-eye to Milan or sleep in the fucking airport for all I care. What happens to you now is of no interest to me. I wish never to see you or hear your voice for the remainder of my life." "Don't you want to know how I learned you weren't actually married?" she continued, ignoring everything I'd said. "I don't give two fucks how you figured that out," I said. "It was merely a way to distract you so I could enjoy Stephen's wedding without your incessant bullshit. I honestly do not care that you learned I deceived you. The only person I care about is the woman you hurt for reasons I am not diabolical enough to understand." "She doesn't belong in our family," she persisted. "She's not in this family, and after today, I can't imagine she'd ever lower herself to join it." "You insult us," she said. "You're the most delusional woman I have ever known," I turned to her. "My father may have chosen to marry you, but I am only attached to you through genetics. That is all. Once I am assured that you're on the next flight out of the country, you will forever be only a memory. We are done." "And if the rest of the family, if they determine you are wrong to cut me out of your life? Nonna? Becca?" I stopped just before exiting the room and looked at her. "The problem with you," I started, "is that you're careless with the people you piss off. Natalia will do nothing to me, I assure you." I grinned with the menacing spirit I currently felt. "Oh, that's not the person I'm referring to. You see, my job in life, which has made me an extremely successful man, is to sniff out the foul people within companies and to determine if companies are worthless or if there is profitable gain potential. I do this purely based on instinct and am 100% successful with my methods. Which brings me to you. And when I'm done with you, every dark secret will be uncovered, and you will be begging to have anything to do with the Monroe family. You are an evil woman, and I have sensed it since I was a boy. You deceived my father and everyone else, including my grandmother. I will ruin you, Heidi Whitcomb. I promise you that." Her eyes told me everything. I was correct to assume this woman had betrayed more people than only my father in this family. For years, I'd looked the other way and ignored the issues, not wanting to put my family through the grief of following my intuition about my mother. But I didn't give a fuck anymore. I would burn this shit to the ground, leaving no stone unturned in this case. This had gone on far too long, and turning my head in the other direction, allowing this fucked-up status quo, was wrong. My father was responsible for the mess he left behind with this woman. Now it was my job to clean it up. Someone had to. And while I bragged about the fact that I could sniff this shit out and protect Mitchell and Associates from people trying to hurt the company, I should be ashamed that I boasted about that and yet couldn't say the same for myself with my own family. It was unacceptable, and because I'd let it go this far, it eventually hurt me where I never imagined I could be wounded. I would not stop until I fixed this shit, no matter how long it took. A week had passed since the disastrous bomb blew up on Jake's yacht, and I was still laser-focused on burying Heidi. I didn't have much to fucking work with, though, given that the woman wasn't stupid. She'd successfully turned my brother and me against each other, finally, and there would be no changing the final severing of my relationship with Steve. What Steve admitted to doing, giving Heidi all my security access, with only the excuse that Natalia would ruin my life, proved to me that Heidi had brainwashed my brother more than I realized. "You going to hide in here all week, or surface for air and return to your life as you once knew it?" I heard Jake say. I glanced up from my desk, setting down the final report I'd been reading from the investigator I'd hired in the UK to dig up everything he could on Heidi. I was sick with defeat, seeing that the woman had her nose clean and I couldn't legally end her like I'd wanted to. Life as I once knew it. "Which one?" I said, while Alex and Jim filtered into my office as well. The three of them stood before me like they had staged an intervention. "The one where I was aiming to live happily ever after, or the one where I die single and miserable?" "For fuck's sake," Jake said, casually sitting on the corner of my desk. "I didn't realize you'd turned into a bitch in hiding." "We should have never let shit go this far," Alex said, as he chuckled and sat in the desk chair in front of me. "And don't look at me like I'm some asshole who wants you to eat me alive just because I sat in your chair." I grinned at him. "Then don't look so appetizing for starved nerves. I'd give anything to take out my frustration on someone." Jake laughed. "Okay, Hannibal, give Clarice over there a pass, okay? We come in peace." "Let's cut to the chase, shall we?" Jim said, folding his arms and standing at the end of my desk. "You've yet to apologize to your beloved for going behind her back and putting a PI on her case, correct?" Jim was the only man I would allow to get away with this shit in my current mood. "Let's start with that before we help you out of this state of depression you found yourself in." "I don't need help with anything," I insisted. "Seriously, if you can't find a way to bury my mother and put her ass behind bars for what she did on the yacht, there's not much better you can do." "Spare me the dramatics," Jake said. "These guys wouldn't let up until I pulled my shit together. Own your part in this, man. Your mother didn't make you sneak behind Nat's back and pull some fucking entitled rich boy move. That shit is on you." "Fuck that," I said. I firmly believed this would not be happening if it weren't for Heidi. I planned on telling Nat about the PI, trust me. I had no intention of researching her family with— "I'm going to stop you right there," Alex said, while Jim poured a glass of bourbon for himself and returned to sit next to Alex across from my desk. "Allow me to educate you on something, my friend. Rule number 1 in all relationships, soulmate or not, never, and I mean never, do a little digging." He said the word with air quotes. He leaned forward and looked at me like I was a fucking idiot. "Does that even register with you? If at any point you feel the need to hire an investigator, don't date the chick." "It wasn't that, damn it," I said, standing up, turning, and looking out of my top-story window, while I ran my hand through my hair in frustration. "I was looking into her family to help her brother get some closure and help with his drug addiction. Something is fucked up about their father, and I was merely trying to figure out where it all broke down." "Being a controlling sociopath doesn't put your ass too high on the everlasting relationship scale," Jim said. I turned back to the men, my frustration apparent because I knew they weren't getting it. "I wasn't controlling fucking anything, man," I said with defeat. "How is it not controlling to take the resolution of their deep-seated issues into your own hands? Did they ask you to do this for them? Seriously, Spence? Jim questioned, with a genuine look of confusion. What the fuck were you thinking, doing this without Nat's knowledge? I could understand if she knew about it, but it's pretty insulting and intrusive to go behind her back, regardless of whether your heart was in the right place. You're right, I conceded, knowing they were right. It was an absolute dick move on my part, even if it wasn't intended to be. I truly had my heart in the right place. I swear to God I did. No doubt about that, Alex said with a smile. I'm sure he was surprised they got through my stubbornness quicker than anticipated. We know your heart was in the right place, Jake said. Your brain just fucking wasn't. And it bit you in the ass, Jim added. Now we're going to help you fix this shit. How the hell do you plan on doing that? I questioned, sincerely wondering how I could ever regain Nat's trust. How many times had I told her I'd be patient? Instead of waiting for her to come around and initiate things on her own, I bypassed her completely and told myself I was doing it for her and Shane. That's a hard one, Alex said. You know my story, right? My father inflicted untold abuse on me, and I buried that trauma deeply for self-protection. Then, when that trauma and all the memories came bubbling up, it nearly knocked me on my ass. It takes a lot of mental work even to begin to accept things, and only then can we move forward. I'm still working on it every day, and if Nat's dad was anything like mine, she needs your support, not control disguised as help. Jesus Christ, I said. There's no way I can make this right or fix what I've done. I can't even imagine what Natalia is going through after hearing about her parents like that. Then my betrayal to top it off. I've been so ashamed of how everything unfolded that I haven't even attempted to reach out to her. I can't imagine she'd have anything to say to me anyway, so I buried myself in trying to bring down Heidi. It's called hiding from your issues, Jim said. And while you've been hiding, Bree and Elena have been working with Nat to deal with what her father has done. I should have been there for her, I said. No, Alex said. You're pretty much an enemy at this point. You'll have to pray that Nat can deal with this shit, get through it, and then forgive you. Then, hopefully, if she is willing to trust you again, she can determine if she wants to be with you. Fucking facts, I admitted. I would never forgive this shit. Now we're getting a little somewhere with a lesson in humility, Jim said with a grin. How can you smile? I said. Because I've been through it. He pointed his thumb at Alex. This dipshit has been through it too. We've all been through it. I believe mine is worse. Unforgivable. That's relative, Jim answered. Everyone is different, and every situation is different. Trust is a hard fucking thing, and when it's broken, you need divine intervention to help put those pieces back together. The good news is this, Alex said. You and Nat are barely learning how to navigate a relationship. Things were just starting to move forward, and sometimes issues must arise so you guys can figure shit out together. There's a chance this can work. Yeah, right, I said, as hopeless as I felt. You're going to have to apologize, but first, her friends need to help her not to bolt out of the room at the mention of your name, Jim said. I'll call or text her, I said, unlocking my phone. Hold up, Alex intervened. Don't be stupid. Do you want her to forgive you or hate you? I have to say something. You missed the chance to get cussed out for that apology about a week ago, Alex said. That ship has sailed, buddy. Going silent fucked you on that opportunity. So now you have to wait until she can handle the thought of you before you apologize. She can start the process of her hating you then. There's a possibility she won't hate you, Jim said. She may even listen to what you have to say. But for now, this is how you need to work your way back. I'm not sure, I said, leaning forward in my chair. The more I acknowledge how this looks, hiring a PI to dig into the issues my new girlfriend was too embarrassed to talk about, the worse I feel. I shook my head and stared at my hands. It's so messed up. There's honestly no way I can get her to trust me after this. How will she believe I was ultimately doing this to help her and Shane move forward and put that bastard behind them? That's exactly how you're going to fix this. You're going to help them mend it all. A man who truly loves a woman will stick by her side, even if she hates him for fucking shit up. Your heart was in the right place. Your mind just wasn't at the time. If your heart is telling you to help them, then listen to it. How can I help them if Nat isn't speaking to me? Help her brother overcome his demons, Jim continued. It's what you set out to do in the first place. True. I haven't even returned his calls yet, I said, feeling like a bastard for ghosting him too. Yeah, well, thank God we've wrangled the kid while you've been on a mission to punish your mother, Alex said. How's that working out for you? I've got nothing on her, and now my brother and I are no longer speaking to each other. How do you feel about losing your brother over this? Jim asked. Horrible. Like this is one big fucking mess, I answered. I just need to prioritize. I can't lose Natalia. I need her in my life. We barely began a solid relationship before I burned it to the ground. Forgiveness is a beautiful thing, Jim said, and it all starts with humility. You need to start somewhere, and I think working with her brother is the only way you'll get yourself back in her life. Then that's where I start, I said. I'll fund any program he needs. Stop throwing money at things, Jake said. I know we're all born and bred to use our wealth as an answer to everything, but trust me, you want to be helpful in a hands-on approach and go from there. If money is needed, then use it, but stop instantly assuming that financing anything will help them. Got me? I'm with you. I need to meet with Shane and figure out where he's at with everything. You're sure I shouldn't contact her? What does your gut tell you when you think about doing it? Alex questioned. That if I don't try and reach out, then she's got nothing. She at least needs me to do something to show my heart is still with her, whether she loves or hates me. I won't rest easy if I don't. Text the woman, Jim stood, and then get a hold of her brother. And while you're working on that, let's get some dinner and talk about the Yarman Company. Right behind you guys, I said, as the trio stood to leave. And thank you. I appreciate it. We just want to ensure you're both happy, Jim said. Gotta get that lady back, Alex said, before they disappeared from my office, leaving me to pack up and pull my shit together. I knew what I needed to do. If I lost Nat, I lost her. However, I would not allow her to suffer without me trying to be there for her. I was worried that her father was her enemy, and in my determination to figure that out, I also became an enemy. Fuck. Being a fixer had bit me in the ass this time, but if I wished for Nat to forgive me, I needed to find the strength to forgive myself first.
Chapter 37. Nat. I walked out of the showing with my clients, completely satisfied with how it went. I turned back and smiled at the newlywed couple who, from the looks on their faces, were already deciding which room would be the nursery. And I'm sure you're both going to want to place an offer as soon as I get back to the office, I said presumptively.
I think we should probably discuss this property a little more,
the young man said, daring to look at his wife for her reaction to his comment. Listen, Travis, I need to level with you since your beautiful wife here has eyes that are begging me to be the bad guy in this, I teased, glancing at her subtle nod. I looked up at the beautiful home nestled in Hollywood Hills, knowing this was the right place for them. It's got everything you want, the pool, the feel of privacy, and multiple rooms to accommodate a growing family. I could go on, but as we've discussed over the tour, it meets every need you both have. That said, you need to know that at least 4 other couples love this house and its amenities as much as you do. I'd worked with too many couples like this to count, and I didn't want this house to slip away from them. Now, I can get your offer in as soon as possible. I happen to be great friends with the listing agent, and I know she'll put in a good word for us. But we can't wait too long.
I know what you're trying to do,
Travis said, as his wife, who owned a boutique clothing store on Rodeo Drive and could single-handedly fund the acquisition of this home and then some, clung to him, pleading for him to say yes. "Oh, you do?" I questioned with a smile. "You mean place pressure on you so you make a decision that will get you laid tonight?" Travis coughed, and I chuckled. Thankfully, these two were fun and had a sense of humor, or else I couldn't be my usual self.
Well, if that's the case.
Travis eyed his adorable wife. "I assume this is our home, then?" Natasha finally broke her silence and allowed us to hear her soft, fresh accent. Her excitement was understated, but infectious. "This is the home for you," I said. "Waiting and overthinking will cost you in this market. Houses are moving fast. If a bidding war commences, it might sell over the listing price. But if you truly love it, and it feels like the place you can see yourself growing your family, that is the only guide you need. You each know what is right for you, and you don't need my nonsense to encourage the right idea."
Seems you're good with home purchasing and relationships,
Travis said, bringing his wife to his side. "I would love to tell you I was an expert in relationships, but sadly, that is not my department. I can say this, though. Your relationship is what you both make it. Your home is your refuge, and something that is yours together. It's where you can shut out the world and just be together. You both seem to love everything about the home as if it fits both of your tastes, and I honestly think it's the correct decision. But only you two."
We'll offer the full asking price and go from there. Call the listing agent now because I want my wife to be reassured that this home is hers.
I smiled at Travis. "Give me a moment," I said, already knowing the particulars of their financing and how to structure the deal. I'd been looking at properties for myself, on and off, for years, but I had yet to come across anything that spoke to me the way this home spoke to Travis and Natasha. It was a beautiful thing when the potential home was perfect for the couple, and I always had a sixth sense for guiding people to the right home. Call me strange, but I could feel the pull that certain people had to properties. Perhaps I just liked the idea that every house was waiting to embrace a happy family because I wanted both of those things so desperately as a child. Home never felt warm and comfortable to me. It was always a place of anguish and despair. As an adult, I'd assumed I'd never find my perfect match either in a home or with a man. But then there was Spencer. Spencer was the perfect fit for me. However, I wasn't sure I could ever forgive how he went behind my back to get answers. It was mortifying to think about him doing that. The worst part was that he hadn't bothered to tell me he was even thinking about it. I couldn't reconcile how he'd gone from being patient and understanding to making the executive decision of digging up all the dirt on my family. What kind of fucking leap is that? It was disturbing, and I'd never felt so insulted in all my life. And now, after distracting myself all day with Travis and Natasha, I was going to end up where I started, feeling this knot in my stomach again. Fuck this shit. Spencer was living rent-free in my head whenever I'd let him. But that bastard could go fuck himself, along with the text message he sent me an hour ago that I deleted without reading. My sexy ass was worth more than a text after a week of going dark on me as if I were the one who massively fucked up. I reached over and turned on my classical music playlist, something I did to elevate my mood whenever I felt myself spiraling. I would not allow these particular demons to get a hold of me and destroy anything good in my life. I needed to hit the kill switch on the Spencer thoughts and get to meet up with the ladies for dinner tonight. There was a good chance he would be brought up, given I would be out with the wives of all his friends, but I was hoping they wouldn't talk about him. I'd already vented my frustrations to them and grieved the loss of the idea that I'd found the only man I wanted to commit to fully. I'd closed that door and deadbolted it. so I would be shocked if any of them brought Spencer up tonight. I planned to talk about my 2 successful real estate closings tonight, and I would keep the conversation there. I sipped the last of my wine and studied the bottle, debating whether I should pour myself another. Ah, fuck it. I deserve it. Damn fine meal, ladies. And damn fine wine, I said, as I poured my wine glass half full. Well, after today's successful events for you, Ashley, Jake's wife, said with a smile as sweet as she was. You deserve it. If only I could talk my clients at the art gallery into buying my canvases like you talk your clients into purchasing homes. Honey, I grinned and sipped my wine. One will never be able to talk anyone into purchasing anything in the ways that I do. That's the truth. Who knows, though? Maybe someday you'll face your Everest and you'll be stumped, Avery added with her usual sass. I arched an eyebrow at her. I wish I could agree, but hell, I could sell a vibrator to a nun during church. I sat back in my seat as the ladies laughed. The wine was hard at work, relaxing me and pushing my mind into some carefree way of thinking that usually got me in trouble if I wasn't too careful. Lately, I made a point not to drink at all because I knew it would bring up the topics I'd been desperately pushing out of my mind, and I would not let it come to that. So, Bree interjected, why don't we all jump in the car and drive up the coast tonight? We looked at her calculatingly, each of us determining if being so carefree on a Tuesday night was a good idea. I have a showing early in the morning, I said as soon as I felt that knot return to my stomach. I had these strange moments when I felt a rush of sudden emptiness or deep sadness. I couldn't decide which. All I knew was they were there, and they weren't welcomed feelings. I could hardly stomach them, so I couldn't process them, or I would go straight to panic. I stood. Just the acknowledgement of these thoughts made me anxious. I couldn't bear this, and I wouldn't. You know what? I said, trying to cover for myself. I think the wine has gotten to me tonight, so I'm going to go ahead and leave. Not without me, Avery said, standing. You okay? Bree asked. I'm fine, honey, I assured her. I'll be just fine. No, Bree sighed. Bree, I snapped, the anxiousness making me lash out like a caged animal. Please don't. I'm fine. Ash eyed me with a sorrowful expression that was too much for me, and I turned to leave without even considering paying for my share of the meal. Fuck, I said, my heart in some electric spasm, racing faster than a rabbit. It's cool, Avery said, directly on my heels to the point that I turned and nearly ran her over. I need to leave some cash, I said. Bree is handling it. Let's get you out of here, Avery said, somehow picking up that I suddenly wasn't going to make it. Don't, Ave, I ordered her. I felt like I was in full-blown survival mode, praying that my mind would slow down and my lungs could breathe in the oxygen they so desperately were starved of. I marched out of the restaurant, nearly plunging into the valets, unable to pull myself together enough to ask them to retrieve my car. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I wanted to run. I wanted to be alone. I wanted fucking oxygen and peace. God damn it. I had no idea how we got there, but Avery and I ended up on the top of a small hill overlooking the restaurant and parking lot. The grass was so cool compared to my body, which was scorching hot. I wanted to fall back on the ground and transfer this hot, horrible energy into the earth. Instead of rolling in the grass like a piglet, I pulled my legs into my chest and collapsed over my knees. I inhaled and exhaled in silence, feeling tears streaming down my cheeks and allowing the sobs to become more than just silent. I felt a warm hand on my back, and the rhythm it ran over me soothed me to my core. Thank you, I said finally, after what felt like 5 minutes of sitting here and trying to pull myself together. I promise I'm not a wreck like this. I don't know where it came from. I've never been prone to panic.
Don't you dare apologize, Avery's scratchy voice said. I sniffed and looked up at the trees that hung over where I sat.
Ugh,
I said, hanging on to the word.
Damn him for this.
How is she? Bree questioned as she and Ashley walked up the hill.
She is fine,
I said, tears still filling my eyes.
She's probably going to call this place her home now, too.
I glanced around, seeing all the litter left behind by whoever had occupied this spot previously.
We really need to do something about the homeless problem here, you know?
A lamp lighted Ashley's expression in this quaint, park-like area where I sat.
Well, we successfully have gone from you selling nearly $10 million worth in homes today to you believing we need to find homes for everyone.
It's sad. I looked around and wondered if there was a possibility my brother was among these dark shadows I saw off in the darker areas of the park.
There are so many people struggling, feeling like they're drowning and can't get to the surface for air.
I know the feeling, Avery said. While you may not be the type who panics, I have suffered from panic attacks for most of my life. It's much better now, almost non-existent, but they were constant and awful before I met Jim.
What seemed to calm them?
I questioned, desperate for answers so this never happened again.
Getting back the control I'd lost in my life was the problem. At first, I believed it was the comfort of having Jim with me, but after I lost him for a time, I realized he was just another crutch I used to hide behind my fears.
Ha! I rolled my eyes and looked to where my other two friends sat in front of me.
Well, I think it's safe to say that Spencer will take no part in me having a crutch to get through the anxiety. Your feelings for him, coupled with the pain he caused you and the trust he broke, is partly the reason for this,
Bree said fearlessly. I grinned.
Sorry I mentioned him. You hide from it, Nat,
Bree said. My closest friend in the group was saying what she'd been holding back for days.
You have got to stop doing this. You're only hurting yourself and hiding from the issues. That is why you're dealing with this panic, and Avery is correct. This stems from a loss of control. I won't let you continue to bury this.
I sighed.
But I'm making such good money by burying this and working instead.
Ash chuckled.
If only money were the solution to our karmic problems. Don't you dare start going into the universe, past lives, and karma on me, you little spirit chaser.
I teased.
Hey, she held her hands up. Take it for what it's worth. The bottom line, karma or not, is that you have to face your issues, deal with them, learn from them, and heal from them.
And here comes my session, I playfully poked back. Listen, I know I have issues with that man. The sound of his name coming out of my mouth makes my stomach twist. I hate the memory of him, and I hate the goodness I saw in him. I hate that I can still smell him and hear his voice. He haunts me like a nightmare, and I don't know why I can't just get it out of my system and let him go.
It's because you fell in love with him,
Avery smiled at me.
There's nothing wrong with that.
There is something wrong with that, I answered. The man is a fucking bastard who didn't trust me enough to tell me he was privately investigating my family. I've honestly never been so insulted and mortified in my life.
That's because these men are all fucking dipshits,
Ashley said in a way that forced a laugh out of me.
That's one way to put it,
Avery added. The tone changed entirely for me at that moment. I know your men all put you guys through hell, I said, but I don't think they went near what Spencer did.
No,
Bree said.
But the degree of offense doesn't matter. Each of us felt the same knife through our hearts that you're feeling now. You're not alone. They're fucking idiots who've excelled at their professions but failed miserably at different points in their relationships.
It starts with bragging that they'll never fall in love. Avery paused and rolled her eyes as if she'd been a fly on the wall in each of their conversations.
Then they raise their glasses to toast the next fallen asshole,
Ashley added with a laugh. I also swore to myself I would not be a victim of love. I don't know how this even happened to me, I said. You think you're the only woman out there who put walls around her heart to protect herself from a man? Avery said with a smile. Babe, none of us went searching for a love like this, especially with these men who were known for using women for their pleasure because of their wealth and looks. We certainly didn't volunteer to be the guinea pigs for these doofuses to learn their hard relationship lessons. But you did, and so did I, apparently. Don't look at it like that, Nat. You didn't sign up to fall in love with Spencer, Ash said. You know, when I heard you were doing this fake marriage idea, I thought it was cute, but dangerous. I don't see how it could be dangerous. It was founded on being fake. There was no way in the world I would have seen a relationship coming from this, I said. Spencer is as handsome as they come, Ash continued. And he started the thing off by asking you to do something to help him, knowing he would be in a vulnerable state. He subconsciously chose you because I think he needed a powerful woman at his side to face off with his bitch of a mother. You think he was afraid of her? I said, somewhat getting her point, but also confused by it. I believe he needed a partner to help him be in her presence and deal with her bullshit. You were the perfect match for him, and he knew it. What both of you didn't know was that this would be a bonding event, Ashley answered. But the reality is that we are two players who played with fire and got burned. True, Bree said. But you either lick your wounds, heal, and get back up and fight, or stay down and stay out of control. Whether you and Spencer can heal from this together or apart, or whether you get back together is in your hands. But first, you need to heal. I never imagined that I would be the one needing these support talks. I always took my problems to bed with me and a vibrator, and I was healed by that night. I laughed. And now, I've found a man who hurts worse than when the vibrator runs out of batteries? Avery teased. No, I eyed her playfully. A man whose dick is more magical than any vibrator ever invented. Dear God, Bree said. I should have known somehow you'd begin bragging about his dick to all of us. Oh, sweetheart, that's only because this is the rare occasion where the man's penis is smarter than his brain, I said, standing up and feeling more like myself. Now, I need to seriously go get in a hot bath after all this girl talk. Why don't you let me drive you home? Bree said. One day, you'll be the mother to those twins only, and stop including me as one of your children, I said. I'm fine, and feel much better now that we can all agree these men are dipshits, and I'm the newest victim. Love will always come out of nowhere, Ashley said. Every time. What you do with it and the lessons it sends your way makes the difference. Well, I will tell you all this. What I will do with it stands to be decided. I will not be hurt again, and I promised myself and Spencer that I would have his balls on a silver platter if he ever hurt me. He obviously didn't take that threat seriously. Before we start thinking about cutting off balls, let's take this a day at a time. You're coming over tomorrow to go over the plans for that beach house, correct? I looked at Bree. So long as we're not bringing up relationships, yes, because I think I will make an offer on that home. I've got more than enough money saved, but for some strange reason, I'm starting to think my asshole boss, Adam, is fucking with me and stealing my commissions. Jesus, where is Spencer when I need him? He could sniff this man out in a heartbeat. It's a damn shame he concerned himself with sniffing out me and my family issues instead. Let's go home, Bree said. I want to show you what I have designed for the place. Let's get the fuck out of here, Avery said, before we end up in a turf war with those people over there. Thank you all for being there for me tonight. It did help, no matter how messed up the entire situation. After we left, I drove home with a bit of peace. But one glance back at the homeless people spending their night in the park made me wonder if I was leaving my brother on that hill, or somewhere in the dark, with no place to call home. I had no idea, and had no way of processing how that made me feel.
It would be nice to hear from him again and know if he is okay. How was it that over the course of a month, I'd managed to lose the only 2 men I loved? I didn't understand what was going on with my life.
Chapter 38. Spencer. I rolled my pen through my fingers, studying the file Jeff, the private investigator, had sent over. My eyes roamed over all the evidence, which should have been looked into further after Nat's mom passed in her car accident, but something had put a stop to the investigations. The fucker probably paid off a dirty cop, I said softly, swiveling in my office chair before I turned to face the windows behind my desk. Don't they all? I heard Jim say, announcing his presence in my office. I turned and rose to see Shane standing at his side. The kid looked like Jim plucked his sorry ass off the closest park bench and brought him up to me. "How the hell are you getting by, man?" I asked, deeply concerned for him. "I'm paying the price of being an addict who hasn't hit rock bottom." "Oh, fuck off with that," I said, while Jim nodded and took his exit. "I don't want any excuses. I want solutions." Shane rolled his eyes, and if I didn't have any love for Natalia in my heart, I would have asked his disrespectful drug addict ass to leave my presence. But I loved the woman and had a soft spot for what she and her brother went through with their shitbird of a father. "I see you're currently high," I said. "Sit down. We need to talk." "How would you know if I'm high?" he growled. "Because only someone high as fuck would be brave enough to walk into my office and roll their goddamn eyes at me," I answered, walking around my desk and sitting on the edge. "Let's get straight to brass tacks about how we're going to drag your ass to rock bottom and get you back up on your feet again." "Man," he said, tears forming in his eyes, "I'm trying. I've tried. I don't know what to fucking do. My life feels hopeless, and whenever things start to feel great, I fucking bottom out. The drugs keep me alive. They get me through. It's all a lie, man. The drugs end what you believe they do for you." I sighed. I'm not an expert in addicts and why certain people tend to abuse substances for their perceived survival, but I know that it's all an illusion you're creating. So every time the high wears off and the facade falls, you hurry to your next fix instead of looking at your reality. How would you know if you've never been down this road? I've never been down that road because I never wanted to look the way you do now. You look like death, yet you sit here and tell me that shit breathes life into you so you can go on another day. I stood and exhaled, not knowing where to start. I want to help you. We discussed this last week, but you fell off the face of the earth on me. I waved my hand toward his appearance. For obvious reasons, I see. I just don't know. Just how high are you? I asked. The kid looked like he was half asleep. I'm doing good. I keep everything at a base level, always the same amount. I stared at him in shock. Base level? So now you're regulating your drug abuse? How the fuck does that work? I take normal doses. Normal doses? What exactly is a normal dose of an illicit narcotic, huh? I had to stop myself from yelling at his ludicrous fucking logic. Okay, this shit isn't going to work for me. Until you get sober, I cannot have an adult conversation with you. I stood and walked around to sit at my desk. By the look of you, I assume you still have not communicated with your sister. No, he said, blowing out a hard breath. Jim, I said, ringing his desk intercom from mine. Right here, he answered. I need Avery to text me some numbers of good rehab centers while I have the kid with me. I'm driving him there instead of taking his word that he'll check in himself this time. Got it. There is an excellent center she works with at her women's center. You want me to check him in? Right. Have Av send me the numbers. I looked back at Shane. It probably wasn't the right time to talk about his dad's shady shit. Avery will get me the number I need in a few minutes, but what I want from you is your word. My word? I nodded. You seem like the type to keep your word, high or not. Yes? Well, What I know from others who've checked themselves in dissenters, or in your case, had a wealthy individual care enough to fund an all-expense-paid vacation to one, is that they all seem to have something in common. What's that? A will to live and desperation for a second chance at life, I said. Is that something you're interested in? Do you want to live strong and independently, or remain in this illusion of drugs being your life support system, which is blindfolding you on your way to an early grave? I do, but fuck. He started to get agitated. You have no idea how hard it is. I'm not sure I can do this. The center Mrs. Mitchell recommends won't be an uncomfortable place, I assure you. They'll have everything you need to keep comfortable as you detox and learn to start over without the drugs. It's not that. It's just, when I'm sober, I see it all again. The night she died. Then I feel the pain and emptiness of losing my mom, he said, tears streaming down his face. How am I supposed to function knowing nothing can ever take that pain away? I don't want to feel it. My heart ached for him, and I knelt in front of where he covered his face in his hands. The smell of the kid made a dumpster seem sanitary. I don't understand anything of your grief, the horror of not being able to grieve properly, and then the nightmare of an abusive father. His hands pulled away from his face, and his eyes locked with mine. My father was my idol, and when he died, my sadistic mother was not exactly nurturing to my siblings and me. I won't say this to compare grief, but to let you know I understand the loneliness of losing the person who loved you most. We handled our pain differently, as all people do. It doesn't make it right or wrong. Me becoming a workaholic wasn't exactly a healthy coping mechanism, I'm sure, so I'm not passing judgment. I'm sorry about your dad. Is your mom really that bad? He asked. My mother is a stone-cold sociopath, I said. My father died of a heart attack, but part of me wonders if that woman was responsible for it. You think she killed him? Fuck, that came out wrong, given what I'd discovered about his parents. Do I think she gave him something to induce a heart attack? No. But she pushed and pushed him, insisting he work harder to secure their future. The irony is that my father was one of the most successful businessmen in Italy, so he did not need to work as hard as he did, if at all. Who knows? Maybe he was just trying to avoid her all that time, I said with a slight laugh. Your father was Italian? Shane asked with a look of confusion. Very Italian, I said. I know what you're thinking. Monroe is not an Italian name. My father's family has lived in Scotland for more generations than I can count. His father met my nonna on holiday on the Amalfi Coast, and the rest is history. Suffice it to say that my grandfather preferred the weather in Italy to the Scottish Highlands, and they made their fortune in the olive oil business. My father expanded that business and became a self-made billionaire in the process. He sounds impressive, Shane said, with a look of melancholy. I wish my father could have been like that. He was a force, and I worshipped him, I said, seeing my father in my mind's eye and missing him immensely. My mother's incessant manipulations wore him down, and soon after his death, it didn't take long for me to hate everything about her. I knew instinctually that she wasn't trustworthy, and I spent the better part of my childhood observing and analyzing her behavior out of self-protection. Flexing those mental muscles and observing every microaggression or weird vibe from an early age is why I am so good at my job. Perhaps my intuitive ability is a gift. I'm not sure. But with this sixth sense, I can see that you're a good person, Shane. He looked away from me and shook his head. Don't bullshit me, man. I chuckled and stood, looking down when his eyes met mine again. Trust me, I'm not the type. Are you trying to score points with my sister? I think that game ended before it started, I said, feeling an emptiness in my gut that I hated. Your sister and I are no longer seeing each other. He laughed with disgust and rolled his eyes. Let me guess, she ran off with another guy. A relationship was too much for her? No, I shook my head. Your sister is a beautiful soul, and I fucked this one up, buddy. How the hell did you do that? You were a full-blown clinger with her. I'm positive you scared her off. I stared at him in disbelief at his likely true insults. I probably was a bit much in the beginning, and I'm sure of that. However, I betrayed her trust, and from what I've gathered, that's not something easily earned back. So you're fixing me to get her back? I smiled. I would be lying if I told you no, but after sitting here with you, I promise this is more than that. I see a good person who fell into a void, and I want to give him a hand and help him out. You're a good kid, Shane, and I want to help you get back on your feet where you belong. You, your sister, and even I deserve to be happy in this life, despite what our fucked-up parents have done to derail it. Yeah? That, and after this week, I no longer have a relationship with my brother. Perhaps I'll take your ass in and work my way into your sister's heart from there. Glad I can help. My phone dinged, and it was probably Avery's text. Let's stop worrying about everyone and everything else and give you the help you need. He stood up, nervous. You can do this, but you need to do this for yourself above anyone else, I said, trying to be his #1 cheerleader. Do it for her memory. I watched him stare out at the sprawling city that went on forever from the vantage point of my office window. Who? Your mother, I said, a bit nervous that I'd overreached on that statement. He turned back to me, tears in his eyes. She'd be so upset with me. We're not doing that, I said sternly. None of that shit, you hear me? It's the fucking truth. That's fine, I said. But you need to talk about the positive. He shook his head. I don't know how the fuck you find anything positive in that truth. The solution is where you'll find the positive. The only solution is to make her proud, the opposite of what I'm doing. I nodded. Let's go make that fucking happen, then. I extended my hand toward the door and felt a little bit more confident this kid might do the time and get straight. While Shane was cleaning up his act, I was going to finish getting answers on Natalia's father. She was already angry with me, so the least I could do with my fuck-up was give her information that could be useful to her. There was more to her father and what he'd done. I just didn't know what that was. I vowed to Shane that I would be there on his meeting days and any other time he needed a friend or someone for mental support. He didn't want to inform Natalia about checking into rehab because she'd seen him be unsuccessful many times before, and he didn't want to make any promises he couldn't keep. And that only fueled me to stick through this with him. The loss of Natalia was a constant and steady tear in my heart, but I was learning to ignore the pain. How could it hurt to lose someone when, looking at it in the rear view, I'd never really and truly had her? The demons of our past swarmed around us the moment I introduced her to my mother. I'd seen Nat as great sex and personality, which is why I believed it was okay to put her up against my mother. In the end, that burned my ass to the ground. But I didn't care what it did to me. I cared that it hurt an innocent woman who, no matter how strong she appeared to be, was only human. Chapter 39. Spencer. I paced through the office, having just returned from a session with Nat's brother. After only a month, the kid's progress was blowing my mind. He was conquering his demons and slaying the shit out of everything that had held him down for too damn long. Of course, I knew he had a road to travel before we could celebrate, but I didn't hold back my acclamations every time I was there. He'd switched from drug use to cigarettes, and I'm sure Nat would have kicked my ass for being his outside supplier, but I wasn't complaining. He'd come a long way, and we'd work on his nicotine habit down the road. I got to the office early, stopped in the cafe to get my morning cappuccino, and went to my office. "So when are you going to tell Nat?" Jim asked, standing in my doorway and glancing down at a portfolio in his hands. "Tell Nat what? That her brother needs a nicotine patch now? He's alive and well, and that's what matters. It's not that I don't have the courage to tell her myself. I was just—" "What?" Jim said, looking up from the paperwork in his hands and staring at me like I was an idiot. "No, dumbass. How can you possibly think I give a fuck about his addiction to cigarettes? I'm referring to the information Jeff sent over last night. You know, the PI you're still using? Yeah, well, I'm working on that. If you think this will play out like some fucking romance movie or something, you're wrong. You need to sit down with her." "I know that. I just wanted to handle this when her brother is out of rehab and sober." Jim seated himself across the desk from me. "This shit can't wait. You know this can't wait. Stop doing undercover shit behind her back like she's a company we're investigating, hoping to use the element of surprise before we start getting people arrested. Why must you always come at me like I'm trying to treat Natalia like she's business?" "Because that's what you're doing. You're in this position because of it, and you continue to do this shit behind her back, not being upfront about anything. She's a woman, your woman, if you play this right, so don't keep fucking it up." "I understand, but I didn't have all the information I needed until last evening. I didn't want to go waltzing up to the woman, who is probably itching to cut my dick off, and tell her I learned something else after investigating her mother's death behind her back." Jim sat back in his chair and studied me. "When you think about it, you're fucked either way. She's going to be even more furious that you continued researching her." "So glad you're making me feel better about this," I answered. "Not my job to make you feel better. It's my job to make sure you don't keep fucking it up, and I think I slipped on that part." "Jim," I said, nervous now. "What the fuck?" He grinned. "Love is a beautiful thing, man," he said. "And if she loves you, she might forgive this. However, you might be right to show up with her brother gift-wrapped and sober. And speaking of which, don't you think she should know that he's safely off the streets and in rehab?" "You're seriously mind-fucking me right now. What the fuck do I do?" "The right thing," Jim answered. "And only you know what that is." I sighed. "Yeah, thinking I was doing the right thing got me into this shitstorm. I think it's obvious that my right and wrong meter is broken." Jim chuckled and stood up. "Seems like you're on the right track, though, admitting to your faults and wrong choices. You can only learn and grow from there. Get the fuck out of here, dude. It'll all work out. Just try not to force it. Follow your heart." "Again, my heart fucked me the last time, too." Jim shook his head. "Stop being a bitch." I chuckled. "Now we're getting somewhere." After Jim left my office, I resumed studying the file Jeff had sent over. Why the fuck did I let Jim leave? I needed to run this shit past him. So I called him on the intercom and asked him back in. "Some of us are trying to run empires and shit, you know? What do you need?" he asked, stepping back into my office. "Check this shit out," I said, feeling more comfortable investigating hard facts instead of trying to work out mental love-life situations in my head. "As you know and have reamed my ass about, I've done more digging on Nat's dad. In my defense," I said, as Jim smugly raised his eyebrow at me with disapproval, "I only did so because if the bastard did murder her mom like everything seems to indicate, I wonder if he wouldn't do the same to his kids. I mean, you should have seen Shane's face when he showed up in London, Jim. He didn't just have a black eye, the kid was brutally beaten by his father." Jim's demeanor softened as I continued. "It turns out this shady bastard has been up to no good when it comes to his daughter." "No good as in what?" Jim answered. I glanced at my laptop and then at Jim. "The real estate company Nat works for has a mysterious investor that caught my attention." "How the fuck did you go from researching her mother's death to investigating the company she works for? Are you trying to get her to murder you?" On the surface, it does appear extremely obsessive. Just a little, Jim answered sarcastically. God help you when Nat finds out you're researching her company, too. I rolled my eyes. This sounds like I'm some creep investigating my girlfriend, but that couldn't be further from the truth. You know how I get when I sense something isn't right? And knowing her father is responsible for her mother's death was enough to get me on this bastard's trail. Well, you are a bloodhound when it comes to following your instincts about people's dirty deeds. Okay, Jim held his hands up. Without asking further questions or judging your sorry ass, please continue. You got on his trail, and what has been dug up? He's the top investor in the real estate company Nat works for. He all but owns that fucking place. I shook my head, feeling sorrier for Nat than anything at this point. Which means he still owns her ass, and she has no idea. So, Triton Realty is owned by her father. Looks like he's a silent partner in the group. When I noticed the name Hoover as an investor from the Bahamas and Dubai, you know I went deeper. Right, Jim answered. I'm positive you didn't stop there. No. As secure as those offshore accounts typically are, Jeff was able to break through the firewalls on them and confirm the name attached to the accounts is Hoover. You're sure it's her father? Yes, and there's more, I answered. From the correspondence on his server, apparently, the partnership with the company only lasts for as long as Nat works there, so they have a vested interest in keeping her. Well, what the fuck are you going to do about it? The only answer is to pull her from that company and watch it and her dad fall, I answered him. What then? Jim questioned. Perhaps this is the part of you trying to help where you really fuck it all up. Because it'll cost her job? Yeah, he answered, while I contemplated getting Nat away from that company and her father. All because her billionaire boyfriend was feeling meddlesome, wanting to solve the puzzle driving him crazy, so he investigated her family and her company, and now she no longer has either. You solved your puzzle, though, right? I get it, Jim, I said, completely unsure of what to do now. I promise you this isn't because I'm bored and can't let something mysterious go. You know me better than that. I know. You just need to put yourself in her Louboutins and imagine how it looks from the outside, he said, eyeing me. Lucky for you, we're friends, and I'm a big enough prick to take the heat off you. What do you all plan to do to make my fuck-up right? I plan to say that I hired another investigator to put his ass on the case after learning that her bastard father potentially murdered her mom. Yeah, that won't work. Jim smirked at me. And I hired that investigator only because my best friend fucked shit up by doing so behind her back, and I wanted to fact-check his mother. He sat back and studied me. I know you want to make this right with her again, but this is something you can't do on your own. Let me step forward on your behalf and talk to her, and let her see that it's in her best interest to distance herself from that company. So I could come riding in on the white horse and save the damsel that is broke and without her career, because my best friend advised her to quit her job? Although that's a beautiful sentiment, no. Instead, I've had a plan for a real estate division through Alex and Bree's firm under the umbrella of Mitchell & Associates for a while. I just didn't have the candidates I wanted to head it up yet. I grinned. She would do a phenomenal job. You would too, he said. Can you imagine what this will look like then? Like you used your best friend to hire her and work alongside you as a partner at a new firm? Jim said. Do you think she'll get insulted at the signing bonuses I'd offer to secure her as my top agent? I rolled my eyes. You are the king of making people offers they can't refuse. Jim laughed. Let's work the details out later. I want this firm to happen, though. You and Nat would be excellent business partners, but we need a solid plan that makes sense because I want it to work. One thing I know is that she cannot hear that her father is a silent partner for that company from you. I don't know how we'll do it. Jim's lips twisted. We were trying to figure out the best way to deliver this to Nat, and once Jim and I put our heads together, we'd derive a faultless plan. Even if I didn't get Nat back, she'd finally be free and clear from her father. "I don't want to spearhead that company," I said, while Jim typed something on his phone. He looked up at me. "What's that?" "Natalia needs to be assigned the big seat," I said with a smile. "It's been her biggest aspiration since she was a girl. She's as sharp as it gets within her industry, and no one fucks with her. She's the one you want leading that if you want Mitchell and Associates to have a firm with Brooks and Stone." "Well, I'll be damned," Jim said, laughing. "You're going to be if you keep talking like a cowboy," I chuckled. "I'm serious, though. Give her that company and let her build it. She's already got a broker's license. She's got everything it takes. And you? She'll be making more money than her boyfriend." I rolled my eyes. I could only be so lucky to be her boyfriend again. "Send me over the files you got from the investigators if we're going to propose this to Nat. And because I want to be truthful about my involvement, I will put another PI on the case. I don't think it's right that her mother's case was left unresolved, and I don't feel bad about insisting upon it." "Indeed." "Yes." He stood up, more serious now. "If we're going to get her and her brother closure, let's do exactly that without fucking around. Putting that fucker behind bars may be the only closure that truly needs to happen." "My thoughts exactly," Jim answered, turning to leave my office. I checked my watch again. "Shit, I need to get to Shane's meeting." Jim laughed at me. "Look at you, being the best man and all." "Always," I answered him, closing my laptop. "I have to work my way back into that woman's arms somehow." "Nothing like the old high school trick, eh? Befriending the brother to get his older sister. Works in fucking romance novels, so I figured it could work for me, too." "You read that shit?" Jim asked as I walked out of the office. "How the fuck did you think I landed the sex goddess of the world? I know where to go to find what the ladies want." "Fictional characters? God help you, man." Jim shook his head, walking ahead of me and looking over at my paralegal. "Hey, Sherry, your boss was just mentioning how you lovely women love fictional men. Is this true?" She smiled wryly. "I love Mr. Darcy even more than I love my husband." "Poor Phil never stood a chance, eh?" Jim said with a laugh. Jim looked back at me, and I shrugged. "Better start reading before Avery decides to replace you," I said, feeling like my usual cocky self as a sense of relief washed over me, knowing that this was going to be okay. What didn't kill me always made my ass stronger, and I wasn't dead yet.
Chapter 40. Nat. I was in utter disbelief, ear-ringing shock, feeling the nausea that would be the prelude to the rest of my fucked-up fucking life creeping up on me. "This isn't happening," I whispered before I yelled in horror. "Oh my God!" "Oh shit," Bree said from the other side of the door. "Nat, let me in now!" I numbly walked toward the door and unlocked it, and tears spilled out of my eyes as I nearly collapsed into my best friend's arms. "You know, the stories will always be the best part," she said. I dried my tears, now pissed as I stepped back and stared at her. There are no best parts about me carrying Spencer Monroe's child. I stopped, looked at the test again, and then looked back at Bree. "I'm going to need to try every test from the store, and then I'll book an ultrasound with my gynecologist." "Slow down," Bree said. Her eyes were filled with humor, glistening through tears. Tears of goddamn joy, of course. At least one of us was feeling joyful. It sure as fuck wasn't me. "Just take a breath. You and I both know taking more tests, looking for the one that might come up negative, won't change the reality. What you need to do is schedule an appointment with your gynecologist. Then we'll have better knowledge about—" "Do you realize that everything I've done with that man has resulted in disaster? All because I was caught up in the moment?" What are you talking about? Think about it, Bree. This has ended up a nightmare because of my lapse in better judgment. I allowed my heart to get hurt because I was foolish enough to trust him with it, I said. And now this? I waved the pregnancy stick in the air. This is the worst lapse in judgment of all time, letting myself get caught up in some marriage fantasy. God knows what else I may have from not using protection. You need to calm the fuck down, Bree said, in a tone only a mother would use and get away with on me. You're going to spin out, imagining this stupid shit because you're operating strictly out of fear. How the hell would you operate if you were in my shoes? I probably couldn't operate, she chuckled. But that's me, and this is you. Natalia Hoover, you are the strongest woman I know. Now clear your damn mind and get a grip. I rubbed my forehead. What am I supposed to tell people? I'm pregnant because I decided to enter a fake relationship? Since when do you care what people think? She said, with a look of bewilderment. I don't actually care what anyone thinks about it or me, okay? I said, annoyed that I had to take a moment out of my self-pity to clarify. Obviously, I'm well aware that my life is no one's business. But can you allow me a moment to blow things out of proportion for Christ's sake? I think this goddamn moment calls for it. Nat, your relationship with Spencer was anything but fake, so get that thought out of your head. This isn't happening to me, I said, genuinely believing this would be the final straw before I took a long walk, changed my name, and never returned. Let's sit by the pool so you can get some fresh air and we can think this through. You look like a ghost. I exhaled. I feel like death, so I don't think I'll argue with you. I walked into the gynecologist's office reluctantly. My day had already been shot to shit when I woke up, knowing I was here 6 months prior to my scheduled annual visit. Nevertheless, I took the closest seat to the door in case I had the sudden urge to run out of there like Usain Bolt. I was in the midst of a full-blown identity crisis. I never wanted children. How was I expected to care for a little one when I had no mother as a role model? I'd raised my brother, and look how that little motherfucker turned out. I had no idea who I was anymore, and even less of a clue about how I was expected to deal with this. How did I allow myself to get into this mess with Spencer Monroe? Stop, I ordered myself. Instead of being alone with my thoughts, I figured I'd log into my long-forgotten Facebook account. The last time I used it was after I set it up a decade ago. Watching old acquaintances from high school whining about politics or sharing posts that threatened you with bad luck if you didn't share them was not my idea of entertainment. Nevertheless, today, I needed the distraction. It would give me something to hate other than my situation. Fuck, they've changed everything on here, I thought. I smirked when I saw a post from Jeremiah Boland. Looks like this dumb bastard's wife finally filed for divorce. I scanned through the page of the top jock from high school and rolled my eyes at his perfect profile picture. 3 adorable kids, no wife, and a cheerful smile, trying to make himself look like the perfect dad for the attorneys to see once they went to social media for evidence. Oh well, he was a piece of shit in high school. I'm sure he's a piece of shit now, too. My foul and depressed mood moved on from Jeremiah and brought me to some motivational posts by Frances Killigan. Who the fuck is this lady again? Who knew? Probably some former client. I scrolled and scrolled, seeing that Frances enjoyed sharing posts about animal rescue, natural disasters that happened months ago, and pictures of her cat, Rainbow. Nothing to judge here. Moving on. I continued through my feed. Oh, look, it's Lacey Stevenson. What a bitch. I thought of the former college friend who'd slept with my ex and couldn't resist clicking on her profile to see what the wretch had been up to. Jesus Christ. How many selfies can one take with blurred cheeks? What the fuck was this shit I was looking at? Her eyes were never this blue. And don't get me started on the airbrush contour filter, which looked more like taking a picture in a room filled with smoke than anything else. The fuck? Why would she post these horrifying images of herself? Meh. She was a distorted bitch anyway. Nothing was genuine about her personality, so these pictures are a fair reflection of her. I got bored, trying to pick apart my college archenemy. Eventually, I found myself looking at a picture of a carpaccio salad Josie Blanchard was eating at a new upscale restaurant I wanted to try out. I glanced up at the clock, seeing it was 20 minutes past my appointment time, and I was reminded why I hated going to the doctor's office. Facebook was becoming dull, and a sponsored diaper ad wasn't helping my stress. I closed the app, more irritated than when I opened the damn thing. Fucking hell, I said before noticing the 2 pregnant women on each side, who were probably unappreciative of my foul mood and language. Apologies. I was flustered and totally out of my natural environment. It's fine, the young woman on my right said. She was about my age, and I couldn't help but be humored that she had her cell phone and keys resting on her very pregnant belly. Her demeanor was warm and pleasant, and I felt utterly drawn to the good vibes she was emitting. When are you due? I asked, feeling less like myself in that statement than I'd ever been. 2 weeks, she answered with a brilliant smile. Then she rubbed her stomach. Little Haley will be my first. Are you married or on the same road I'm traveling? She gave me a perplexed look. I'm married. Which road did you say that you're traveling? I rolled my eyes. The Dad's a Dick road? She scrunched her eyebrows together, processing what I'd said, and probably wondering if she was sitting next to a lunatic. Spoiler alert, she was. Well, my husband can certainly act like an asshole sometimes, but I wouldn't say he's graduated to complete dick, she said with a chuckle. Give him time, sister, I muttered under my breath. I needed to get the hell out of here. I was in foreign territory. I'd only ever come here to ensure my vagina was still good to go, and preventative measures were being taken to ensure a long and healthy sex life. But now, I was in the deep end. I didn't even want to think about my vagina, having to be stretched from here to... God damn it! I bolted out of my seat and walked up to the receptionist. May I ask why I'm waiting 30 minutes past my scheduled appointment? Dr. Patel is never late, which is why she's my doctor. She's in a delivery right now. Maggie, the curly-haired brunette, answered with more attitude than I was capable of withstanding right now. Dr. Astor is seeing her patients in between his. And when am I in line for this Dr. Astor character? Miss Hoover, I heard a nurse call from the door she'd just opened. We're ready for you. Of all the times I had to do this, it had to be when my usual doctor was out. Strangely, I wanted Spencer to be here, and I felt some unwanted emotions surface at the thought of doing this alone. I tried to keep my mind off my bare ass, sitting on the paper barrier covering the exam table, and I focused on the task at hand. Falling apart was not an option right now. Period. I heard 2 soft knocks at the door before it opened to reveal a tall, tanned specimen of God's glorious creation.
You must be Natalia, he said. I'm Dr. Astor, and I'll be treating you today.
The hell you are, I said, seeing how stupidly gorgeous this man was. His chestnut hair set off his bright hazel eyes, and underneath his lab coat, he wore suit pants and a tailored button-down shirt that clung to his chest, leaving too much to the imagination. Listen up, Doc, I smiled, trying to reason with him as best I could, wearing nothing but this paper towel for a gown. By the looks of you, you must have graduated college yesterday, and I'm your first patient. I inhaled, ignored his humored yet annoyed expression, and went on. And while I may be ideal for your first exam of the female vagina and breasts, This shit is not going to work for me.
I assure you that
I don't want to make this any more uncomfortable for you and your assistant, Farah. I smiled kindly at the young nurse who entered the room behind Dr. Gorgeous. All I can say is, this is not going to work. I will not let a man as handsome as yourself work on my female body parts.
Ma'am,
he insisted. Oh, no, you don't. I stopped him, holding up my hand. There is no ma'am here, okay? His expression might have been charming, but I was in no mood to be charmed.
Of course not, Ms. Hoover,
he conceded. Unless you're gay, I don't want you poking around me with those things. I waved at the equipment he was about to use to examine me. So, are you gay?
No, I'm not,
he stammered, clearly caught off guard by my defensiveness. Well then, I said, raising my eyebrows and crossing my arms over my chest.
I think we started on the wrong foot,
he said, putting his hands in his pocket and staring at me squarely. My God, he was an Adonis.
You are clearly uncomfortable with me examining you, so I think it might be best to wait for your doctor to return from delivery.
I should have felt mortified, but I wasn't. I'm sorry if I made this awkward, but my emotions aren't doing too well. What the fuck was happening to me? I held my hand up, my cheeks burning red, as I struggled to sort through a flood of emotions. Shit, I said, gripping each side of the exam table, dropping my chin to my chest as the tears flooded out of me so abruptly that the doctor had to wonder what was wrong with me. I felt a hand rubbing my back and focused on the soothing motion as I centered myself. There you go, Farah said, standing at my side. Just relax your mind for a moment. I didn't try to respond. I just followed her instructions. Finally, when I gained the courage to reopen my eyes and look over at the beautiful, onyx-haired woman, I saw that we were the only ones in the room. Dr. Astor excused himself, Farah said. To save himself from further nonsense from me, I'm sure, I answered, rolling my eyes at myself. God, I feel like such an idiot. It's perfectly fine. I'm glad you're doing a little better. He gets this a lot, doesn't he? I mean, you can't be that fucking gorgeous and choose this line of work. There should be laws against such a thing, I said. She gave a big chuckle. Nah, she brushed it off. I'd find it kind of boring to date him if I'm honest. I arched an eyebrow at her. She was exquisite, like a Persian princess, with creamy olive skin and almond-shaped eyes the color of glowing amber. Really? I pressed. Really? She turned to move the tray filled with examination tools to the corner of the room. Think about it. Would you be into a man who works all day with... She turned back and eyed me, most likely to see if I'd bust her for this type of talk behind the doctor's back. Go on, I grinned, all panic, tense nerves, and stress slipping away from me now. Who works all day with vaginas? She laughed and nodded. Exactly. I imagine my boyfriend coming home exhausted from a long day of prodding vaginas, and I think, does he want to see one more after dinner? Or is he off the clock? Oh, shit. I laughed loudly. Oh, my God. Yeah, I feel sorry for whoever he's involved with. I like to think my vagina is magical, but when your man plows through 10 a day, there's just no magic left. I'm sure not going to take the chance, she said with a big, sassy smile. I smirked. I like your style, Farah. One must be smart in the dating pool these days, or broken hearts are your only reward. I had the dating thing figured out. I sighed. I was as confident as you are now, and then stupid enough to give my heart to a man. I took a deep breath. The worst part is that I let my guard down, and now, here I am, pregnant with his child. She smiled at me. We get a lot of women in your situation, and if it helps, you're not alone.
Perhaps that's why you freaked out a minute ago?
Yes, I answered her. I've never not been in control. Losing it is the scariest thing in the world. I just have no idea where this all ends up, and that scares the shit out of me. I stopped my incessant whining. God, I'm so sorry. Listen, thank you for helping me get calm and giving me some much-needed laughs. I think I'll call my friend down here and cry on her shoulder while I wait for my doctor. Thanks for hanging back after I chased the good doctor out of the room.
Are you sure you don't want me to stay with you?
Positive, I answered, knowing I would probably dump everything on this poor soul if I didn't stop talking now. It was lovely to meet you, and thank you for your help with this mess. Now, be safe out there in that dating world.
I'll be just fine.
My eyes followed her as she left the room, and I smiled at her confidence. Oh, to be young, naive, and foolish again. Chapter 41. Nat. After I had walked out of the doctor's appointment, I was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. The only thing I knew to do was what I always did when times got rocky, and that was to throw myself into work. I drove onto the 405 freeway with all the ferociousness of Sandra Bullock driving a bomb-rigged bus, and I floored it all the way to Beverly Hills. Once I stepped into my office, I would be fine. Unfortunately, however, as I sat in my office, I was anything but fine. Work couldn't pull me out of this biological hole, and my downward spiral felt like it would plunge me into the middle of the earth. I laid my head down on my desk, feeling the coolness of the polished wood against my flushed cheek, and then I heard a soft knock on my door. "Give me a minute," I said, not wanting anyone to see me like this.
"Nat,"
I heard Adam say as the door eased open.
"Jesus Christ."
He flipped on the lights I'd kept off to keep my brain from sensory overload and walked in with a concerned look. "Fuck," I snarled, covering my eyes like a vampire blinded by the light. "What is it?"
"Are you okay?"
he said as he rushed to my side. "No." He knelt by my chair, put his hand on my back, and I crumbled into a weeping heap onto his shoulder. "My life is a fucking wreck," I admitted. "I don't know what I'm going to do." My sobs busted loose, and any chance of ever redeeming my strong qualities in front of this man again was lost. This asshole and I had already gotten into it more than once over many things, namely when he was making adjustments to the bonus and commission structure. I was not the person to let anyone fuck with my money, and he eventually got that loud and clear. I worked too hard for some greedy prick to try to pull one over on me. He was why I'd procured my broker's license, so I could eventually open my own agency. The only thing that was stopping me was that I was too fucking busy to switch. If I tried to leave now, I wouldn't get my commission because the contracts were legally Adam's since he was the broker. And I'd be damned if I didn't get every cent from the deals I had in escrow. The more I thought about it, the angrier I was at myself for showing weakness in front of him. I had no idea how I'd pull myself together and show him I was still the powerhouse who would take his ass to the cleaners if he tried to screw me. "I need some time off," I demanded. That was the truth. I needed to get my shit together. I thought I could work through everything so long as I continued to do my job, but the number of times I'd broken down today proved that was not possible.
"Yes, of course."
He grinned sympathetically.
"Take the next 2 days off. I want you back and refreshed to land this huge opportunity that hit my desk about an hour ago."
Typically, I would be all smiles and starved for a new challenge, but not today. "I'm going to need more than just a couple of days," I said. "I have a lot of shit on my plate that I need to sort out."
"Do you want to talk about it? Perhaps that will help you?"
I frowned, wondering why this bastard was being such a stiff-ass with me instead of giving me what I asked for. "No," I said with irritation.
I'm not talking about my problems with you, of all people.
I can't lose you for more than a week, Nat. In fact, I won't lose you for more than a week. So take the rest of this week and see how you feel. Then I'll send info on the property we're looking into for an impressive client. I want you on this. The commission is well over $5 million with included bonuses.
I stared at him. Speaking of commissions and bonuses, I started, with no tears or smiles. I was just rigid and pissed. I didn't see those bonuses before I went to Europe, and I haven't seen any since I've been home. They haven't been added to any of my commission checks. So where the fuck is my money? He rolled his eyes.
Go home and rest. We can talk about it more when you get back.
Are you serious?
No,
I said, sitting up in my chair and crossing my arms. Why do you keep dodging the question, Adam?
Nat,
he said, seemingly nervous.
Please.
Don't fucking please me. I'm the reason this company can afford rent in this part of town, and you know that. So do not piss me off or lie to me. Are you stealing my money?
There's no way in hell I would do such a thing,
he said, as firm and stiff as I was now.
I just haven't had Lisa add them to the payroll. Quarterlies come up, and then I'm...
Excuses, Adam, I snapped. If you hadn't noticed, I don't tolerate them from anyone. I don't even tolerate them from myself. I handle shit.
Maybe you should take the time you need,
he said. Avoiding me now?
No, I just need to get together with Lisa and get your money to you. It's going to take some time. I believe it's only been 6 weeks.
Months, I corrected him. 6 months. I have at least $500,000 wrapped up in bonuses you failed to pay because you can't do your fucking job. I have no idea how you own this fucking company.
I understand your frustration,
he said. You have no idea how frustrated and used I feel at this point. I told you I had enough of a lot of shit going on in my life. I rose, and I wasn't lying. You'll have my fucking money to me by the end of the week. For now, I shouldered my handbag, feeling strong, powerful, and in desperate need of tying up loose ends. I'm off to handle my business. You should do the same.
I think you need to slow down. You look like you're on the warpath.
You have no idea what kind of warpath I'm on, and do not tell me to slow down. I want my money, or I quit.
You can't do that,
he said, edgier than I expected him to be. Watch me, I said. I have an excellent attorney, so don't fuck with me. He was jumpy, and I could have sworn I saw him break a sweat.
I'll report you to the board for unethical behavior. All your fucking around with other brokers and pocket listings, and I'll get your license suspended.
I inhaled sharply. You think you can blackmail me, you slippery little weasel? I nearly shrieked. I don't ever think I'd been as furious as I was now, and if I didn't get out of here, I would punch this motherfucker in the face.
You can't quit on me, Natalia,
he said. I can do whatever the fuck I want. That was the last thing I said before I bolted out the door. I might have engaged in activities with other brokers that looked unethical on the outside, but I took my career very seriously, and I'd never breached any code of conduct. If Adam was willing to twist things and bring things to light that made me look bad, jeopardizing my career, I had to wonder if it was worth the fight. As I pulled into the parking garage of Mitchell & Associates, I realized this might not be such a great idea. Leaving Adam the way I did had me even more fucked up in the head. I had too much to deal with for my career to hang in the balance. How the fuck did I allow anyone to have something to hold over my head? In the glamorous art of knowing exactly who and what I was, I stepped out of my Range Rover, handed the keys to the valet, and walked into the Mitchell & Associates building with more pride and focus than I believed I was capable of having at the moment. The elevator stopped on the top floor, where I had to be cleared by security, informing Jim Mitchell I was on my way up to see Spencer. Apparently, Spencer had just returned from his lunch,
and I'm sure he was prepping himself to see me for the first time in what felt like months. "May I assist you?" a beautiful woman asked. She had bronze skin, perfectly blown-out hair, and was dressed immaculately in a white Dolce & Gabbana suit I'd been meaning to buy for myself. "I'm here to see Mr. Monroe," I said. "Mr. Monroe is with a client. I'll notify him that—" "With a client?" I said, my blood pressure rising with this little gatekeeper lying straight to my face. "That's bullshit, and you and I know it." "Excuse me?" She raised her eyebrows, clearly unappreciative of my tone. "Inform Spencer that Natalia Hoover is here to see him, and remind him that I do not like to be lied to or kept waiting. He's most fortunate that I'm even here." "Miss Hoover," she said, "I can have security escort you from these floors and—"
"It's all right, Monica,"
I heard Jim say as he approached from behind where this woman and I were in some weird standoff.
"Natalia is a close friend."
Jim walked over to me, the handsome man grinning with a hint of arrogance.
"How are you, Nat?"
"I'd be much better if I didn't have to argue with everyone that I crossed paths with today," I said, as he greeted me with a kiss on the cheek.
"You'll have to forgive Monica,"
Jim said, smiling at Spencer's secretary.
"She's exceedingly good at her job."
"Forgiven," I said, nodding at the woman. I was, however, feeling smug as fuck that I'd won the showdown. "Anyway, I need to speak with Spencer. It's sort of urgent."
"I'm glad you're here,"
he said, leading me down the hall.
"He and I have some urgent issues to discuss with you as well."
"Really?" I said, confused. "Why the hell would you both need to discuss something with me?"
"Well,"
he said, opening one of the double doors that led into his exquisite office.
"Are you comfortable here? Perhaps I can give you some information before Spencer arrives. It might help ease some tension in your reunion."
"There is nothing in this world that's going to help this reunion with Spencer."
"May I inquire why?"
Jim asked, motioning for me to take a seat as he sat on the edge of his desk. "Because I need to speak with him about something before it spreads through our mutual friends. Unlike Spencer, I prefer to discuss personal matters privately, not drop truth bombs in front of our friends."
"I guess it would have helped if Spencer gave you a heads up about the private investigator."
"Jim," I said in a lower voice, "do not play coy with me. You know damn well that Spencer should have told me he was investigating my family and me, hoping to continue or deepen our relationship."
"I completely agree with that. And so does Spencer."
"You speak for him now?" I felt my irrational irritation rising again.
"No,"
he answered with a laugh.
"But he and I have discussed it at length. Obviously, the dipshit didn't know how it would look, hiring a PI on his new girlfriend. But he was only trying to get information to help you and your brother. I'm sure it didn't seem like that, and I know it didn't look like that. However, when you withdrew from him after your return from the UK, it fueled his desire to help and understand what you and your brother were dealing with."
"I understand I wasn't so open with him about my family, namely my father. But that's just who I am. He should have known that and let it rest. It wasn't up to him to try and dig up what I wasn't sharing, which was that my dad was an awful human being who ruined his children's lives. He damaged us in more ways than I care to share, and Spencer should have respected that boundary."
"I understand. He does now, too. Trust me on that."
"I'm glad he does," I said. "Hopefully it's a hard lesson learned, and he won't be so bold with his next girlfriend." Jim nodded. I could tell he was done discussing this behind Spencer's back, and probably sick of speaking on Spencer's behalf. "Now, can you call Spencer in?" I stopped and stood from the fancy leather chair. "You know, I prefer to speak with him alone."
"Understood,"
Jim said.
"Allow me a few minutes of your time, and when Spencer arrives, I'll leave you to discuss the issues which brought you here. But trust me, I need you to hear what I have to say."
"You seem quite concerned about something."
"I am,"
he answered.
"And forgive me if I'm also out of bounds. But after I read what happened with your father regarding your mother, I became quite concerned and knew the day would come when you would want answers as well.
What are you talking about, Jim? I was exhausted at the thought of going through this again, and I was confused about why Jim had anything to do with this. He nodded.
Before I start with my end of things, I want you to know how dreadfully sorry I am about the loss of your mother.
Well, it's been a very long time, but okay. Thank you. Now, go on, I said, not knowing how I felt about where this discussion was headed. Thank God I knew this man well enough to know that while he was a fierce motherfucker, he was also an extremely sensitive teddy bear when it came to his family and friends. Jim was as solid a man as it comes, and there was no doubting that. My trust in him was absolute, so I knew any information he may have gathered without my knowledge was not done in malice. It was to fix things. "What did you do?" I said, almost as if I was let down but still loved him for trying to cover for his friend.
I asked Spencer to allow me a moment to look over what his PI found. I'm not sure if you know Spence as well as I do when it comes to his intuition about people.
I know he can usually sniff out the dirt on someone from a look or a tone in someone's voice, I answered, rolling my eyes that I had to pay Spencer a compliment for being a badass.
Precisely. With that said, after he received the reports from the investigation, which was only done to help you and your brother gain closure,
you can save yourself from going into the reason for him being a complete jackass, trying to fix my brother and me without telling me first, I answered.
Right.
He nodded.
Anyway, after he received the final reports on that, he noticed something about a certain partner or co-owner for the company where you work.
My stomach dropped. If Jim was about to say there was some shady shit going on with my job, I was most likely going to throw up all over the man's desk. How many hits can one person take in their lifetime, much less a fucking month? It was as if someone had tipped the dominoes in my life, and they all just fucking took off, collapsing all around me. "Go on," I said through clenched teeth.
He wanted me to see if it was worth looking further into. He believed that enough damage had been done to you at this point and didn't want to make things worse.
At least he was right about one thing.
I agreed with him, however. Some things cannot be ignored, and in my vast experience in business, it was evident that this was one of those things. Spencer had caught on to something that could be damaging to you, and I felt it best to hire one of my best investigators to ensure no one was trying to hurt you, as Spencer believed was happening.
He exhaled, and I could tell he was uncomfortable.
Nat, we have concluded that your father has your boss, Adam Brinkler, by the balls. He's the shadow partner in the company. Your father has a money laundering racket and uses Adam's company to wash money.
My ears started ringing, and so many questions flooded my brain at once that I froze up entirely. I couldn't speak, and I was surprised I could even breathe.
I'm so sorry, Nat, but Spencer will get to the bottom of this. We won't stop until people are in handcuffs.
How did my dad maneuver his way into my life like this? And why? This had to be why Adam was sweating when I confronted him about my money. Was he doing my dad's bidding? How in the fuck was this my life? "Tell me something," I asked, shakily. "In all this investigating that you and Spencer have done behind my back..."
Nat, it wasn't our intent to spy or do anything that...
"I know, Jim," I said, holding up my hand to stop him from explaining. "I know you had good intentions, but I need to know something. With the additional investigations, does it appear that my father murdered my mother?"
Perhaps we wait for Spencer to arrive to answer that.
"That fucking means yes," I answered with a ragged breath. "And no, I'm not waiting until Spencer arrives because I may want to murder someone out of anger and impulse. And right now, that man seems to be the easiest target for me."
"Okay, then,"
Jim conceded.
"We've launched an investigation on this case. Unfortunately, it seems the detective who was assigned your mother's case was paid off. The overseas bank account that Spencer uncovered, which is linked to your real estate firm, was responsible for depositing $100,000 into the detective's account in the days after the accident, and a few other deposits were made to city officials. We hired another investigator to hack into the accounts, and with his expertise and clearance, he was able to track it all back to your father. I'm so terribly sorry, Natalia,
Jim said as he watched tears spill out of my eyes. I didn't know where to start. I was overwhelmed, pissed, sad, brokenhearted, betrayed. You name it, I felt it. All in one swift kick in my ass. Put Spencer on it, I nearly growled. I will talk to him when all this shit is over and my dad is behind bars. But for now, if Spencer wants to give me closure, this is how he can. He owes me, and I don't want him to be kind when he handles these assholes. I'll figure out my future in real estate later. At this point, I'd rather be homeless than earn another cent at Adam's firm. I want all of them behind bars, and I know Spencer can make that happen.
I wanted to talk to you about your future in real estate should that firm shut down.
I'm not in the mood to talk anymore, Jim, I said. I need to get the fuck out of this city for a while. I'll let Bree know where I'm going, most likely for a drive up the coast. I can't manage any more horrible news right now. The next thing that's about to land on me is that my brother is a homeless John Doe who was found overdosed in a gutter somewhere. I can't.
Your brother is successfully entering his second month in a very nice rehabilitation center,
I heard Spencer say from behind me. I turned, and my heart melted at the sight of the man. I still felt angry and betrayed by him, but I also felt warmth and comfort. I couldn't help but feel a sense of security he would be my advocate, treading through this fucked-up situation. I felt a wave of emotions, the ones I'd grown accustomed to before I thought this man was out to hurt me or protect himself from me. And instead of shoving the emotions away, I absorbed them. I fucking needed this good feeling that I was receiving for the first time in too long. I wouldn't let Spencer see that I was melting at the sight of him. But what I would do is take the leash off this damn dog and let him hunt. Jim filled me in on what you and he uncovered about my entire existence, I said. Find a way to end all of them. I want them behind bars. I'm sure you understand. Spencer nodded, and his chocolate irises were almost too much for me at the moment.
More than you know. It's the least I can do, Nat.
I know. When you're done, reach out to me. We need to discuss some important and personal issues of our own, I said, suddenly reminded I was standing here pregnant with his child. I wished desperately I could tell him, but everything inside me told me to hold off for now. I wanted him to have a clear head when he handled this bullshit, and then we could reconnect on a better day. Oh, I said before leaving, where can I visit my brother? I want to hug and tell him I'm proud of him.
Chapter 42. Spencer. If I weren't busy handling the final rejection of Jenkins Media, which Jim thankfully decided to pass on for now, I would have gotten to Jim's office to see Nat much sooner than I did. I stood in Jim's office, watching Nat close the door behind her, and wondered how much I missed. Apparently it was a lot, because she managed to speak to me without justifiably screaming in my face for what an asshole I'd been. Well, I started, turning back to face Jim. I don't know if I should be annoyed or grateful that you didn't wait for me. Grateful, he said, casually leaning against his desk, crossing his arms and legs confidently. You're in a favorable position to win her back now. This isn't a game, Jim, I said, worried I may let Nat down again. What does she know? What did she say? She was surprised, but I don't think she was too shocked to learn that her dad has been the puppet master for her boss and managed to fuck with her through that dipshit. And? You heard her. She wants them buried for what they've done, her father specifically, and she wants you to do it. I mean, he held his hands up. You and I both know these are things Nat could easily handle on her own, but for some reason, she's allowing you to handle it. So I wouldn't give it another thought. I ran my hand through my hair, concerned by how this could go. If I fuck it up? Jesus, Jim said with a laugh. In all the years I've known you, I've never seen you nervous or second-guess your ability to take down someone shady. No one is better at stripping down these fuckers than you. Are you losing your edge? I can arrange for Alex to handle this situation. He is close with Nat, and he's almost as much of a stone-cold prick as you are, Jim said. Listen, I do not doubt your ability to obliterate Nat's father, but if you feel hesitant, maybe it's not a good idea. You know people like him. They can smell weakness. No, I know that. And I can handle this in a manner that will get Natalia some closure, but I'm confused about why she wants me to do it. She has every right to jump down my throat for how I behaved, but she's gift-wrapping her father for me instead? The way I see it, she's giving you a shot to earn back her affection. Jump all over it. Right, I sighed. It just feels off, you know? Jim chuckled. Of course it feels off. You're doing dirty work for her, and she's aware of it this time. I grinned. Well, even if this doesn't get her back in my life, I'm happy to bury those assholes for what they've done to her. Apparently, Adam hasn't been giving her certain bonuses. I suspected as much, I answered. All right, let's get security and law enforcement on alert. We'll need phone numbers from the dad and Adam from the PIs. Am I going to them, or having them come to me? You're the killer, so it's up to you, Jim said, as he stood from where he'd been leaning against his desk and walked around to his chair. But I think having them come to you is a better move. You're always more merciless when you're in your element. After buttoning up a few loose ends, I began to organize how I wanted to go about this. I'd sent all my investigations to a close friend in the FBI, and after following up on it, they didn't hesitate to take action. Indictments were being drawn up for wire fraud and tax evasion for the real estate agency, and those were just the beginning. Once the feds got to the bottom of the money laundering scheme, there would undoubtedly be more to follow. It wouldn't be long before they raided Adam's office, and I anxiously awaited that. I called in a favor with Captain Dufresne at the LAPD, and he agreed to have a pair of trusted homicide detectives look at Nat's mother's case. As suspected, it didn't take them long to see the obvious trail of blood leading back to her father, and he and the people he'd paid off would need outstanding attorneys if they wanted to see daylight any time soon. My only request to Detectives Lee and Mulvaney was that I be able to speak to her father before his arrest.
Malcolm Hoover is here, Monica announced.
Send him in, I answered. It was strange to think the real estate company was being raided at this very moment, and good old Malcolm was none the wiser. I'm sure he had no idea why he was summoned to my office, but I was counting on the fact that a money launderer wouldn't pass up a meeting with a billionaire. I was not disappointed. I did wonder if he questioned why there were so many security guards in the building, but even if he didn't know the half of it. Half a dozen police officers and a few feds were waiting in Jim's office, ready to haul his ass out of there. "Mr. Monroe?" Nat's dad said, with a hint of nervousness in his voice. He grinned at me as I flashed a fake smile. "Please, sit," I said, waving my hand toward the leather chairs across my desk. He unbuttoned his suit jacket and took a seat. "I have to say you have me at a disadvantage. I'd love to know why I've received the honor of your invitation to meet with you today." He was almost too much of a cliché. He was greasy and sweaty, with the permanently flushed face and bulbous nose of a seasoned alcoholic. Nat had his eyes, although hers were much less beady, but that was about it. And even though he was wearing an expensive suit, he looked like a used car salesman. It was probably because the bullshit was oozing out of his pores. I crossed the room to make myself and this dick a drink. "Would you care for a bourbon?" A rhetorical question, obviously. "I could go for a drink." I eyed him from over my shoulder, disliking the tone of his voice. The vibe I got from this guy was worse than I expected. I'd met a lot of shameful con artists in my day, but he was different. Something told me that murdering his wife, abusing his children, and laundering money was only a part of the horrible things he'd done. I handed him the bourbon and walked around to sit behind my desk. I watched as he gulped the liquid down as if it were a cheap shot of hooch, instead of Kentucky's finest 30-year-aged private reserve. "Thirsty?" "This is some good stuff," he said, eyeing his glass. I nodded. "Well, you are in Jim Mitchell's office, speaking with his VP, so it damn well better be good, right?" "That's right." He took a sip and then sat back while I studied him. "Now, will you indulge me and explain what I can do for you?" I thought I'd play with the man a little, since my office was tapped and hidden cameras were everywhere, thanks to the feds. My only concern was whether Natalia had chosen to come and listen to what her old man had to say. I was good at bleeding people for information, and while I wanted her to have closure, I didn't want her to be re-traumatized. I had to remind myself that Nat was a big girl who could leave the room if she'd heard enough, though, and I couldn't worry about her if I wanted to do this right. "You seem like a very smart man, Mr. Hoover," I started, clasping my hands together. "Why do you imagine a man like Jim Mitchell would want you in his office?" I couldn't tell if he looked excited or nervous, but there was a glint in his eye that was unmistakable, like he might have hit the jackpot by garnering Jim's attention. "Well, I'm not sure." "Don't play coy with me," I offered my wolf grin, baiting him into my lie. "I think you know exactly why you've been called to meet with the VP of a billion-dollar conglomerate." "Mm-hmm," he said, staring at me with those shifty little eyes, as though he were measuring me carefully. "And how can I trust you or Jim Mitchell?" "Because I wouldn't have invited you into my office or offered you my expensive booze if I didn't think you were the best man to provide the services Mr. Mitchell and I need." He looked at me with concern and distrust, but I could tell he was the kind of man who wanted you to know how good he was at being bad. People like him always told on themselves, and I could see he was itching to be impressive. "Now let's get this small talk out of the way," I said. "We've spoken to Adam. I believe you know him?" "I know Adam," he answered smugly. "He and I are in business together. Adam Brinkler, correct?" "That is correct." "Okay," he said, leaning back in his chair as if I'd said the magic word to get him to open up. "So, tell me, Mr. Monroe, why does your billion-dollar company want me to partner with them?" "Partner?" I questioned. As I suspected, it didn't take more than a few words to get this fool to say something incriminating. "I'm not sure I'm following." "Well, Adam and I partnered up at his firm to skirt taxes and clean some extra money that a few important mutual friends had lying around." I could see it all over his face. He was so fucking proud of himself for being able to assert what a badass he was in his own mind. Who in their right goddamn mind would confess to money laundering 5 minutes after meeting someone? He made my job too easy. All you had to do with a con man was play to his ego, and this guy was more eager than most to spill his misdeeds. It made me wonder how he'd managed to keep his role in his wife's murder a secret for so long. "You're a very open man with someone you've just met," I said with a smile. "Tax evasion and cleaning money, huh? Those things can put you away for a very long time." I changed the tone of my voice to appear a bit intrigued with the services he could offer Jim. This, of course, boosted the man's confidence, making him think he was in control and that I needed him. "You seem like the kind of man who could benefit from something like that," he said, starting his negotiations. I narrowed my eyes at him. "Well, I'm sure you can imagine the taxable income on this global empire that Jim's got going, not to mention certain offers from influential people he's gotten on the side. You know, the kind you can't mention to the IRS. "Oh, I know," he said, interrupting me. And yes, I can help. I work with a handful of businesses inside and outside the country because of the amount of work I do for important, high-profile people, so I don't want you to think I can't handle the volume. I work with Adam for personal reasons, even though the firm is small. Now, if Jim Mitchell wants to play dirty to keep his rightfully earned money, a price must be paid to me. And what is that price? How was this guy so fucking stupid? I expected him to make this challenging for me, but I guess not. He didn't vet me whatsoever, and my mind was blown at how quickly he was getting to the brass tacks. A partnership, he stated, like he did this every other day of the week. I arched an eyebrow at him. Interesting. You expect Jim to give you shares of this company. Why wouldn't he? He would still profit double, more or less, all without paying taxes because of the accounts I have set up on my end. And why should Jim feel confident he won't end up doing jail time? Let me put it this way, he said smugly, using the phrase that annoyed me more than any other. Jim Mitchell has nothing to worry about. It all flows through me. So, you know exactly how to hide from the law, and because you're sitting in my office and speaking to me as a free man, you do it well enough that you're not found out. Exactly, he answered. I'm impressed, I said. Now for the real reason I called you into my office today. His expression darkened. And that is? Nervous, I said, picking up that the bastard was finally uncomfortable. I was under the impression we were talking about that already. He ground his teeth together weirdly and stretched his neck like his collar was too tight. Does the name Detective Victor Rosen ring a bell? His face went white. Finally. Sure. He investigated my wife's car crash. You're right. You know, he's a very wealthy man, I said, knowing good old Vic was most likely being booked in L.A. County Jail as we spoke. Do you know why? He went to get up, and I rose to match his movement. I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. Have a seat, Mr. Hoover, I said, with a greedy smile. I need your services, and I think you know exactly what that means. I'm not sure. I was married, you see. Well, I still am, unfortunately. That's the problem. And you need... This time he was smart enough to stop himself. I nodded. I need her out of my life. She's threatening to mop the floor with me and take everything. I cheated on her, and when your new bride walks in while you're balls deep in your secretary, she'll stop at nothing to make you suffer monetarily. And I can't have that. He grinned and raised his glass. Can I have another? Of course, I said, grabbing the bourbon and filling this bastard's glass. Thank you. He nodded when I handed him the glass, and he took a sip. What exactly do you want to be done? Whatever you did to your wife's car, I presume. He eyed me, and I was ready to get this part out and done with. He said, taking a drink. Strangely, he looked like he was thinking 10 different things at once, and his expression darkened like he was pondering something. I think that could be arranged. You need to be careful, though. This could haunt you. The way it haunts you? I asked. His expression hardened. Depends on if you love her or not. I do love her, but I also love fucking, and I prefer to fuck whomever I want, whenever I want, be it my wife or someone else, I said. The bigger the dirtbag I sounded like, the more he'd relate and keep talking. You're a strange man. However, I don't think you 1%ers are operating at the normal human level. We're not. That is extremely accurate. Some of us are ruled by our fortunes. Money is a hell of a lot better than love, though. I will agree with that. Is that why you had your wife murdered? I asked. I took care of that bitch because she found out what I did for a living, and she had a big mouth, he said. I felt his energy shift, and it wasn't pleasant. She would have pissed off many people and cost me a lot of money, and I didn't need any more problems. That's interesting, I said. How so? Because the woman I want you to deal with is your daughter, Mr. Hoover. I watched him, but he didn't flinch. "She's trying to take my money, and I can't let that happen." He wasn't surprised in the slightest by what I'd said. "You think I don't know you're involved with my kid? I make it my business to know what she's up to, and I wouldn't hesitate for a second to have that self-righteous cunt whacked." His blood pressure must have doubled, because he looked like he would explode, and I wanted to strangle him for saying what he did about Nat. "She's just like her mother, and I didn't have a problem killing that whore, so if you think I'll hesitate to do what you ask, you've got the wrong guy. I don't give a fuck." I had no idea what was keeping me in my seat. Maybe it was divine intervention, because I'd never wanted to hurt someone as severely as I did now. But all I could do was look at the camera and hope the cops and feds were coming in before I did something stupid. He was fucking toast after this confession, and now that he'd incriminated himself, I needed to end this for Nat's sake. He'd hurt her enough throughout her life. Hearing that he wouldn't hesitate to murder her, as he did her mother, was a bridge too far, and I almost couldn't believe he said it. I couldn't believe anyone capable of such a thing. My office doors burst open, and the cops and feds came rushing in, hollering at Malcolm, dragging him to his feet and cuffing him. They read his Miranda rights, and he looked as stunned as I'd ever seen anyone, piecing together what was happening. He was smart enough to say nothing, though, which was the biggest surprise. He stood there, hands behind his back, flanked by 2 officers, as I approached. "That you are capable of murdering your child is something I cannot fathom," I said, while he stood there dead-eyed. "What you have done to your children is unforgivable, but they have persevered and will continue to do so now that they can close the book on you. Despite what she has endured at your hands, your daughter is the single most wonderful, strong woman, and Shane is well on his road to recovery." "You think I give a shit?" he spat. "It doesn't matter. You don't matter," I said, sliding my hands into my pockets. "And I'd wager you aren't going to have a great time in prison, you know, because those important people you couldn't shut up about will hear that you got picked up. What do you want to bet they aren't going to want someone who knows all their dirty secrets running around trying to get immunity and plea deals in exchange for their names?" I could almost feel the terror strike him. "If I were you, I'd learn to sleep with my eyes open, motherfucker." I nodded at Detective Lee. "He's all yours." The officers ushered Malcolm down the hallway quickly, and once the elevator doors closed, I went to Jim's office. I walked in and saw Nat sitting in a chair, sobbing as Jim rubbed her back. "Spencer?" she said, looking at me sorrowfully. She reached her arms around me as soon as I knelt next to her, and I held her tightly, letting her crumble into my arms. I had no idea where things would go from here, but at least that bastard would be behind bars, and she knew the truth. There was nowhere to go from here but up.
Chapter 43. Nat. Everything felt like a sick joke when I was first brought into Jim's office and introduced to the FBI. I felt rage, nausea, and horror at everything my dad readily confessed to Spencer. I don't know why I was surprised by his confession. Did I think he wasn't capable of killing my mother? After all, this was the man who'd broken my jaw when I was 13 years old because I told him our bread was moldy. The man who'd choke my siblings and me until we were unconscious and who punched us anywhere that clothes could cover so our teachers wouldn't see our bruises and call the police. Did I expect him to say something to redeem himself or insist he'd never do something so horrible? What did it say about me that a part of me hoped none of it would be true?
"We're almost to Malibu,"
Spencer said, his voice sounding a mile away. I turned, and everything still felt like it was in slow motion. Nothing felt real, not even the skin on my hands as I rubbed them together to find comfort in the touch. "Where?" I said, confused.
"Bree's place,"
Spencer said.
They're staying at the beach house this month again. I figured you'd be most comfortable with your closest friend after all that."
"Yeah," I said softly.
"Nat?"
"Yeah," I said, feeling disconnected.
"I'm sorry you had to witness that."
He sighed while I leaned my head against the seat's headrest and looked at him.
"I wish we never asked you to see what your dad had to say."
"I know," I said, knowing he felt sick about what happened today.
"The only thing I know to do to make this right is to bring you to your best friend."
"Thank you." I turned to stare out the front window where the ocean came into view. "I don't want to talk, but thank you for thinking of bringing me here." "Nat!" Bree's voice rang through my head. It seemed like I'd just told her to let me rest, so I couldn't understand why she wouldn't leave me alone. "Please, Bree," I said, turning over and facing away from the blackout curtains of the room. "I just need a few more hours of sleep, and then I'll tell you about what happened." "No!" Her voice was stern, snapping me out of my foggy state. "You've been like this for almost a day. I won't allow you to hide in here and let this eat you up." "What?" I said, forcing myself to sit up, feeling woozy and weak. "I just got here." She exhaled in relief. "No, babe." She reached over and brushed the loose strands of hair from my face. "Spencer brought you here yesterday. Every time I come in to check on you or bring you food, you send me away. You've been out of it. I know this has been a very long month for you, so I was fine with you just sleeping it off, but it's been long enough." I faintly smiled. It's easier to sleep these days because my nightmares are more pleasant than my reality. She chuckled. "Your reality is only as bad as you allow it to be." I sat up more, leaned back into the pillows, and took a bite of the toasted bagel she set on a breakfast tray. "Bree, honey," I said in a sluggish tone that was a bit annoying, given I was trying my hardest to feel normal, and quickly. Dreams and nightmares can be manipulated to what I allow them to be if I'm lucid dreaming. But reality? A whole different story. Bree reached for the other half of the bagel on my tray and began smearing cream cheese over it. "Nope," she said confidently, taking a bite. "You are the only one who can give power to what hurts you." I placed my bagel back onto the table in frustration. "I don't want to hear any of this whimsical bullshit. It makes no sense." I picked up a linen napkin and wiped my hands. "Please tell me Spencer told you what happened with my dad. I don't have the energy to repeat it." "He did, but only Alex and I are aware. Spencer didn't want the information going past Jim, Alex, or me without your expressed permission." I appreciate him for taking that into consideration for me. "He's a good guy, Nat." "He is." I know I wasn't awoken from a 24-hour coma only to hear Spencer's praises being sung. I'll deal with my opinions of that man when I'm ready, and now is not that time. I appreciate him getting my dad to cough up his transgressions, though. I stared at the corner of the room, remembering every detail about Spencer's interaction with my father. Do you know my dad didn't hesitate to agree to have me killed? My own father, Brienne. Although, calling that man a father is like calling a vulture a canary. I let out a breath and looked at Bree's sorrowful eyes. He killed my mother. He brutalized my siblings and me. And I just think, why? For money? He was going to have me potentially murdered because some big shot would make it worth his while? I don't even give a fuck about his other criminal activity. I mean, what could make him a worse human being than what he's done to his family? This is all so very unreal to me. I know it's a sensitive subject, but I love you, so I'm going to talk about it anyway, she said, reaching for my hand. You've never told me any details about the abuse you suffered as a child, and you have every right to guard that. I tried to maintain eye contact without crying, but I wasn't doing a good job of it. You know a little about Alex's childhood, and from what I've gathered from everything you've shared with me in the past, it seems like you and he have similar backgrounds.
You know, his father abused him terribly. He beat him, locked him in closets without food for days, and burned him with cigarettes. She stopped and shuddered, and the lump in my throat felt the size of a softball. His story was all too familiar, and it made me very sad that we had so much pain and cruelty in common. That's not the half of it, but I'm sure you understand. I'm not trying to compare suffering here, but I just want you to know it's possible to process it. He had to do intense therapy, even hypnotherapy, but all the work he's done has helped immensely. I'm sorry for what happened to Alex, and I'm glad he was able to work through his trauma, I said, tears filling my eyes, trying my hardest to be strong. But I'm going to be okay. I have to be tough as nails since I'm carrying this little slip-up of mine and Spencer's for the next 8 months, and will endure the torture of giving birth. That's very true, Bree chuckled before she grew serious. But you're not dealing with this on your own. I won't allow that.
Neither will I.
I heard Shane's voice and wondered if I was hallucinating. Shane? I questioned, looking around Bree to see my brother's filled-out, healthy face. I covered my impulsive cry when I saw how handsome and robust he looked. Hey, buddy, Bree said, using the nickname she had given him years ago. Thanks for coming today. I looked at Bree in confusion. I'm not sure what is going on, but if I wake up from this after seeing my brother healthy again, I don't think I will be able to handle it.
You're not dreaming, you nut,
Shane said, walking over and sitting beside me on the bed.
I heard you fell off the face of the earth while I was in rehab. What the hell?
I smiled and didn't say anything. All I could do was hug him. I clung to my brother, thanking God and everybody that he looked strong and better than I could remember ever seeing him. I released him, both of us crying. You know about Dad? He nodded and wiped the tears from his eyes.
Yeah, I called Liz and told her, but you know how she is. She just thanked me for calling and sent her love to us both.
Yeah, I guess I'm not surprised, I said, thinking about how detached my sister had always been. It was her defense mechanism, and I couldn't fault her for protecting herself. I'm just glad you're okay.
I'm so sorry this has happened to both of us. But I'm better now, Nat, and we have each other.
I hugged him again, letting my head rest on his shoulder. Yes, thank God I have you, honey, I said, wanting to hold him and, for the first time, allow my brother to help me feel stronger instead of the other way around. I had no idea how long Shane and I cried together, sharing the grief of our mother's murder at the hands of our father and our fucked-up childhood, which haunted our adult lives. When I released him, I saw that Bree had left us to reunite alone. I would insist on thanking her for this later. How? I said, feeling more like myself. What made you get help? Rock bottom? Bree? I laughed. Something made you finally step up, own your shit, and get healthy for yourself again.
It was Spencer.
He shrugged and gave me the most adorable expression. I laughed at his admission. How so? You wanted to be a wealthy asshole like him, so you had to get clean?
You have no idea, do you?
I was confused. No, apparently I don't.
Well, he was blowing me up like crazy, telling me how worried you were about me. This was before he called the PI, I guess. Maybe after. I have no idea. Anyway, I went to his office to meet with him. I needed money for more drugs, and I figured I'd go and tell him I was checking in to ease your conscience, and maybe he'd give me some money.
You have met Spencer, right? He laughed.
Yes, but I thought I could manipulate his feelings for you, trying to be a savior and all that.
And he sent you to rehab?
Not at first. I think he sensed I wouldn't go.
He answered.
It was the second time I met with him and Jim that things started to click on their own, and I took the help he offered to pay for. I was in a pretty bad place then, and I knew I would end up dead if I didn't take what the angels were offering me through Spencer.
And I was feeling my heart open.
And like a big brother would, he helped me.
Shane's eyes filled with tears.
He went to every meeting he was allowed to attend and supported me in every sense of the word. He never mentioned you or that he was doing this for you. It helped me to know he had my best interest at heart and cared about what happened to me. He wasn't just using me to get somewhere with you or anything.
I sighed. Well, isn't he a real hero then? I smiled, feeling warmth ignite where my heart had grown cold for Spencer Monroe. He jerked your handsome butt out of the flames and exposed our father and... I felt my cheeks flush when I hung on to that last word, not knowing whether I should tell my brother about the pregnancy.
And what?
He said curiously. Well, he's the reason I'm going to be a mother in 8 months, and you an uncle. Shane's jaw dropped, and his bright eyes grew as wide as silver dollars.
No. Oh my God,
he said sweetly, hugging me so tight that all I could do was squeal. For the first time since everything exploded, I felt good. I really felt great, like everything was going to be okay. I was going to be okay. Thank God for this feeling because I believed I deserved it by now. And for the first time, I could celebrate this child growing in my belly. I was happy and thankful instead of disturbed, put out, and annoyed. I felt that tiny flame for Spencer I'd tried so hard to extinguish grow bigger, knowing what he did for my brother and not expecting anything in return. Like everyone kept insisting, Spencer was a good man. It just took me some time, a few miracles, and my dad being flushed into the sewer to notice it. And for the first time since everything fell apart, I knew in my bones that I loved him. There was no doubt in my mind. He was genuine and authentic, and most definitely a bonehead for hiring a PI without my knowledge. But now, I knew he meant well. Is Spencer here with you? I questioned, feeling ready to see him and at least thank him for everything he'd done. And, of course, tell him I was carrying his child.
No,
Shane answered.
I'm only out of the center on a day pass. I have a few more months before I'll be out on my own again.
Oh, I said in confusion. So, does Spencer know you're here?
I have no idea.
He shrugged.
He came to the center yesterday to inform me about Dad, and that's the last I talked to him. I did ask him if you knew, and he confirmed that you did. When he told me you were with Bree, I arranged to visit you for the day.
I have to talk to Spencer, I said, feeling more urgency in that than ever. I threw back the covers, turned around, and hugged Shane again. I love you, and I'm so happy you're here. But I have to see Spencer. He grinned.
I have to get back anyway. I'm glad I could bring you back together.
Oh, I said, turning back before entering the bathroom to shower. We're not back together. I just have to see him. Shane laughed.
You're such a drama queen. Does he know about the baby?
No, I said with a laugh. That's why I can safely say we're not back together. I'll probably scare the shit out of him and send his ass running to hide in the Swiss Alps.
No kidding,
Shane said.
Well, good luck. And I love you.
I love you more, honey. We've got this, I said with profound determination. All of us. And we're all going to be okay. Chapter 44. Nat. After my shower, I felt right with the world again. Well, somewhat anyway. I had no idea how I would deal with any of my problems, but I knew I would mentally divide and conquer, or whatever. I was just going to focus on the things that made me feel good right now, and not the things that made me feel upset, sorry for myself, or defeated. I got out the blow-dryer and pulled my oversized round brush through my hair, focusing on my gratitude. My brother was so healthy, stable, and happy that I couldn't believe this was not a dream. But it wasn't, and I wouldn't allow a negative light to shine on my brother's victory, lasting more than 3 days in a rehab facility. I couldn't imagine how spun out he'd be if he'd found out everything without being sober. The news about our dad and me being knocked up by the first guy I ever allowed to stay in my life for longer than a night. I was primarily thankful he was sober because I needed my brother by my side this time, to have someone to grieve the loss of our mother and move on from our childhood trauma. I still wasn't sure about Spencer. My knee-jerk reaction was to see him, hug him, and make everything right again. But I understood it wouldn't be easy. I flipped the blow-dryer off, placed it on the counter, and turned to leave the bathroom. "Bree," I said, hearing her giddy laugh from just outside my room.
"Right here, babe,"
she answered, peeking inside the door.
"Trying to get these boys out to the pool for swimming lessons."
"Okay, well," I said, tapping the back of my makeup brush against my teeth. "I was going to see Spencer, I think." She looked down the hall.
"Alex, I have Albert right here. Take him out to the pool, please."
On it.
I heard Alex answer her while Bree stepped into my room.
"Are you sure that's something you want to do right now?"
I grinned. "After hearing you snap your fingers and having Alex come running to take over children's duties for you? Yes, I'm quite confident that's exactly what I want to do." She rolled her eyes at me.
"I'm serious," she answered. "Let's go get some drinks, maybe? Celebrate your brother doing well?"
"Have you lost your damn mind?"
"No. Going to see Spencer on emotions of excitement is you losing your damn mind."
Unless I want my unborn child to have serious issues, I think it's best I stay away from the drinks to celebrate shit with you girls.
"Oh,"
she laughed.
"God, this has been quite the afternoon. Alex got home early, and then the swim coaches showed up to the house early."
Well, there you have it. Everyone is punctual and early, and I'm late to leave. I'm not sure if I'm going to see Spencer, but...
"He's gone, Nat,"
Bree said. "Gone, as in..."
"As in, left the country last night, from what Jim told Alex. Something to do with settling the last of his estate with his family. I have no idea."
"When will he be back?"
"Not sure,"
Bree answered. "Well, fine. I'll fly to Italy," I answered, driven to see him again. "I need to talk to him, Brienne. And don't look at me as if I'm your child, damn it." Bree's expression softened.
"I understand. I guess I wouldn't be able to rest if I were you either. I just wonder if you've forgiven him. I'm confused."
"Of course you're confused," I grinned, "because you want us to get back together. I mean, I don't know whether I've forgiven him." I opened the darkened drapes, allowing light into the room. "Well, that's not entirely true. I think the issue is that I don't know if I can trust him."
"Then why are you so determined to see him in Italy?"
"Most people like to thank the person who helped their brother overcome years of addiction in person. That center has helped Shane, but I think the catalyst for Shane putting himself first was that Spencer cared and believed in him. I just want to thank him."
"Then call him."
She nodded toward where my phone sat on the end table on a charge. "Why?" I said with irritation. "Listen, I'm pretty much unemployed now, and I may as well start looking for employment opportunities anyway. Perhaps living overseas would be a good change for me and a healthy start for the little one." Bree's eyes widened.
"Okay, hold it. I think it's best if I leave you to decide everything independently. Trying to get you to slow down on seeing Spencer before you've thought things through has pushed you into hyperdrive, planning a move across the ocean. All that within the span of the 10 minutes we've taken to discuss this."
"I'm going to go home and pack for a little vacation," I said with a smile. "I'll be back, and I'll certainly call before I place the condo on the market."
"And what about the beach house you were going to make an offer on?"
"Bree, you dear heart," I softly laughed. "Remember what I said about being unemployed? You don't go making offers on dream homes in my situation, okay?"
"Just get the hell out of here,"
she said, walking up to me and hugging me.
"I swear, I'm the one who needs her mind checked right now, not you."
That was going to be the next thing I told you before I left. I stood back and turned to grab my phone. "Get out and get some of that amazing Malibu sunshine." I love you. Within 30 minutes, I returned to my place to pack my bags. I had no idea what I was doing with this crazy idea, but I knew it felt right, and I would follow my instincts.
Chapter 45. Spencer. The last thing I expected to do was jump on a jet and come to Italy, but the circumstances demanded it. For years I'd wondered about my mother's scheming, and after Gino Trazzi, a former employee of Nonna, contacted me out of the blue, everything came together. The PI I'd had looking into Heidi hit the jackpot when he came across Gino's name, and after getting into contact with him, Gino insisted he be the one to tell me what my mother had done. I wasn't in Italy for more than half a day before everything started tipping like dominoes. Gino offered to meet at a cafe, and once he started talking, I knew Heidi was going to prison just like Nat's father. Gino was motivated to speak to me because he'd found out my mother hired a man to kill him once she knew a PI was sniffing around, knowing Gino was the only person who could tie her to her crimes. It would have only been a matter of time before Gino led the police to Heidi's doorstep. She would be arrested for fraud, forgery, attempted murder, and a litany of other offenses. Heidi had known my father's health was failing before he passed away. She spent the weeks leading up to his death unsuccessfully trying to change his will, having Gino help with the forgery, and paying off estate attorneys to look the other way when anyone got suspicious. She'd tried to divert the entirety of my father's estate to my siblings and me, with the caveat that she be in control of the estate and how and when we received our inheritances. She didn't realize until later that our trusts had been set up separately from what we were to inherit from the estate because my father had foreseen this happening. As such, he'd set up an addendum to his will which left the remainder of the estate, aside from what he'd already set aside for his children, entirely to Nonna. When Heidi found out her whole plan was a failure, she offered Gino half of Nonna's estate if he would ensure she had an untimely accident resulting in her death. And when Gino refused to commit murder on my mother's behalf, she inevitably put out a hit on him. The murderousness of my mother and Nat's father was so baffling that I couldn't wrap my mind around it. It would have been laughable if I could even believe it was true. Heidi failed at all her attempts to keep my father's money, so she was going to murder the only woman who'd ever suffered her treacherous personality. The horrible part was that if Heidi needed money, Nonna would have given it. All those years of her meddling in my personal finances made more sense. She was pissed that my father had given us our own trust fund without her knowledge. She thought she was entitled to it, and did whatever she could to pretend she had a say over it. I sat here, thinking about the look on Heidi's face when she was arrested, thinking it would have felt better than it did to watch her get hauled away in handcuffs. But it didn't feel good. It felt sad to know she'd wasted her life trying to control money that she didn't even need, and she lost her ability to have a meaningful relationship with anyone because of it. I always knew my mother was wretched, but the confirmation of it stung more than I anticipated. Maybe I was a bit raw after hearing Nat's father say he wouldn't mind killing his daughter if it meant he got paid, and knowing we both had a parent who could be so cruel was almost unbelievable. I glanced down at my watch. Sunset would be in about 20 minutes, and I looked forward to watching the sun slide behind the mountains surrounding the lake, painting the sky in orange and pink pastels as the aqua-blue water shimmered in the distance. I could sit on this stone bench next to this ancient olive tree for the rest of my fucking life. I would bet my life there wasn't a more perfect view on earth. "Beautiful sunset," I heard a ghostly harmonic voice say. I glanced over to ensure I wasn't losing my mind, and instinctively rose when I saw Nat's face, glowing and radiant. "Natalia?" I said. "In the flesh," she said, with a touch of her well-known sass. "Is it me, or is it more peaceful out here with your mother and my dad behind bars, rotting like villains they are. "It's not you," I said, properly nervous. "Why are you here?" The first dead giveaway that I was tense as fuck was that I had just said something idiotic to a woman who flew across the world to see me. She was here for a reason, and I couldn't imagine it being bad. How could things get any worse? "To celebrate your victory over your mother, I guess. I honestly have no idea why I'm here. Maybe it was just a random, crazy idea I had. I feel sort of stupid." I eyed her, thinking of how many times I'd imagined our reunion. It didn't start with me asking why she was here, nor did it include her saying she felt stupid. I don't think it was stupid. I think I'm fucking stupid, though, because I can't think of a normal, well-thought response. I exhaled the nerves away, but it seemed to increase them. It was Nat's confused expression and my inability to articulate that made me start to pace. "Spencer?" Listen, this probably isn't the best way to say any of this, and I'm very aware of that, but I feel like I'm going to explode, or implode, or lose my fucking mind if I keep this in. "What's going on? You're pacing as if you're about to ask me to marry you," she laughed, and I could only nod in response because she was chilling on Easy Street, and I was stressed the fuck out. "Yeah, far from that," I said, rolling my eyes at how foolish I'd been ever to entertain the idea of using this woman as a fake wife. "Look at where all that stupid shit got us." Her eyes widened. "Jesus, I didn't fly over here to be insulted by you, Spencer Monroe. If I wanted that, I would just revisit the days when you thought it was okay to hire a private investigator to go behind my back." "I know," I snapped without meaning to. "I mean, I'm sorry." "Sorry for hiring a private investigator to sniff out some dirty details on my family, or for being a complete dick right now?" "Both," I answered, with some weird wimpy tone I was surprised I possessed. She folded her arms and arched her eyebrow in the sexiest and sassiest way. "I think we should both take a walk. You're sweating and you look like you'll pass out." "I think that's a good idea," I said, holding out my arm to lead the way. I wanted to kick myself. I couldn't think of the right words, and I was scared shitless to say anything because if I did, that shitty little weak voice might pop up and say something I'd regret. "Feeling better?" Nat said. I could see her glance over at me while I stared at the cobblestone path we took through the neatly groomed gardens. "A bit," I said, feeling like my nerves were quieting and my brain was re-engaging. "Thank you." "You're welcome. Now, I didn't come all this way just to take a walk around your family estate that your mother tried to steal." She paused, bringing me to look at where she stopped and stared at me. "Okay, you're still 2 shades of pale, so I can't tell you the other reason either." "What's the other reason?" I asked, seeing a flash of fear cross her face. "You won't survive it," she said, crossing her arms across her chest. "Trust me. If you can't even handle apologizing to me, I know you won't be able to handle that." "Nat," I said, feeling more solid in my shoes now. "I am truly sorry. I swear to God that I never intended to hurt you in the way that I did. I understand that trying to fix your family problems, even when it was to help you and your brother, was wrong of me. I was so foolish to believe I could hire a fucking PI and go to work, trying to figure out ways to fix everything." She went to speak, and I reached for her hand. "Please let me get this out. I've had plenty of time to hate myself for doing this to you, and my mother being the reason you found out in the way you did was the icing on the worst cake ever." "These shoes are killing me, and I'd love to sit down," she said with a smile that gave me hope I was going in the right direction with the apology of the century, or lifetime. I guided Nat to one of the many stone benches lining this path. "For everything I did," I said as she sat. "Sorry is not enough, and I understand that. It was selfish of me to behave like that. I wanted to fix things, get our relationship on a good track, and get your brother healthy so you would be happy and not stressed about him. Everything was done because my needs were not being met in the relationship." Her expression told me she might never forgive me for what I'd done, which was understandable. I was still struggling to forgive myself after acknowledging my true motives. What I learned after I hurt the person I cared about most was that I was a damn selfish fool. A fucking spoiled bastard who was used to having everything his way or no way. If I didn't get my way, I usually cut people out of my life, believing I was punishing them by not giving them my attention anymore. She said, holding up a finger, and I could hear the fight in her voice. You didn't cut me out of your life, Spencer. I believe I was the one who shut the door in your face on that one. I grinned. That is very true. And no, I didn't cut you out of my life. That's what I used to do to others. I prided myself on being above everyone and fixing their problems in a way that served me best. I believe most call that narcissism, and if that's the case, there is no hope for a relationship because I will not serve a man— Nat, please, let me finish. Go ahead, she rolled her eyes. I know I have a bit of a self-serving ego. Hell, I wouldn't be able to help run a fucking company if I didn't. But maybe because I'm remorseful and have felt like I would die without you, might mean there's still hope for me? No, she stated firmly, but with her usual feistiness. Most women don't buy excuses for acting like an arrogant ass, especially in the name of learning a lesson. However, in your case, Spencer Monroe, I believe you're not entirely doomed. I'm not, I answered, confused. No, she said. And it's only because we have mutual friends who all agree that you're not a narcissistic asshole. I understand now why you did it, and I know it wasn't only to meet your needs. You wanted to help us. You went out of your way for my brother, and I knew nothing about it. Your care and concern for him, knowing you weren't going to gain anything from it, was the thing I needed to see. You're a selfless man. Your ego just has a smaller brain than your dick. I coughed out a laugh. What? You heard what I said. Listen, I know I deserve every insult in the world from you, but I do hope you won't bury the blade up to the handle while stabbing. Let's kill the dramatic analogies. I am jet-lagged and irritable. I've had a lot of time to think about this, and if I thought you did those things out of selfishness, I would never forgive you. But I know your heart was in the right place. However, I will warn you, if you do some shady shit like that ever again, I will cut your balls and your dick off as promised. I sighed. Are you letting me off this easy? The smile on her face scared the shit out of me. I had no idea what was hiding in her gorgeous mind and behind the beautiful blue eyes that I hadn't seen in too long. It was almost as if she were about to get the best revenge in the world at the best time possible. What the hell is that look? I questioned. Oh, Spencer, I have no plans to let you off easy. I see that, I said very cautiously. Can I ask what my punishment will be? Her eyes narrowed, and I felt like I was about to get leveled. Depends on whether you see it as punishment or not. Nat, you're either fucking with me, or I'm pregnant with your child. I had no idea what my expression was. I felt frozen, trying to process this news while fireworks went off inside me. Holy shit! We're going to have a baby? If you don't say something, I'm going to kick you in the balls, Nat said, cutting through the silence. Okay, I answered, fumbling for the right words. Right. Okay. Spencer, Nat said, standing up and taking my hand into hers. You won't be responsible for the baby in the way you might think I would hold you accountable. Jim has offered me the most amazing opportunity to open a luxury real estate firm, and I can bring over all my existing clients. I'm not after your money. I just want you to know. I let her say all that while I stood there staring at her, not listening to everything she said or giving two fucks about money. I was just trying to process how beautiful she was to me after saying she was having my child. I didn't believe I could love you more than I already did, I said, running my knuckles over the softness of her cheeks. But here I am at a loss for words to describe how beautiful and amazing you are to me. I have no words because I honestly can't think of anything to say. She smiled, and my heart skipped a beat when her eyes closed, and she exhaled in reaction to my thumb grazing over her bottom lip with a will of its own. "I think this reaction is perfect," she answered. "I've missed you." I couldn't believe this was suddenly where we were. "I can't believe I just said that. I mean—" Nat rose and jerked away as if I'd electrocuted her and covered her mouth. "I mean, I've missed you, but there's still a lot to prove, you know?" I grinned at her usual feistiness. "Oh, I know," I answered, thankful my confidence returned. "And I'll prove it." I stepped toward her, reaching for her hand and bringing her wrist to my lips. "Slowly," I said, pressing my lips into the fragrance I desperately missed so much about her, and with a smooth intensity that smolders, melting you from the inside out. Her breathing picked up. "It'll leave you light-headed, holding tightly to me and begging to trust me with more." "I should tell you," she said, her breath ragged. "I already asked the doctor if carrying the baby will hinder my sex life." "Hopefully your sex life with a vibrator, since I know I wasn't in the picture when you asked that of the doctor." "Of course. And no, I've been with no other men since you crushed me. I believe I am bound to you by some witch's curse or something, because I tried to get over you for doing this shit to me, and all that did was make it worse." I stepped back, looking into her eyes, because I knew exactly what she was talking about. "I know that feeling," I said. "The more I thought to distract myself, the more my mind went directly back to you. It was pure torture." "Unless you had frightening panic attacks from out of nowhere, leaving you stranded near a homeless encampment, don't talk to me about torture." "What?" I said, horrified by what I heard. "It was nothing," she said with a laugh. I grinned and pulled her into my arms. "I vowed to care for you and our child for the rest of our lives. I know this is coming from left field, but I don't care. I want you to be my wife, Natalia Hoover. I want to spend every second of every day knowing I'm your husband and the father of your children. I understand if you say no, I truly do. I just want you to know that I want you as my wife, and I hope one day you'll want me as your husband." "I wouldn't be here, going to these lengths, if I didn't think we were worth a chance. I'll be honest, though, I didn't come out here to get engaged." "We don't have to be engaged," I said with a small laugh. "But maybe I might want to be engaged," she said, with the most adorable, questioning look, which I found so irresistible now. "Then let's get engaged." "God, what are we doing?" she said. "We're doing the right thing this time. Nat, I don't know what happened between this place, London, and California, but something did happen, and I learned that I can't live in this world without you in my life. I've never needed anything as much as I need you." "We're going slow on this," she said. "I'm talking our kid might be a 5-year-old walking wedding rings down the aisle kind of slow. I think we need to move in the direction of allowing the relationship to simmer and grow still." "I agree with whatever you want," I said. "Whatever makes you happy. If you want to wait 5 years to make it official, I'll wait. It just gives me something to look forward to." "I think this might work out for us," she said, her daring expression returning, and I knew we were skipping dinner and heading straight for my room. "I know it will. The hardest lesson I've ever learned was losing you because I put my selfish and impatient ass first. Trust me, I'd rather learn a lesson in patience than a lesson in losing the best thing that's ever happened to me." "I'm not down for admitting I would like to learn a lesson in patience, but I don't want to lose you either. I love you, Spencer. And yes, I'll marry you. But give me at least 3 to 5 years." Anything you ask, I'll gladly do. Now, let's celebrate alone. Preferably in Verona, where we can relive some of the good times we had without distractions. Won't the family be irritated we left? I just saved them from losing my grandmother and this estate to Satan's sister. I think they'll all survive. Besides, Steve and I are back on the mend, so that's settled. And in his deepest apologies to you, he'll be kissing your ass for quite some time. Seems like things got a little intense out here. Just bizarre. You'd think I was making it up if I told you everything. It's sad that our child will never have any grandparents. Do you really want them to know your father and my mother? God, no, she answered. It just sucks. I don't want my kid to be sad when all the other little asshole kids have their grannies and grandpops show up on Grandparents' Day or whatever, and all our kid can do is look at mugshots. Our child will not be the only one who has no representation on Grandparents' Day, if that's even a thing, I answered. Hey, Bree and Alex's twins are in the same position with their misfortunes. Instead of thinking about the sadder things, why don't we focus on the fact that I still have no idea how I managed to get you back into my arms so easily? You think this is going to be easy? She laughed. Spencer, you're signing on to wait at least 5 years to marry me, dealing with the wild life of being with a pregnant woman. Trust me, friend. I'll be miserable and probably unbearable. It's half the reason I'm waiting 5 years for marriage. How's that? I don't want to be pregnant in a wedding dress, and I may want another child to get it out of the way. So you never know how long these things can take. You can't just throw together a couture gown, either. These things take time, you know? I couldn't help but laugh at how she was planning this out in her head. Don't you think that's a little backward, though? I mean, most people like to get married and start a family when they determine they want to spend the rest of their lives together. I'm not most people. I must have this all planned out or it just won't work. I'm following your lead, sweetheart. At that moment, I picked her up, prompting an excited laugh from her, and marched up to the house. We'd have a lot to discuss after everything we'd been through with our parents, but I was ready for it all. Nat was likely still dealing with the truth about her family, just as I was internally battling what Heidi had done. It was a lot, but I knew we could go through it together. Nat wasn't lying when she said the wealthy were weird. They were. Some are dark and disastrous, and some are just a little bit off. I'd like to think we fell into the latter category, with some fun sprinkled in. I'm sure we would have one hell of a wild engagement, probably 5 years long and 3 kids later, but I was already committed to this woman in my heart, so I would wait for however long she wanted me to. I loved her enough to sacrifice everything to build a harmonious life together. I was a fool in love, and a damn proud fool, too. Funny how life works out, and how the lessons and paths we unknowingly take are leading us in one way or the other to our destiny.
Epilogue. You have cordially been invited to the wedding of Spencer Monroe and Natalia Hoover. 6 months later. So much for that 5-year plan. Natalia. The chaos of the catering company filled the hallways and the room I was in. The sounds of crashing dishes, some head chef yelling at her line cooks, and the smell of lobster bisque, coupled with the other exotic dishes on the menu for our wedding, added to my nervous excitement. Nat! I heard Bree call as I leaned over to taste the delicious bisque. Do not get that on your dress! I sighed, delicately placed my spoon handle against the bowl's rim, and glared over at my maid of honor. She was lucky she looked dazzling in her strapless sage gown, which accentuated every curve. You look very bangable in that dress, you know. Alex can thank me later, I said. Now, let me eat this before I turn into Bridezilla on all of you. Alex already nailed me in the bathroom, but I'll remind him to send you a thank you card. she said sarcastically. I'd believe that if you didn't sound annoyed, I said. She grinned. I swear, I don't know how you haven't put on 500 pounds with your recent cravings for baguettes and lobster bisque. Honey, I was a shade worried about it too, but it appears pregnancy suits me. I was born to shine in a wedding dress just 2 months before I drop this baby. Your confidence baffles me sometimes, our dear friend Cass said, walking up and kissing me on my cheek. You look radiant, darling. I know. I winked and leaned over, continuing to devour this soup before Shane came into the room to load me up and bring me down the aisle to Spencer. Damn, this is fucking delicious. Excuse me, I heard an elderly voice say. I glanced up, seeing Nona in the doorway. I smiled widely as I approached her. I'm so thrilled to surprise Spencer with you. You look gorgeous, Nona, I said, hugging her and grinning at her purple dress. I released her and looked around. Are Sloane and Becca with you? Si, dolcezza. They are coming, she said as a teasing grin spread across her face. Now, may I ask if you're Italian? Unfortunately, the only Italian in me was put there by your beloved grandson, and is growing bigger by the second, I said as she snickered. Why do you ask, Nona? I don't know of any other culture that would have their brides get ready in a room attached to a kitchen, she teased. Are the chefs taking care of you? You know they are. I chuckled and brought my hand through the bend of her arm, escorting her to the sofa I had placed in the corner of the room to make this part of the second kitchen feel more like a bridal dressing room. Yes, my food cravings were a problem, and no, Bree wasn't lying when she couldn't understand why I didn't look like the Goodyear blimp either. I ate so much rich and fattening food the last few months that I shouldn't have been able to fit into my dress. But, by some miracle, I could. I was grateful my pregnancy had been relatively pleasant, as much as a pregnancy can be. It wasn't what I'd expected, but nothing was when it came to Spencer, was it? Every plan I'd ever made with the guy went the other way somehow. Our fake, no-strings-attached marriage ended up in soulmate-level love. Oh, and the 5 years I insisted on waiting to get married turned into 6 months because, why wouldn't it? I'd given up on trying to plan anything when it came to our relationship because I realized it wasn't something I wanted to control. It was something I wanted to enjoy. I still think Spencer was half expecting this to be an elaborate prank. I'd been pretty spontaneous these days, which was all part of exercising my ability to let go of my need to control everything. It was going pretty well, if I did say so myself. I managed to whip this wedding together in 6 weeks, from this elegant hotel venue down to the helicopter waiting to take us to Jim's yacht, ready to set sail to Alaska for our honeymoon. It was all done on short notice, and so far, it was working as planned. All I could do now was cross my fingers that Murphy's Law didn't crash the party. You only gave me a month's notice to be here, Bella, Nona said while the chef came out and gave her a plate of snack food. I'm just thankful to be here. Trust me, Nona, I said. If I'd planned this any farther out, it would have only given time for more things to go wrong. I would have really ended up turning this into a 5-year engagement. She chuckled as I heard the door open, admitting Sloane and Becca. There she is, Sloane said, and before I could say a word, Bex was bear-hugging me tightly. I'm so happy to see you, kiddo, I said, brushing my hand over her head. Are you excited? And did you get plenty of rest? Yes and yes, she chirped. I can't wait to surprise Uncle Spencer. We've been here for 2 days. I know, little one, I said before reaching out to hug my future sister-in-law. You look beautiful, Sloane. Now, Spence is going to be excited to see you all.
You might get a tight hug from him when you walk up the aisle with those rings, too, Bex. You'll be walking with a sweet boy named John. I met him, and I think I have to practice again with him because I tripped last night, she said with a frown. Nonsense. I smiled at her and brushed the tip of my finger over her nose. And I'm sorry I wasn't there last night, but it would have blown the surprise for Uncle Spencer if we rehearsed together. How many people will be here? She asked with trepidation. The ballroom where the ceremony would be held was massive, and I didn't want to tell her nearly all our friends from across the globe would be in attendance. She'd probably be petrified at the thought. Spencer couldn't have given a fuck if we were here, in Vegas, in front of a judge, or in a closet. The guests and venue didn't interest him, but it interested me. If Natalia Hoover were getting married, it would be a sight to see, and everyone would know about it. Nat, it's time for everyone to find their seats, Bree said, part maid of honor and part wedding coordinator. We've got 15 minutes. Thanks, Brienne, I said, then looked back at Becca. Listen, you and I are going to be the stars of this show. I didn't have our dresses made by a very talented Parisian tailor because I wanted this to be a simple wedding, yeah? I'm so happy to marry Uncle Spencer and become a real part of your family that I want to celebrate it in front of everyone I know. And to thank you kids for doing such an incredible job, our friend Cameron is going to take you all on a helicopter ride after the wedding. Oh no, she said. Maybe that's why John got so angry with me for tripping? Angry? I frowned until I realized who we were talking about. Oh, sweetie, no. Don't you worry about little John. He can be far too serious for his own good. The funny part is that his dad, Jake, is the biggest goofball around. I think he probably gave John a pep talk and reminded him not to worry about things being perfect. I smiled, then hugged her. We need to wrap it up, Bree said. I rose and sighed. I wonder when I become a mother if you'll actually start treating me like your friend instead of your child. She chuckled. I might consider it once you're a married woman. I rolled my eyes. I can't even with you sometimes, honey, I said, then walked over to the wall of mirrors that was ideally situated with lights to shine down on the pale gown I wore. You look so beautiful, Cass said, adjusting the Harry Winston diamond tiara on the crown of my head. I know, I said with a sexy smile. I don't know why I'm not on the cover of Mom's Vogue or something. This is too much beauty to behold sometimes. 5 minutes, ladies. Ushers are here to escort the bridesmaids and grandmother, the wedding coordinator said, taking the words out of Brienne's mouth, I was sure. I took one last bite of bisque, popped a breath mint, and then I was ready to become Mrs. Spencer Monroe and never look back.
2 months later. Spencer. Everyone told me I would never get over the beauty of watching my bride walk down the aisle, because with each step she took toward me, she was closer to spending the rest of her life with me. I believed them. However, everyone, including myself, was wrong. Nat seemed to become more beautiful with each day that passed after she accepted my marriage proposal. The day was beautiful, and the honeymoon was simply perfect, ideal for us to enjoy the first days of being husband and wife. I constantly drifted back to how sublime everything was, and how angelic Nat looked with her beaming and proud smile as she walked toward me. I didn't think any day would surpass that one, but here we were. She was a week past her due date, and my heart was just as full, happy, and grateful as it was on our wedding day. Today might be the day that tops them all. I was excited to find out. "Alex," I said when my friend answered the phone, "give me good news, man. You guys will take ownership today. Now, I'm not sure how you want to work this since Brooks and Stone own the home, and Nat will sign all the documents and take ownership of it. It's her home, and I want her to experience this. Trying to convince her that someone else bought it from underneath her has been hard enough. She's been drooling over that house forever, especially because her best friend designed it. I get that, Alex laughed. Maybe now she'll forgive me for telling her I couldn't refuse the other offer. I think she's secretly hated me ever since. I chuckled. Yeah, sorry about that. I promise she will love you again when she finds out. You and Bree were very convincing. I think you had a little too much fun with this shit, but I'm excited for you both. I suppose you'll be relocating to the lap of luxury in La Jolla then? Turns out Jim is all about the luxury real estate headquarters being further south. So now I get the privilege of being flown up the coast from San Diego every other week in the corporate helicopter. I'm one spoiled motherfucker. You said that, not me. Hey, congratulations. Thanks, man, I answered. Dinner tonight, right? We're celebrating at Nobushi's at 7. We'll meet you guys there. I hung up with Alex and walked to Jim's office. Hey, I said, letting myself in. I'm taking off. Great work on that Colganthu project. It's going to be a great acquisition. At least someone will pay for the chopper gas for me to show Nat her new home, I laughed. Our asses are far too spoiled sometimes, he said, standing up and grabbing his briefcase. See you tonight at 7, right? Right. See you all then. It was 2 in the afternoon when the chopper landed on the helipad of the home Nat had been devastated to lose to a fictitious investor. I'd been waiting for her to notice where we were going for the last 20 minutes, but her head was so buried in her phone that she wouldn't have noticed if we were flying over a volcano. The place sat imposingly on the bluffs overlooking the beaches of La Jolla. It was magnificent, and the views were beyond astounding. The climate here was perfect throughout all 4 seasons, which was one of the many reasons why anyone who could afford to live here did. What the fuck? Nat said when the helicopter pilot walked to the side door and opened it for us. This is my home. She looked at me in confusion. Why are we here? Are you trying to make me hate you as much as I hate having to wait another week in discomfort to meet this baby girl? I smirked. No, gorgeous, I said. I'm trying to ease the discomfort by bringing you to your home. Did that bastard investor back out? I sighed. No, I answered with a grin. How could I back out when this is my wife's dream home? Baby! Oh my God! You are so getting laid for this. I will fuck you every way I know how, Spencer Monroe, she said, taking the pilot's hand and forcing him to look at the ground and bite away his smile before looking at me. I shrugged. What can I say? Buy your lady her dream home if you want to get laid. He chuckled. That's all? Apparently so. I took Nat's hand and led her toward the stairs that spiraled into the home. The ocean-facing side of the house was constructed of nearly all glass to take in panoramic views of the Pacific. Brienne had brilliantly designed this place, and I would have been surprised if she didn't win an award for this architectural masterpiece. I don't even know what to say, Nat said with a crack in her voice. You don't have to say anything, sweetheart. We know this home spoke to your heart. It's why you had to have it. I turned her to face me. It's also why I wanted to surprise you. Safety measures will be put in place for our daughter, but Bree said she'll start with those designs once. I was silenced by Nat's lips on mine, urging me to brace her tightly against and tug at her bottom lip as her hands went to the button of my slacks. We're fucking right here and right now, she demanded. One thing I loved about this woman was how she showed me her gratitude, and I was sure our marriage would continue to blossom as I showered her with gifts, especially when this was my reward. After 2 hours of enjoying every last part of each other's bodies, we were forced to get up and get ready to head back to Los Angeles and finish the paperwork for the home before joining our friends at dinner. While Nat and I stole one last kiss, I couldn't resist but to be inside her one more time before leaving our first official home as husband and wife. Nat didn't argue. In fact, she turned to the wall, allowing me to take her from behind. Nothing like fucking up against a glass wall where you could see the endless magnificence of the ocean. I found a steady and delicious rhythm, Nat's groans becoming louder and louder, practically throwing me over the edge like I hadn't had sex for a month. "Fuck," I said, feeling her orgasm gush all over me, sending my mind into a fucking trance. "Yes." "Get the fuck out of me!" she bellowed. "Holy shit, my water just broke!" "Oh my God," I said in horror, worried I did something to hurt her until I realized what was happening. "Baby?" "Yes," she said. Her eyes filled with fear as she gripped her stomach. "I can't believe it happened like this. It's mortifying." "It's natural, honey," I said, trying to keep my shit together. "I mean, not all couples prefer this method, but we opted in for it, given we can never not have sex." "Shut up," she growled, bending over in a contraction. "Get me to the comfort of a damn hospital." "Right," I said. "We need to get dressed." There was a lot of shouting, panting, and heavy breathing from both of us until we landed on the helipad at St. John's Hospital. It took minutes to have Nat admitted and dressed in her hospital gown. After they examined her and saw she was already dilated to 9 centimeters, shit escalated too real and fast. "I thought first-time babies took about 100 hours to deliver. This is my first baby, Dr. Astor. I know it's probably your first delivery out of college, but Jesus, there's no way I'm at 9 centimeters already." The young, handsome on-call doctor looked familiar, but I couldn't place him. I had probably met him before through Jake and Cameron at a bar or something. Nat was correct in her assessment, though. He looked like he was still in college. "I think you should call for a second opinion," I advised him, wanting only the best doctor to attend to my wife and child. Nat was hooked up to all sorts of monitors, and when they all started going off at once, I freaked out. "We need to prepare the OR room now. The baby's heart rate is dropping," the doctor said to the nurse reading the machine. "Now!" he ordered. As soon as I heard the thundering sound of his voice, I understood that his looks were deceiving. The man was in command, acting like the chief of obstetrics. "Sir, come with me, and I'll get you scrubbed in," a nurse said, guiding my shocked-into-silence ass out of the room. I stopped and snapped out of the horror, returning to where Nat lay crying and scared. They were practically racing her from the room on a rolling bed, and at that moment I knew shit was serious. "Baby, I love you," I said, staring intently into her eyes. "You're both fine. We're going to meet her soon. Just imagine her having your blue eyes and my smile like you hoped to see." "Spencer, you can't leave me," she said, her weak and scared voice breaking my heart. "Never. I'm not leaving you, sweetheart," I told her. "I need to change into the gear that allows me to go into the room with you, okay? I'm right here." "Okay," she said, and then the nurses were racing the bed down the hallway, saying uplifting words of encouragement, and telling Nat everything would be fine. I went into some strange survival mode and focused on getting to the operating room where the young doctor would perform a C-section on Nat to deliver our baby. When I walked in, I was guided to sit where Nat's face was turned toward me. A curtain was draped over her chest while the doctor went to work. No one was fucking around, and I appreciated that the life of my Natalia and baby daughter was being taken so seriously. "You look so beautiful," I said, seeing her eyes glistening under the bright lights of the room. I wiped away the tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. "So beautiful." "I don't know, you two, but I think you're going to have competition with this little one," I heard the doctor say before he raised our daughter over the curtain for us to meet her. Her hair was full and curly, her eyes a deep blue, and her lips pouted sweetly before she let out her first scream. I choked, feeling tears in my eyes, and covered my mouth while I unexpectedly realized that I wasn't choking. I was crying. My God. She was the most beautiful thing I'd ever laid eyes on. "She's so beautiful," Nat choked out, laughing and crying simultaneously. "She looks so much like me." "We're going to go get her vitals," the nurse said, as the doctor handed her our daughter. "Dad, you may come with us or stay with Mom." "I love you," I told Nat. "There is no better gift." "Go be with her, Spence," she said, smiling.
Don't leave her side." "Okay," I answered, then kissed her forehead and walked over to where the nurses were cleaning our daughter. "Hey, sweetie," I said, when she started screaming at the top of her healthy lungs. "It's your daddy." Just like the books and the shows we watched had said, our baby would find our voices comforting if they heard them while in the womb. I could see that now as my face grew lighter, watching her eyes search the room for where my voice came from. "A miracle," I said, awe-stricken. "You can hold her hand, Dad," the nurse advised me. I reached into the warming area where they were cleaning her and reached my pinky in, watching in amazement as my daughter clasped her tiny fingers around it. The miracle of this was overwhelming me. I felt like I was floating, feeling so peaceful and in love with her. I'd heard many stories of parents bonding with their children, but I never knew what that was all about until now. I was experiencing emotions I didn't know existed. Everything was rushing past in a whirlwind, and Natalia still had not had the luxury of holding our daughter. Then, after the nurses wrapped her up, she smiled at me. "Would you like to bring her to Mama?" "I'd love to," I said, taking my daughter in my arms and letting the love wash over me. There were no words to describe the feeling I was experiencing. I wanted these first moments to be spent with just me and Natalia. I knew we'd have the chaos of the operating room and then returning to the postpartum room, but all I wanted was to watch my wife hold her baby for the first time. Nat's eyes widened when she took her, and with the assistance of me holding our daughter, Nat and the baby were able to stare at each other and meet for the first time. "Hey, apple cheeks," Nat said, obviously feeling great with the drugs in her system and acknowledging how chubby our daughter's perfect cheeks were. "You're so beautiful." Everything went smoothly from the moment the doctor made the call to perform a cesarean section to safely deliver our daughter until now. Dr. Astor explained that she'd gone into distress during the contractions because the umbilical cord was wrapped around her neck, so the emergency C-section saved her life. For that, I'd be eternally grateful. "I want to name her Angel," Nat said, my eyes shifting from where I stood, staring at our little miracle, while Nat rested on the bed. "Angel?" I questioned. "Are we hippies now?" She arched an eyebrow at me and grinned. "I said angel, not stardust moonbeam. Although I like the sound of that, too. Don't tempt me." "Nat," I tried to reason with her a little. "I understand that it was likely angels that saved her and all that. But don't you think that is like something you name your pet? What about something normal like Jennifer or Allison or whatever?" "Hey, this isn't the 80s, pal," she said, looking at me like I'd lost my mind. "We're not naming our baby Jennifer, Tammy, Linda, or any other name that makes our infant an instant 40-year-old. "No, I just mean that they're regular human names," I said, trying my hardest not to laugh so as not to startle the baby. "I love the name Angel," she ordered. "I see that we're a happy family," the young doctor said, walking in, pumping hand sanitizer onto his palm and rubbing his hands together. "Our first family fight," I laughed. "Thank you for doing an amazing job, saving our daughter and keeping my wife safe." He nodded, walking over to Nat to check her vitals. "I think I did pretty well, for being in college and all." "You seriously look like you're in high school," Nat said. "I'm sure you must get that a lot. I mean, come on." "Not really, just from you two." He laughed and looked at me. "Spencer Monroe, correct?" "Yes," I answered. "You look familiar, Doc. Have we met?" "I think so. I attended a medical conference in Palm Springs with Colin Brooks a while back. I believe Mitchell and Associates hosted it. You work for them, I think. Is that right?" "Yeah, you're right," I said. "I'm the VP." "Ah, well, I guess that makes you my boss, so it's good I didn't screw anything up today." I chuckled. Jim Mitchell is the one who enjoys sitting on the hospital board. I avoid that like the plague.
He nodded, then looked back at Nat. "Everything looks great, Natalia. I'll check on you in the morning, but there should be no issues with a speedy recovery. You have a gorgeous, healthy little daughter who likes to steal the show. She's a bit of an attention grabber, that one." "Like her mother," Nat teased back. "Very nice to meet you both." The doctor left, and I stood up and walked over to Nat. "I love you beyond words, and I'm so thankful for you, baby," I said, bending over to kiss her. "Here's to the rest of our lives." "And sleepless nights," she added, while I placed Angel in her arms. "You sure you want to name her Angel? You might not be too keen on the name when she's waking up every 3 hours." "She's our angel, and she must be called what she is." "You're right, my love," I said, as I gazed at the miracle we'd created. "No other name would do." After a few hours of soaking up our angel, I texted our friend group, letting them know we had desserts at the hospital and a sweet baby girl for them to meet. Never in a million years would I have guessed I would ever be this happy. I didn't think it was physically possible until I met Natalia. We'd been through more highs and lows than I expected to face in such a short time, the highs being blissful and the lows being as dark as it gets. But I could have never imagined we'd end up here. Nat and I had endured painful childhoods and managed to come together on the other side, whole and full of love, despite the path our parents had laid out for us. The most important thing to me was my family now, my wife and daughter, who was hopefully the first of more children to come. I would stop at nothing to give our children all the love and positive guidance in the world and show them how wonderful life can be when you find the perfect partner to share it with. This was the way life was supposed to be lived. This concludes Mr. Monroe by Raylin Marks. Narrated by Stephanie Rose and Jeremy York. Copyright 2023 by Raylin Marks. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Raylin Marks and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.